Chapter 5468. A genius in a second to remember love/go away. To provide you with exciting novels to read. Okay. Bing Wuching didn't argue. After sitting down cross-legged, she suddenly thought of something and said hesitantly, "Well, Boss Lin Yi, can you not call me Little Bing Bing in the future?" Lin Yi broke into laughter, thinking that someone finally understood how he felt when he was called an old man. He waved his hand generously and said, "No problem, I won't call you that in the future." Bing Wuching closed her eyes in relief and prepared to cultivate and recover. However, Lin Yi's next sentence almost drove her crazy. "Then how about calling you Deep Well Bing?" "What the hell?" Bing Wuching was a little confused. Boss Lin Yi was a decent person before, why did he suddenly become like this? What kind of stimulation did he receive? Bing Wuching would never know that it was because Marquis Yu had called Lin Yi an old man that Lin Yi had shifted his resentment onto him. Of course, it was also because Lin Yi was a little happy after obtaining the 20 God knowledge fruits. The tumor in his body could probably be removed, so he joked a little more. Seeing that Bing Wuching had entered a state of cultivation, Chu Tianlu walked over and greeted Lin Yi. "Senior Lin, thank you for saving me again. This sea crab is full of treasures. Why don't you let me help you and Senior Bing clean it up first?" Lin Yi glanced at Chu Tianlu and nodded. "All right, I'll have to trouble you then. Tell me what treasures are on this sea crab." When he was on Heaven Level Island, the sea beasts in the Endless Sea had never been conquered. Lin Yi had only fought them a few times and didn't know much about them. Even an old captain like Okuda Dam knew very little about sea beasts. But now it seemed that the sea beasts in the ancient underworld weren't particularly strong, so Lin Yi was naturally interested. "It's no trouble at all. It's what I should do." Chu Tianlu laughed modestly, then immediately introduced, "This sea crab's carapace is extremely hard, a good material for forging armor, while its toes are good materials for forging weapons. The most valuable thing is his inner core. The inner core of an early-stage nascent soul realm sea beast is a priceless treasure." When the value of sea beasts' inner cores was mentioned, Chu Tianlu's face immediately became radiant. The inner cores of sea beasts in the initial stage of the nascent soul stage are the main ingredients for refining nascent soul golden cores. Only experts like Senior Lin and Senior Bing can easily deal with nascent soul stage sea beasts. Normally, even if there were a few more nascent soul old monsters, they might not be able to do it. Every nascent soul old monster was the cornerstone of each sect. Even if they knew that the inner core of the sea beast was precious, they wouldn't dare to touch it easily. If something happened to them, the sect behind them would be finished. This could be seen from the Thousand Blade sect's fate after Primordial Invincible left. "Oh. You said that the inner core of sea beasts can be used to refine nascent soul golden cores." Lin Yi was quite surprised. All along, he thought that nascent ginseng was indispensable for refining nascent soul golden cores, but now that he heard that the inner core of nascent soul stage sea beasts could also be used to refine nascent soul golden cores, he immediately became very interested. After all, nascent ginseng was rare, and sea beasts were easy to come by. For Lin Yi, even if he already had a whole nascent ginseng, there would always be a time when it was used up, but in the endless ocean, sea beasts wouldn't all die. Chu Tianlu nodded. The inner cores of sea beasts are used to refine pills. Senior Lin, you're not an alchemist, so perhaps you're not very clear about this. For example, foundation building pills, golden cores, and so on, are all refined from the inner cores of corresponding foundation building and golden core sea beasts. It's just that sea beasts aren't easy to catch, so there aren't many pills circulating in the world. Oh. Lin Yi smiled faintly. He didn't say that the pills he refined were much more than what Chu Tianlu had seen. Instead, he asked, "It's not easy to catch sea beasts of golden core and nascent soul stage, but is it also not easy to catch sea beasts of foundation building stage?" Foundation building stage is easy to catch, but there are too few sea beasts of foundation building stage. Chu Tianlu shook his head with a bitter smile and explained, all the sea beasts in the coastal sea are basically below foundation building stage. Even if you catch them, it won't be of much use. In the deep sea, there are sea beasts of foundation building stage, but they are all young sea beasts. If you want to catch them, you have to face powerful adult sea beasts. It's almost the same as catching sea beasts of golden core and nascent soul stage. So that's how it is. Lin Yi nodded and didn't take it to heart. With his strength, whether it was his original body or his primordial spirit, it was relatively easy to catch sea beasts of nascent soul stage. He just didn't know if the inner cores of sea beasts of profound ascension stage were the same. However, it was probably very difficult to find sea beasts of profound ascension stage in the small Jianghu. He would think about it when he returned to the heavenly island. You seem to understand the inner cores of sea beasts quite well. Are you an alchemist? Lin Yi asked casually. Since he knew that the inner cores of sea beasts could be used for alchemy, he had to find a way to get the pill recipe and try it out. If Chu Tianlu had the pill recipe, Lin Yi wouldn't mind exchanging some things for it. Unfortunately, Chu Tianlu shook his head regretfully and said, Junior's aptitude is mediocre. I don't have the talent to be an alchemist at all. Speaking up to this point, Chu Tianlu showed a bashful expression on his face and said hesitantly, Senior Lin, Junior has a presumptuous request. I wonder if Senior Lin can sell this crab's inner core to Junior for a price. You want this inner core? Lin Yi looked at Chu Tianlu amusedly. This guy was really an honest person. He clearly wanted this inner core, but he first praised it. Was he afraid that others wouldn't raise the price? Chu Tianlu's face was slightly red, and he said very embarrassedly, Junior knows that the inner core of a nascent soul stage sea beast is extremely precious, but Junior's grandfather's birthday is coming soon. If I can get the inner core of a nascent soul stage sea beast and give it to Junior's grandfather, it can help him advance to the peak of the early nascent soul stage. After a slight pause, Chu Tianlu added, Senior Lin, what price do you want? As long as you can transfer this inner core to Junior, Junior will definitely find a way to do it. If you get this inner core, can you refine it into a nascent soul golden core? Or, do you have the pill recipe for a nascent soul golden core? Lin Yi didn't care much about this sea beast's inner core. It didn't matter even if he gave it to Chu Tianlu. After all, if Chu Tianlu hadn't been so honest, Lin Yi wouldn't have been able to obtain the 20 divine knowledge fruits. At worst, he could just catch another sea beast when he wanted to experiment with alchemy. What was important now was the pill recipe for using the sea beast's inner core to refine pills. Chu Tianlu hesitated, then said, if it's refining pills, with Junior's family connections, there shouldn't be a problem. As for the pill recipe, Tianliang is an alchemist. He might have the pill recipe for a nascent soul golden core. Chapter 5469. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go. TalkNet, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Lin Yi recalled that Chu Tianliang knew how to use the pill firebomb. He was indeed a pill refiner, but was that guy already dead? If you can give me some recipes for refining a sea beast's inner core, I'll give this inner core to you. Lin Yi didn't beat around the bush, and directly threw out his conditions. After all, this thing was dispensable to Lin Yi, and Chu Tianlu wasn't suited to beating around the bush. Love Go Little Talk Netka. Chu Tianlu was a straightforward person, but he wasn't really stupid. He immediately reacted and asked in surprise, Senior Lin, you're a pill refiner. Sort of. Lin Yi smiled faintly. Maybe a little better than Chu Tianliang. Chu Tianlu was immediately overjoyed, but also somewhat bewildered. He didn't know how to react for a moment. Does your clan have a recipe for this type of pill? Lin Yi thought that the matter of Dunmuyu's marriage had to be resolved sooner or later. It just so happened that he had this excuse. He'd conveniently go to the Chu clan and help Duanmuyu get rid of this trouble. There should be. Chu Tianlu was indeed a straightforward guy. Even now, he didn't say anything definite. Even if there isn't, with our clan's connections, we can quickly find a recipe. Love go little talk netku. In fact, Chu Tianlu also knew that using an affirmative answer to befriend Lin Yi was the best. Just as he said, even if the Chu clan didn't have a recipe, with their clan strength, it wouldn't be difficult for them to acquire one. These details could be completely omitted from Lin Yi. But Chu Tianlu didn't like to lie, so he told the truth. Senior Lin, since you need a recipe, why don't you come with me to my clan? I believe my grandfather will be very happy to get to know you, Senior Lin. Chu Tianlu sincerely extended an invitation. Lin Yi nodded. That's fine. Your grandfather's birthday is just around the corner. I'll go and congratulate him. That's great. To be able to receive Senior Lin's presents, our Chu family is greatly honored by your presence. Chu Tianlu rubbed his hands excitedly. To be able to have a good relationship with Lin Yi, no matter if it was for the Chu family or for Chu Tianlu himself, it was extremely important. As for Lin Yi's intention to ruin the marriage alliance between Duanmuyu and the Chu clan, Chu Tianlu didn't know about it. Even if he did, it wouldn't matter. He had no interest in the marriage alliance to begin with. If he knew that Duanmuyu was related to Lin Yi, he would definitely ask his clan to terminate the marriage alliance with the Yiling sect. Senior Lin, please take a rest first. I'll go get rid of this crab. We'll set off once Senior Bing recovers. Chu Tianlu bowed slightly. After waiting for Lin Yi to nod in agreement, he quickly took out a short knife and went to deal with the sea crabs. It could be seen that Chu Tianlu had a certain amount of experience in dealing with the carcasses of sea beasts. Although the shell of the sea crabs was quite hard, Chu Tianlu's short knife penetrated deep into the seams of the crab's body. Then, he followed the lines and dissected the crab's shell. His movements were quite smooth. After more than 10 minutes, Chu Tianlu had dissected the shell of the sea crabs. Together with the claws, they piled up into a small hill as tall as 2 people. Senior Lin, this is the inner core of the sea crabs. Please keep it well. Chu Tianlu held a water blue inner core the size of 2 fists in his hands and ran over to present it to Lin Yi. Although this was what Chu Tianlu wanted, he didn't covet it at all. He looked very natural. Lin Yi casually took the inner core of the sea crabs and sensed the pure waves of spiritual power within it. He smiled faintly and said, "Thank you for your hard work." At this moment, Bing Wuqing finished her cultivation. She suddenly stood up and said excitedly, "Big brother, I've recovered. And I seem to have stabilized my strength. Just in time. We can set off now." Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction. He could feel that Bing Wuqing's aura had become much more solid. Although she hadn't broken through, she had definitely improved a lot compared to before. By the way, why don't you give this inner core of the sea crabs to me? I'll give you some other benefits later. In name, the sea crabs were killed by Bing Wuqing. Lin Yi didn't want to put on a domineering attitude in front of his underlings, so he asked for her opinion. "Big brother Lin Yi, what are you talking about?" Bing Wuqing immediately said solemnly, "If you hadn't helped me in time, I would have been killed by this sea crab. Everything I have was given to me by you, Bing Wuqing. Even if I was the one who killed this sea crab, everything still belongs to you, boss. Needless to say, you were the one who killed this sea crab, so all the credit goes to you, boss." Hearing that Bing Wuqing, a nascent soul realm old monster, was so obedient to Lin Yi, Chu Tianlu was instantly moved. He was even more determined to befriend Lin Yi. Lin Yi didn't stand on ceremony anymore. He nodded and smiled. "All right, you've been so cold before, but you're so talkative today. In any case, I won't mistreat my own people. Let's pack up and make a trip to the Chu clan. In fact, with Bing Wuqing's current status, it wasn't a problem at all for her to purchase a few elixir recipes. But since Lin Yi had said so, she naturally wouldn't object. As long as it was Lin Yi's decision, she would carry it out completely. The sea crab's inner core was secretly kept in the space in the jade pendant by Lin Yi. However, the outer shell and the toes were not very convenient. After all, Chu Tianlu wasn't someone Lin Yi could trust completely. Not to mention that this fellow was an honest person. There was no telling when he might expose Lin Yi's secret. Fortunately, Lin Yi's flying spiritual beast was still hovering in the air. Chu Tianlu packed up the spoils of war and placed them on his own flying spiritual beast. He let Lin Yi and Bing Wuqing ride on Lin Yi's flying spiritual beast, while he led the way on his own flying spiritual beast. After setting off, Bing Wuqing regained her usual cold expression. She had always been a cold person, so she couldn't find any topics to talk about. She could only stay behind Lin Yi and continue to reminisce about the previous battle experience. 4 hours later, the two flying spiritual beasts arrived at a stretch of hills. The Chu clan was located in the middle of these hills. Before the old master of the Chu clan broke through to the nascent soul stage, the Chu clan was just an insignificant clan. Now that there was a nascent soul old monster holding the fort, their social status immediately changed. That was why they wanted to form a marriage alliance with the Yiling sect, hoping to advance further and enter the ranks of the 10 small sects and clans. Chu Tianlu, who was in front, slowed down and came to the side of Lin Yi's flying spiritual beast. He cupped his hands and said, "Senior Lin, our Chu clan is right in front. I have already sent a message saying that a distinguished guest will be visiting. I believe that my family will be very happy to welcome Senior Lin." However, Lin Yi didn't feel that the Chu clan was very welcoming of him. When he and Bing Wuqing followed Chu Tianlu into the Chu clan's main gate, no one came to welcome the distinguished guest that Chu Tianlu had mentioned. Not only that, even the people who opened the door had a cold expression on their faces. Chapter 5470. Ha! It seems that you, the young master of the Chu clan, aren't doing very well. Lin Yi looked at Chu Tianlu with a strange expression. He originally thought that Chu Tianlu's position in the Chu clan was at least slightly higher than Chu Tianliang's. Otherwise, Chu Tianliang wouldn't want to deal with Chu Tianlu. However, the current situation was that Chu Tianlu couldn't even obtain the respect of a disciple. As the dignified young master of the Chu clan's direct line of descent, he was truly speechless. Chu Tianlu smiled awkwardly. This disciple belonged to Chu Tianliang's father's faction, so it was normal that they didn't care about Chu Tianlu. As for the information that was sent back before, it was probably intercepted by them. Although Chu Tianlu understood, he didn't explain anything to Lin Yi. After all, he was an honest person. Following the principle of not airing family shame in public, he forced a smile and led Lin Yi in. "Senior Lin, please forgive me. My grandfather is probably in closed-door training, so he didn't receive this junior's message. I've neglected you." Chu Tianlu apologized, thinking that it was good to see his grandfather. Not to mention Lin Yi's strength, just his identity as an alchemist who could refine nascent soul golden pills was a top-notch existence in the small Jianghu. It was enough to be on equal footing with the core members of the 4 great sects and 10 small clans. Chu Tianlu concluded that it was impossible for his grandfather to ignore Lin Yi's arrival. "It's fine." Lin Yi waved his hand indifferently. At his level, he wouldn't care about small things at all. Moreover, his main purpose of coming here was to make the Chu clan take the initiative to break off the engagement, so that the Yiling sect wouldn't be put in a difficult position. If he really received a warm welcome, he really wouldn't be able to open his mouth when the time came. If that idiot Chu Tianliang came back, he might be able to stir up some trouble and give Lin Yi more excuses. If he had known earlier, he would have pulled Chu Tianliang along. Just as Lin Yi was feeling regretful in his heart, he discovered through his divine sense that there were more than 10 golden core cultivators standing in a courtyard not far away. All of them looked unfriendly, and their targets seemed to be Lin Yi's group of 3. Were they trying to stir up trouble? Lin Yi was not surprised, but happy. Someone sent him a pillow just when he was dozing off. Immediately, he secretly transmitted his vital energy to Bing Wuqing. Wuqing, if anything happens later, don't do anything. Don't do anything for the time being without my orders. Bing Wuqing nodded without hesitation. As for the reason, Lin Yi's words were the reason. As long as they executed it accurately, it would be fine. As for the others who saw him nod, it didn't matter. They didn't know what it meant anyway. After a dozen steps, they passed through the eaves and entered the courtyard in front of the hall. It was the place where Lin Yi's divine sense had found someone. Chu Tianlu raised his eyes and saw the dozen or so golden core clansmen in the courtyard. He was slightly startled, wondering if they were here to welcome Senior Lin. Even though they didn't greet him directly at the main entrance, this was still a grand lineup. Almost 90% of the Chu clan's upper echelons were present. Second uncle, did you receive my message and come to welcome the honored guest? A smile appeared on Chu Tianlu's face. He quickened his steps and saluted the middle-aged man in the middle. This sinister-looking middle-aged man was Chu Tianliang's father. He was in charge of the Chu clan's finances and cultivation resources, and he was Chu Hingding. Chu Tianlu was about to introduce these clansmen to Lin Yi and let Chu Hingding know Lin Yi's identity and strength, but he was interrupted by Chu Hingding. What honored guest? These 2 juniors. Chu Hingding snorted coldly and glanced disdainfully at Lin Yi and Bing Wuqing. He couldn't see through Bing Wuqing's cultivation, but Lin Yi's strength was clearly displayed. He was only a consummate foundation building. Bing Wuqing was half a step behind Lin Yi and was following beside him. It was obvious that she wasn't as powerful as Lin Yi. No matter how powerful she was only slightly more powerful than Lin Yi. She wasn't worth his attention at all. It was Chu Tianlu's fault. His previous message simply said that there were honored guests coming and that the clan should prepare a grand welcoming ceremony. He didn't even mention Lin Yi and Bing Wuqing's identities and strength. Otherwise, Bing Wuqing's identity alone would be enough for the Chu clan to prepare a welcoming ceremony of the highest standard. Second uncle, you didn't know. Chu Tianlu hurriedly tried to explain. Even though Chu Hingding's faction didn't like him, Chu Tianlu was an honest man. He still thought about the Chu clan's overall situation. Unfortunately, Chu Hingding didn't want to listen to Chu Tianlu at all. He continued to snort coldly and interrupted, I didn't know you were so daring. Speak. Where's your conscience? Also, why did Wenshang and Xingping's soul jade tablets shatter? Did you collude with outsiders and plot against them? This was truly a case of, if you want to incriminate someone, you can always find a pretext. Only then did Lin Yi realize that Chu Hingding had been waiting for Chu Tianlu. However, it was no wonder. Chu Tianlu and Chu Tianliang had left together. Chu Wenshang and Chu Xingping were Chu Tianliang's people. Chu Tianliang also had the offensive and defensive treasures that Chu Hingding had secretly given him. No matter how one looked at it, Chu Tianlu should have died in the Taishi Island trial. However, the one who had returned was Chu Tianlu. Chu Tianliang's whereabouts were unknown, and Chu Wenshang and Chu Xingping were confirmed dead. Even if it wasn't Chu Hingding, who was bent on finding fault with them, any higher-ups in the Chu clan would probably look for Chu Tianlu at the first opportunity to find out the truth. Of course, if it was someone else, they would at least give Chu Tianlu a chance to speak. They definitely wouldn't be like Chu Hingding, who directly accused Chu Tianlu. Just as Chu Tianlu was about to speak, Chu Hingding waved his hand and said resolutely, forget it. I reckon you won't tell the truth anyway. Guards, lock up this traitor and his 2 companions first. Then, interrogate them carefully. I don't believe that you won't speak. Chu Tianlu didn't even allow him to speak. How did it become that he wouldn't speak? Lin Yi admired Chu Hingding's way of doing things. He was clearly bullying honest people. Only Chu Tianlu would do this. If Lin Yi was in Chu Tianlu's position, he would have killed him with a single slap. After Chu Hingding finished speaking, the two Chu clan members at the peak of the early gold core stage immediately unleashed their auras to the fullest. They fiercely pressed down on Chu Tianlu, Lin Yi, and Bing Wuqing. Bing Wuqing, who had received Lin Yi's warning, naturally didn't make any strange movements. Otherwise, if the Chu clan found out that she was using the aura of a gold core cultivator to deal with a nascent soul cultivator, they would probably just slit their own throats. Wouldn't that be a less painful death? Chu Tianlu wanted to remind his clansmen that of the two people who had come today, one was a genuine nascent soul cultivator, and the other was a ruthless person who could easily crush a nascent soul cultivator. They should never offend them. Unfortunately, under the pressure of two gold core cultivators at the peak of the early gold core stage, he couldn't even open his mouth. Of course, Chu Hingding wouldn't let Chu Tianlu speak. Not all of the Chu clan higher-ups present were on Chu Hingding's side. At least half of them were neutral. Although he didn't know what had happened to Chu Tianliang, since Chu Wenshang and Chu Tianlu were both dead, it was very likely that the Chu clan's treasure he had secretly given to Chu Tianliang had already been exposed to Chu Tianlu. Chapter 5471. A Genius in a Second. Remember love. We provide you with exciting novels to read. No matter what, this matter could not be made known to the neutral higher-ups. Thus, Chu Hingding had already instructed them not to give Chu Tianlu a chance to speak. Tianlu, don't resist anymore. Otherwise, you'll really be labeled a traitor. Be a good boy and come with us to the discipline hall. One of the two peak early golden core experts advised him coldly. Of course, this was just a formality. Whether Chu Tianlu resisted or not made no difference in their eyes. When Chu Tianlu saw that Lin Yi and Bing Wuqing didn't make a move to save him from his predicament, he didn't feel disappointed at all. Instead, he felt very fortunate. Otherwise, if the two of them were to fall out with each other, it would be enough to destroy the entire Chu clan. Lin Yi transmitted his voice to Chu Tianlu and Bing Wuqing without batting an eyelid. Listen to them. Let's go and see what they're up to. The current situation was still not enough for the Chu clan to voluntarily annul the marriage with the Yiling sect. Of course, Lin Yi could use his own strength and influence to intimidate the Chu clan, but that would be disadvantageous. After all, Lin Yi was in the wrong here. As long as no one provoked him, he was usually very reasonable. Of course, if others directly came knocking on his door, then Lin Yi would have nothing to worry about. Hearing Lin Yi's telepathic transmission, the two of them cooperated and allowed the two golden core experts of the Chu clan to place a restriction on their bodies that sealed their powers. Of course, such a restriction would only be effective on cultivators below the golden core stage. Bing Wuqing and Lin Yi, who were in the form of their primordial spirits, simply ignored it. Seeing that Chu Tianlu was easily restrained, Chu Hingding visibly relaxed. At the same time, a trace of ruthlessness flashed across his eyes. Whether Chu Tianliang was dead or alive, he would take this opportunity to kill Chu Tianlu. Lin Yi and the other two were escorted to the discipline hall by the two peak early golden core experts. It was actually just a small courtyard in a corner, but there was a dungeon underneath it. It was large enough to imprison cultivators, including those at the golden core stage. The two members of the Chu clan imprisoned Lin Yi and the other two in 3 separate cells. Then, without saying a word, they left the prison with cold faces. With a wave of his hand, Lin Yi used his Shen Qi to clear a clean area on the ground. Then, he casually sat down cross-legged. Chu Tianlu, who was next door, approached. Ashamed, he said to Lin Yi, "Senior Lin, I truly am sorry. It was because of this junior's matters that I implicated you. Lin Yi waved his hand indifferently and said, "It doesn't matter. Besides, I also know what's going on with Chu Tianliang and his two accomplices. Don't worry, when your family comes to interrogate you, I'll testify for you." "Thank you, Senior Lin." Chu Tianlu expressed his gratitude very sincerely. However, Lin Yi could sense that he was not thanking Lin Yi for testifying for him, but for not attacking the Chu clan with Bing Wuqing. If it were any other nascent soul-old monster, it would be impossible for them to endure such treatment from the Chu clan. However, Lin Yi and Bing Wuqing had cooperated with the Chu clan without saying a word. For Chu Tianlu, who placed the Chu clan above all else, he was naturally grateful. "Don't mention it. The people who will interrogate you are already here." Lin Yi raised his eyebrows. His divine sense had already sensed that Chu Hingding and the other two members of the Chu clan were entering the dungeon. The only difference from before was that Chu Hingding did not walk in the center this time. The one in the center was a man who was slightly older than him. It seemed that his status was higher than Chu Hingding's. When Chu Tianlu heard Lin Yi's words, he turned his head in shock. However, he did not see anyone enter the dungeon. It was clear that in terms of divine sense, Chu Tianlu was worlds apart from Lin Yi. After a while, Chu Hingding and the other two followed the winding staircase and arrived at the dungeon where Chu Tianlu and the others were imprisoned. Lin Yi and Bing Wuqing did not move. They treated the three of them as air. Only Chu Tianlu quickly turned to the side of the corridor and respectfully cupped his hands in salute. Chu Tianlu greets Great Elder and Third Elder. Although Chu Tianlu did not greet Chu Hingding this time, he still nodded as a greeting. Lin Yi was speechless at his procrastination. Since they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, why bother with such a despicable person? If it were Lin Yi, he would have either slapped him to death or completely ignored him. The cultivator at the peak of the late Golden Elixir realm was the Chu family's great elder, Chu Yunting. When he saw Chu Tianlu, he nodded slightly and said, "Tianlu, what exactly happened? Tell me, the great elder." The other late Golden Elixir realm cultivator was the third elder that Chu Tianlu had mentioned. He was also the person in charge of the Chu family's discipline hole. His dark face was expressionless. He only looked at Chu Tianlu coldly. He did not speak, nor did he move. Without waiting for Chu Tianlu to speak, Chu Hingding interrupted, "Great Elder, what else is there to ask?" Tianliang, Wenshang, and Xingping acted together, but the three of them have not returned. Only Chu Tianlu has returned. It's obvious that he colluded with outsiders to harm his brothers. This kind of person should be executed immediately. Chu Yunting frowned slightly and said, "Hingding, what exactly happened can only be concluded after an investigation. How can you sentence him so hastily? Tianlu is a direct descendant of our Chu family. It's possible that he will become the family head in the future. He just can't be allowed to become the family head." Chu Hingding sneered inwardly, but he did not back down. He retorted, "Great Elder, Chu Hingding, beg to differ. Only Chu Tianlu has returned. Who knows if what he says is true or not? In any case, Tianliang and the others haven't returned. Won't everything be decided by Chu Tianlu's mouth? The Chu family's way of doing things is truly an eye-opener." Lin Yi could not help but mock. He cast a sidelong glance at Chu Hingding disdainfully and said, "Even though I've only known him for a short while, I understand what kind of person Chu Tianlu is. Getting him to spout nonsense and lie is even harder than killing him. On the other hand, Hingding medicinal cauldron or whatnot, spouting nonsense is your ultimate skill, isn't it?" Chu Hingding glared fiercely at Lin Yi and said, "Little brat, what are you, an outsider, interrupting us for? Once we've dealt with the traitor of our Chu family, it'll naturally be your turn to settle the debt. There's no need for you to jump out and seek death in such a hurry, is there? I can't be bothered with your Chu family's matters. However, as for Chu Tianliang's matter, because I'm a witness, I'm reminding you out of goodwill. That brat should already be dead, right? However, this has nothing to do with Chu Tianlu. He was merely trapped in a secret realm during Taishi Island's training. He couldn't escape himself, so he can't blame others. If Lin Yi said he would testify for Chu Tianlu, he would definitely do as he said. Chapter 5472. A Genius in a Second. Remember love. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. However, Lin Yi reckoned that Chu Hingding wouldn't believe him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stopped Chu Tianlu from speaking. But this was fine. In any case, Lin Yi was here to stir up trouble. How could he be afraid of stirring up trouble? Chu Hingding sneered, "You and Chu Tianlu are clearly jackals of the same tribe. Do you think we'll believe your words? Tianliang's soul jade tablet hasn't even shattered yet. How could he be dead? You've clearly imprisoned him somewhere, haven't you?" Second uncle, Senior Lin speaks the truth. Chu Tianlu finally found an opportunity to speak, but he was rudely interrupted by Chu Hingding. "Shut up. What right does a shameless traitor have to speak in front of us? And you're even shamelessly calling this junior senior. He's just an ant at the great circle of foundation establishment. What kind of senior is he?" Chu Hingding roared. After lecturing Chu Tianlu, he immediately turned to Chu Yunting and said, "Great Elder, there's no need to ask any more questions. These three must have colluded with each other and colluded with each other. We can be sure just by listening to their lies." Chu Yunting furrowed his brows and said, "You can't be so arbitrary. Hingding, I know how you feel. Tianliang is your most beloved son. It's normal for you to be worried when something happened to him. After all, Tianliang is also my descendant. However, this matter concerns the heavenly road. Both sides are flesh. We have to investigate thoroughly before we can conclude the case. Great Elder, what else is there to investigate? These three are all accomplices. You're willing to listen to their lies, but I don't want to waste time. Third Elder, what do you think? Can't we just execute them?" Chu Hingding was extremely forceful. Not only did he directly reject the Great Elder's suggestion, he even dragged the Third Elder of the Discipline Hall into the water. Although the Third Elder was in charge of the Discipline Hall, he was secretly one of Chu Hingding's subordinates. That was why Chu Hingding had sent Chu Tianlu and the others into the Discipline Hall just now. Now that they were in the Discipline Hall, they were in Chu Hingding's territory. He could do whatever he wanted. He didn't believe he couldn't get the confession he wanted. The only thing that surprised Chu Hingding was that the Great Elder, Chu Yunting, had hurried over after hearing the news. The Third Elder didn't look at Chu Hingding. Instead, he looked indifferent and said expressionlessly, "Everything has to be clarified. We can't act too carelessly. But since Chu Tianliang and the others have disappeared, there are no witnesses. Chu Tianlu is the greatest suspect. Thus, Chu Tianlu's testimony isn't of Chu." Chu Hingding said. "Third Chu can't, Chu while Elder can't." Chu Hingding glanced at the Great Elder complacently and said in high spirits, "In my opinion, Chu Tianlu, the traitor, should be executed immediately. The two accomplices he colluded with should accompany him as well." Chu Yunting's expression was rather unsightly. He already knew that Chu Hingding wanted the position of family head, but he didn't expect him to be this arrogant and despotic. He didn't even care about him, the Great Elder. "Chu Hingding, we must report this matter to the family head and let him make a decision. After all, this involves two outstanding direct descendants. It can't be decided so casually." Chu Yunting felt a wave of helplessness when faced with Chu Hingding and the Third Elder. He could only bring up the family head. Speaking of which, he didn't have much of a relationship with Chu Hingding and Chu Tianlu. He was completely neutral, and the kind that didn't have any selfish motives. Protecting Chu Tianlu was for the sake of the Chu family, but if he had to fight Chu Hingding to the death just to protect Chu Tianlu, that was something he had to consider carefully. The family head is cultivating in seclusion. We can't disturb him before his birthday, so there's no need to trouble the family head with such a small matter. Otherwise, why would he need us elders? Aren't we supposed to share the family head's burdens at times like this? Chu Hingding had the upper hand, and immediately put on a righteous expression. Hee, it's rare to see such a shameless person. Wuqing, why don't you come and take a look as well? Just treat it as a monkey show. Lin Yi's face was full of mockery. He couldn't be bothered to waste time listening to this guy's pretentious nonsense. Hearing Lin Yi's call, Bing Wuqing slowly walked to the side of the fence. She stuck her head out and said, "Boss, are you talking about that old monkey? He's so ugly, how can I not look?" It was rare for this cold guy to have a sense of humor. Lin Yi laughed and said, "How can you be like this? Why are you speaking the truth blindly? He's ugly, but you don't have to insult a monkey, do you?" On the side, Chu Tianlu came to his senses and couldn't help but snicker. He was an honest man, but even a man made of clay had a temper. Chu Tianlu was quite annoyed by Chu Hingding's aggressiveness. Hearing Bing Wuqing and Lin Yi's ridicule of Chu Tianlu, he immediately felt that his anger had been vented. Chu Hingding's face turned red, and he said coldly, "You two outsiders, since you can't wait to die, I'll fulfill your wish. I'll send you to reincarnation as soon as possible." Before he finished speaking, his peak-level mid-stage golden elixir aura was immediately revealed. He raised his hands, ready to attack Lin Yi and Bing Wuqing. Chu Yunting's eyes narrowed, but he didn't open his mouth to stop them. Chu Tianlu was a direct descendant of the Chu family, and it was only right for him to protect him. As for Lin Yi and Bing Wuqing, they weren't worthy of Chu Yunting risking falling out with Chu Hingding. "Stop! That's Senior Bing Wuqing of the Snow Sword faction." Seeing that Chu Hingding was about to attack Lin Yi and Bing Wuqing, Chu Tianlu immediately paled. He obviously wasn't worried about Chu Hingding's safety, but he was afraid that Chu Hingding would anger Lin Yi and Bing Wuqing, which would bring disaster to the Chu family. The Snow Sword faction. Chu Hingding stopped in his tracks, and immediately became hesitant. In terms of power, the Snow Sword faction naturally far surpassed the Chu family, and he had also heard of Bing Wuqing's name. She was a genius disciple of the Snow Sword faction, and she was already an early-stage golden elixir expert at such a young age. One couldn't blame Chu Hingding for being ignorant and inexperienced, not knowing that Bing Wuqing had already become a nascent soul-old freak. The Chu family simply didn't have enough resources. The 4 big and 10 small clans and schools basically already knew that the Snow Sword faction had 3 nascent soul-old freaks, and that its rise was unstoppable. However, Bing Wuqing didn't go to all the other clans and schools with great fanfare, after all, so it was normal that the second-ranked clans and schools hadn't received the news yet. Chu Tianlu nodded forcefully and said, "That's right, it's Senior Bing Wuqing from the Snow Sword faction. She's a nascent soul-old ancestor of the Snow Sword faction, and she's on equal footing with grandfather. Second uncle, you mustn't neglect her." Chapter 5473. Reeks, Chu Hingding, who had been hesitant at first, immediately laughed out loud. "You traitor, you're lying without any basis. Bing Wuqing might be a genius, but who doesn't know that she's only at the early gold core stage? How laughable. If you hadn't said that, I might have been wary of the Snow Sword School. You've just overreached yourself." With that, Chu Hingding prepared to continue attacking. Since he was certain that Chu Tianlu was lying, it didn't matter even if it really was Bing Wuqing inside. At worst, he'd just push all the blame onto Chu Tianlu. Unfortunately, just as Chu Hingding was about to attack, he was stopped by Chu Yunting. Naturally, Chu Yunting would not oppose Chu Hingding for the sake of 2 nameless pawns. However, if one of them was a genius of the Snow Sword faction, the situation would be completely different. From a certain perspective, Chu Yunting and Chu Tianlu were rather similar. They were both willing to put aside their own personal gains and losses for the sake of the Chu clan. It was just that the extent to which the two of them could do so was different. Stop. Chu Hingding, are you trying to put the Chu family on the line? The Snow Sword School isn't something we can offend. Regardless of whether it's being Wuching inside or not, this matter must be handled by the family head. Chu Yunting, who had already taken a step back just now had a rather unyielding attitude. Not only that, but Chu Yunting's own peak late gold core aura also completely erupted, firmly suppressing Chu Hingding. Chu Hingding seemed to be on the verge of surpassing Chu Yunting in terms of power, but in terms of individual strength, Chu Hingding was still far inferior to Chu Yunting. Great Elder, since you're so insistent, then let's go talk to the family head. Chu Hingding's expression was dark. He wasn't as strong as Chu Yunting, so there was nothing he could do. Even though he'd acted so strongly before, he still couldn't completely fall out with Chu Yunting. If things went awry, Chu Yunting would completely fall to Chu Tianlu's side. After saying that, Chu Hingding snorted coldly and left with the third elder. Yu 1, Chu Yunting took a deep look at Chu Tianlu, Lin Yi, and Bing Wuqing. Then, he turned around and left. Things had developed to this point, and it felt like the situation was getting out of control. Hopefully, things would turn for the better after the family head stepped in. However, Chu Yunting wasn't very confident about this. Instead, he felt a faint sense of unease. As it turned out, Chu Yunting's premonition was correct. Why was Chu Hingding, who was only at the peak of the middle stage of the Gold Core realm, able to surpass Chu Yunting, the Great Elder? It was because the family head trusted Chu Hingding. Chu Hingding, who had left first, used just a few words to successfully convince the head of the Chu family, Chu Yuntian. He made Chu Yuntian believe that Chu Tianlu had colluded with outsiders to harm his own brothers and clansmen. When Chu Yunting arrived, Chu Yuntian's anger was already rising, and his face was extremely gloomy. Family head, this matter still needs to be thoroughly investigated. Chu Yunting felt helpless. Because Chu Hingding was deeply trusted by Chu Yuntian, he had been able to quickly enter and meet with the family head. On the other hand, Chu Yunting, as the Great Elder, had been obstructed and delayed for a while. As a result, he couldn't even speak firmly. Before Chu Yunting could finish speaking, Chu Yuntian waved his hand and said, "Yunting, you don't need to say anything more." Chu Tianlu, that unfilial descendant, not only colluded with outsiders to harm his own brothers, but also found someone to pretend to be a nascent soul ancestor and come to the family to swindle people. This is truly intolerable. Chu Yunting's heart skipped a beat. Originally, he had hoped that the family head would be able to turn the situation around. Now, it seemed that it would be good if he didn't add oil to the fire. For the sake of the Chu family, Chu Yunting could only brace himself and say, "Family head, let's put the matter of Heavenly Road aside for now. This matter also involves Bing Wuqing of the Snow Sword faction. In my opinion, that young man doesn't seem to be a fake, so we still need to be cautious in this matter." What Chu Yunting was implying was that, let alone the fact that the Chu family was only a small family right now, even if they managed to form a marriage alliance with the Leaf Spirit sect, they would at most become the weakest of the 10 small sections. There was no way they could compare to an established sect like the Snow Sword sect. Offending the Snow Sword sect would only bring them harm. After hearing Chu Yunting's words, Chu Yuntian calmed down a little. After a moment's thought, he said, "No matter what, Tianlu is still my grandson, a direct descendant of the Chu family. I'll just meet him once and listen to what he has to say. As for those two people, regardless of whether they are Bing Wuqing of the Snow Sword faction or not, let them come with me." Chu Hingding glared at Chu Yunting hatefully. If this old man hadn't messed things up, Chu Tianlu would have died today. But it didn't matter now. Since Chu Yuntian already had a preconceived impression of Chu Tianlu, it would probably be very difficult for him to believe Chu Tianlu's words. If Chu Yuntian didn't have such a personality, Chu Hengding wouldn't have had the opportunity to control the entire Chu family's economy. Hengding, send someone to the dungeon to bring Chu Tianlu and those two outsiders out. Bring them to my Yang Yuan Hall to see me. Chu Yuntian turned his head and gave this order, then got up and prepared to leave. This was Chu Yuntian's training room, so he naturally couldn't allow outsiders to casually enter, and the Yang Yuan Hall was the place where he received outsiders. Chu Hengding bowed and said, "Yes, family head." He didn't want Chu Tianlu to leave the underground prison so quickly. He didn't even want to send him back after a while. Yu 3, unfortunately, Chu Yuntian was the clan master, and a nascent soul-old monster at that. With Chu Yuntian's status, it was obviously impossible for him to lower himself to the dungeon. He could only send someone to bring the three of them to the Yang Yuan Hall. As for Chu Hengding himself, he definitely wouldn't leave Chu Yuntian's side. He didn't want Chu Yunting to cause trouble and ruin the situation. Chu Hengding and Chu Yunting looked at each other with unfriendly expressions when they saw Chu Yuntian leave. They didn't say anything and quietly followed Chu Yuntian to the Yang Yuan Hall. After a while, Chu Tianlu, Lin Yi, and Bing Wuqing were all escorted over. Because they were here to see the Chu family's master, Chu Hengding's subordinates didn't make things difficult for them. Grandfather. As soon as they entered the Yang Yuan Hall, Chu Tianlu took 2 steps forward and knelt down. Lin Yi shook his head inwardly. This guy was really too honest. Since you've already knelt down, you should at least cry and complain about your grievances. All you did was call him grandfather, and that was it. Those who didn't know better would think that you were feeling guilty. Chu Hengding snorted and said, "You traitor, how dare you call grandfather the family head? The matter hasn't been decided yet. How can you pin the traitor label on Tianlu?" Chu Yunting immediately stood up to refute Chu Hengding. He had already made up his mind. Since he had already offended Chu Hengding, it didn't matter if it was more or less. Chapter 54-74. Chu Yuntian raised his hand and said, "Stop arguing. You two aren't kids anymore. How improper." With that, his gaze swept past Lin Yi and Bing Wuqing, and finally landed on Chu Tianlu. He sighed softly and said, "Tianlu, tell us everything truthfully. Don't hide anything." "Yes." Chu Tianlu nodded respectfully, then straightened his body and said, "Actually, we have to start from the start of the trial on Tai Snake Island. The 4 of us teamed up to search for the divine knowledge fruit, but at the last moment, Tianliang brought Chu Wenshang and Chu Xingping to attack me. They wanted to kill me." "Liar." Chu Hengding sneered. "If the 3 of them wanted to kill you, would you be able to return alive? Forget about the 3 of them, even Chu Wenshang alone would be enough to easily dispose of you." There was one more thing Chu Hengding didn't say, and that was the offensive and defensive treasures he privately gave Chu Tianliang. Those were all top-notch weapons that belonged to the Chu family. Even without Chu Wenshang, just Chu Tianliang alone was enough to easily and happily take care of Chu Tianlu. Chu Yuntian nodded. He felt that Chu Hengding's words were very reasonable, but his attention wasn't here. After Chu Hengding finished speaking, he immediately asked, "Tianlu, did you get the divine knowledge fruit?" Lin Yi rolled his eyes. It was obvious that he was going to be sold again. As expected, Chu Tianlu hesitated and said, "Grandfather, I didn't get the divine knowledge fruit." Then he glanced at Lin Yi. There was nothing wrong with his words, but the problem was with the glance he gave Lin Yi. It wasn't that Chu Tianlu was deliberately betraying Lin Yi, but that he would subconsciously not hide it from his grandfather. Although he didn't directly say that the divine knowledge fruit was in Lin Yi's hands, that glance was enough to explain many things. Everyone present was a wily old fox, and there was no one who didn't understand what Lin Yi was implying. It wasn't just Chu Yuntian, even Chu Yunting and Chu Hengding were looking at Lin Yi with a little more passion. The consciousness fruit was a heavenly treasure that could directly raise the level of one's consciousness. The ancient minor underworld focused on the cultivation of one's consciousness and the cultivation of one's physical body. A consciousness fruit was definitely comparable to an elixir that could directly raise the level of one's strength. Chu Tianlu, you've finally revealed yourself at a time like this. Chu Hengding suddenly roared. He greatly coveted the spiritual awareness fruit, but he also knew that even if there really was one, it definitely wouldn't be his turn to enjoy it. At this time, it was more important to confirm Chu Tianlu's crime, so he had to take advantage of the situation and use the spiritual consciousness fruit to make Chu Yuntian completely give up on Chu Tianlu. You even said that Tianliang and the others wanted to kill you. It's clear that for the sake of the spiritual awareness fruit, you colluded with outsiders to harm your own brothers and clansmen. And here I was wondering what reason you had to deal with Tianliang and kill Wenshang and Xingping. So it was to kill them and steal their treasures. When Chu Hengding finished speaking, even he himself believed that this was the truth. A liar could tell a lie that they themselves believed to be the truth. Thus, deceiving others was naturally successful. This was especially true for Chu Yuntian. He already had a preconceived impression that Chu Tianlu had colluded with outsiders. Now that Chu Hengding had even found his motive, what else was there to doubt? This was especially true for the spiritual awareness fruit. If Chu Yuntian could obtain the spiritual awareness fruit, it was very likely that he would smoothly break through to the peak of the early nascent soul stage. Since he knew that the spiritual awareness fruit was most likely in Lin Yi's hands, he would not let Chu Tianlu go no matter what. Only by using Chu Tianlu's weakness could he implicate Lin Yi and even Bing Wuqing. That way, the Snow Sword School would have nothing to say. Tianlu, I didn't think that you would still refuse to tell the truth in front of me, the family leader. This old man is truly disappointed in you. Chu Yuntian's face was filled with disappointment and anger. He shook his head dispiritedly and said, since you're still not willing to tell the truth, then as the family leader, I can only use the family law and punish you in the name of righteousness. Clap, clap, clap. Lin Yi clapped again and again. His speed was not fast, but it was very clear and steady. It sounded like he was slapping Chu Yuntian's face. Life is indeed like a play, and it all depends on acting skills. I've really opened my eyes today. Lin Yi's face was full of ridicule. His gaze rested on the face of Chu Yuntian, the family leader of the Chu family, and he said indifferently, Old man, Tianlu is your grandson no matter what. If you want to deal with him, you don't have to use such fake acting skills to insult his intelligence. Just do it openly. Chu Yuntian was just about to cause trouble for Lin Yi. He did not expect that Lin Yi would directly come to him. He immediately sneered and said, Who do you think you are? How dare you be so presumptuous in front of this old man? But it doesn't matter. Since you're in cahoots with Chu Tianlu, you must have a part in the matter of Chu Tianliang and the other two. Prepare to accompany Chu Tianlu. I already said don't look for excuses. Don't look for excuses. Just do what you want to do openly. Lin Yi continued to mock him. Your clumsy acting skills really leave me speechless. Pointing at Chu Tianlu, Lin Yi continued, You didn't listen to a single word of what he said. Oh, I'm sorry, but you probably did listen to a single word, such as the divine knowledge fruit. Chu Yuntian's expression immediately turned ugly. Everything Lin Yi said was the truth. It was precisely because it was the truth that Chu Yuntian felt so uncomfortable when it was exposed. You treat Chu Tianlu's words as farts, but you treat that idiot's farts as immortal qi and breathe in all of them, right? Lin Yi casually pulled Chu Hengding into his attack range. In the end, he said mercilessly, since you've chosen to be shameless, then you might as well tear off all of your masks. Be shameless to the very end. That way, I'll have a bit of respect for you. Insolence, young one. Chu Yuntian immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. After becoming a nascent soul old monster, there were not many people in the immemorial Jianghu who had the qualifications to speak to him like this, and not to give him any face at all. He had originally wanted to cause trouble for Lin Yi and steal the divine knowledge fruit. Now, it was even more logical for him to make a move. Don't think that just because you have the Snow Sword School behind you, I won't dare to touch you. Even if Yu Taizong comes, I won't let you off today. Chu Yuntian had already made up his mind, so he no longer hesitated. He completely released his early nascent soul strength and raised his hand to grab at Lin Yi. And then, there was no then, it was not Lin Yi who made a move, but Bing Wuqing who had flashed in front of Lin Yi and shielded Lin Yi behind her. Before Lin Yi spoke, he had already sent a sound transmission to Bing Wuqing, telling her that if the other party made a move, she could directly counterattack. So, when Chu Yuntian made a move, Bing Wuqing had already reacted. Now, she did not hold back at all in carrying out Lin Yi's orders. Chapter 5475. A Nascent Soul Old Monster. Chu Yuntian's raised arm froze in the air. He stared in shock at Bing Wuqing, who had revealed her strength at the peak of the early nascent soul stage. For a moment, he didn't know how to react. It was unrealistic. There really was a nascent soul old monster. Wasn't Bing Wuqing only at the early golden core stage? What was going on? At that moment, Chu Yuntian felt as if there were 10,000 spiritual beasts galloping and howling in his heart. You're a nascent soul old monster, but you're pretending to be weak. You even allowed yourself to be thrown into the dungeon. Do you have masochistic tendencies? Or are you trying to trick people? Chu Hingding felt the same way as Chu Yuntian. He didn't expect Bing Wuqing to really be a nascent soul old monster. No, he should have, because he knew better than anyone that Chu Tianlu was basically telling the truth. It was just that he had habitually taken it as a lie. An honest man who never lied said that Bing Wuqing was a nascent soul old monster, but Chu Hingding didn't believe him. What else could he say? Lin Yi smiled faintly and shrugged at the few people who were instantly silent. Yu Taizong didn't come, but I don't think he'll come either. By the way, Patriarch Chu, what are you going to do to us? Ah, my head is so itchy, I have no choice but to scratch it. Chu Yuntian coughed dryly, forcibly withdrawing his arm that was frozen in the air. He mechanically scratched the back of his head, and then said righteously, if Yu Taizong came, he would definitely not allow you to interfere in other people's matters. Since he did not come, then there is nothing for you to do. Pfft. Lin Yi was shocked. This old man's skin was so thick that even a machine gun in the secular world couldn't penetrate it. Chu Yuntian was also sullen. He was a nascent soul old ancestor, one of the few people at the top of the immemorial Jianghu. When had he ever suffered such depression? But Bing Wuqing's strength was above his, and the Snow Sword School behind her was far stronger than the Chu family. Chu Yuntian could only swallow his anger. After calmly withdrawing his aura, Chu Yuntian smiled awkwardly and said, so, it really is an esteemed guest from the Snow Sword School. Sorry for the delay. Let's not talk about the misunderstanding earlier. Lin Yi looked at Chu Yuntian playfully, and said with a faint smile, oh, was it all a misunderstanding before? So, you also believe what Chu Tianlu said? Chu Yuntian secretly gritted his teeth and forced out a smile. This matter still needs to be properly investigated. There is no need to rush to a conclusion. Bing Wuqing's face was cold, and she said coldly, I can testify for Chu Tianlu, what he said is the truth. They didn't know Bing Wuqing's identity at first, or even if they did, they just thought that she was a junior at the beginning stage of the Golden Elixir realm. As for testifying, of course, it was up to Chu Yuntian and the others to believe whatever they wanted. But now, it was completely different. Bing Wuqing was also a nascent soul old monster, and her strength could only be higher than Chu Yuntian's. Her status was also extremely noble. If she said she could testify for Chu Tianlu, Chu Hengding wouldn't dare to say a word against her. Even Chu Yuntian would have to think it over carefully. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Bing. I will naturally take care of this matter. Chu Yuntian's expression was a little unsightly. He narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, speaking of which, the Snow Sword School really has a good reputation. Your school has always been independent, and has never interacted with other schools. That's why we, the Chu family, haven't received any news of fellow Daoist Bing's advancement to the nascent soul realm. What he meant was that the Snow Sword School usually didn't have the habit of meddling in the affairs of other families or schools. Although Bing Wuqing was a nascent soul old monster, it was best that she didn't come to the Chu family and tell them what to do. After all, Chu Yuntian was also a nascent soul old monster. It was absolutely impossible for him to submit to Bing Wuqing just like that and listen to her from then on. By the way, which Snow Sword School are you from? I've heard a lot about fellow Daoist Bing, but I've never heard of you before. Chu Yuntian didn't want to dwell on the topic just now, so he changed the topic and asked about Lin Yi. With Bing Wuqing's strength and status, Chu Yuntian definitely wouldn't have any other thoughts if the spirit knowledge fruit was in her hands. However, judging from Chu Tianlu's behavior, the spirit knowledge fruit seemed to be in Lin Yi's hands. So, Chu Yuntian still had some thoughts, and was prepared to find out more about Lin Yi before making a decision based on the situation. I'm not from the Snow Sword School. Lin Yi smiled and shrugged. His expression didn't show the slightest bit of respect for the Snow Sword School. This made Chu Yuntian secretly happy, thinking that he might really get the spirit knowledge fruit. So you're not from the Snow Sword School, little friend. But looking at your heroic appearance, you must be from a famous sect, right? Chu Yuntian continued to put on a gentle smile. If Lin Yi really was a nobody with no background, even if he had been Wuqing as a friend, Chu Yuntian wouldn't have anything to fear. Besides, from Chu Yuntian's point of view, Bing Wuqing probably just happened to be there. Otherwise, how could a dignified nascent soul old monster like him befriend an ant who had perfected the foundation establishment stage? Old man, you're going around in circles, aren't you just trying to pry into my background and see if you can snatch the spirit knowledge fruit from me? Why don't you just say it? Why are you wasting so much effort? Lin Yi's expression was full of sarcasm. He was here to stir up trouble. If Chu Yuntian were to admit defeat after seeing Bing Wuqing's strength, it would go against his original intention. Chu Yuntian's face darkened. He was a dignified nascent soul old monster, and the Chu family master was speaking so politely to him that anyone who came would give him some face. But why was this brat so unpredictable? He didn't even think about it. Since Lin Yi had already mocked and ridiculed him before, how could he suddenly be nice to him now? Not to mention that Chu Yuntian was still unwilling to let go of the matter regarding Chu Tianlu. Even if Lin Yi wasn't here to stir up trouble, he would definitely not be nice to him. At the side, Chu Tianlu really didn't want the relationship between Lin Yi and the Chu family to deteriorate. He could only interrupt weakly, "Grandfather, Senior Lin is from the Blue Clouds sect of the North Island." Chu Yuntian's heart thumped again. The Blue Clouds sect of the North Island was also in existence that the Chu family didn't dare to provoke, especially when the Blue Clouds sect, Rising Sky sect, and Xuanji sect were all on the same side. Even the Snow Sword School probably wouldn't dare to go against them easily. No wonder Bing Wuqing would hang out with this brat named Lin. It turned out that their backgrounds were about the same. But the Snow Sword School and the Blue Cloud sect didn't seem to be on good terms. Could they have some secret agreement? Chapter 5476. Reeks, Chu Yuntian thought a little too much for a moment, but he immediately withdrew his thoughts. Since he knew that Lin Yi was not a simple person, then he could not take the spirit knowledge fruit by force. Ha ha ha, so you are a disciple of the Blue Cloud sect in the North Island. Ha ha ha, so you're a disciple of the Northern Island's Blue Cloud sect. My Chu family is truly honored to have fellow Bing from the Snow Sword faction and fellow Lin from the Blue Cloud sect. I'm so happy. It just so happens that in a few days, it'll be my birthday. Why don't the two of you do me the honor of temporarily staying in our Chu family for a few days? When the time comes, you can attend my birthday banquet together. Chu Yuntian was becoming more and more adept at changing his expression. When he spoke, it was as if he were talking to two old friends. Remembering that Lin Yi and Bing Wuqing were standing up for Chu Tianlu, Chu Yuntian did not wait for them to answer, but turned to Chu Tianlu and said, Tianlu, about Tianliang, I'll investigate carefully. If you really have nothing to do with it, I won't wrongly accuse you. You don't have to go to the dungeon for the time being. Take good care of your two distinguished guests. Lin Yi smiled coldly in his heart. This old man obviously didn't believe Chu Tianlu, otherwise he wouldn't be calling him old man all the time. Normally speaking to Chu Tianlu, he'd be calling himself grandpa, right? Bing Wuqing did not respond to Chu Yuntian's invitation. She just stood there expressionlessly. Anyway, she was only here to accompany Lin Yi. What to do next was up to Lin Yi. Lin Yi thought that this was not the best time to bring up Duan Miyu's marriage, so he nodded indifferently and said, then let's do it this way. Tianlu, let's go. Help us settle down first. Before Chu Tianlu could speak, Chu Yuntian laughed dryly and raised his hand. By the way, fellow Lin, did you get the spirit knowledge fruit in the end? So what? Lin Yi did not deny it. There was no point in denying it. With Chu Tianlu by his side, as long as Chu Yuntian asked him, he would definitely say it, and perhaps even more. Yu 1, little friend Lin, look, the spiritual knowledge fruit is a treasure of heaven and earth. It would be too wasteful for you to use it at your current level. How about this old man exchange it with a golden core? It would be much better than using the spiritual knowledge fruit to improve your cultivation. Of course, a gold core may not be as valuable as a spiritual knowledge fruit. How about this? This old man will add some other heavenly materials and earthly treasures. If you need spirit jades, what do you think? In order to obtain the spiritual knowledge fruit, Chu Yuntian was willing to sacrifice his old face. With Bing Wuqing around, in addition to Lin Yi's background in the Azure Cloud sect, Chu Yuntian had already given up on the idea of snatching it by force. However, he still did not give up, and wanted to use some things to exchange for the consciousness fruit. However, he did not consider that if he obtained the consciousness fruit, and someone else used the same conditions to exchange for it, would he trade it away? Lin Yi looked at Chu Yuntian like he was looking at an idiot, then took out a spiritual knowledge fruit, tossed it up and down a few times, and said, do you think it's a waste for me to use a spiritual knowledge fruit now? Chu Yuntian did not know what Lin Yi meant, and could only bite the bullet and nod. Well, if you put it that way, it's quite a waste. Lin Yi looked very agreeable, which made Chu Yuntian secretly happy, thinking that there was a chance for this exchange. Then, Chu Yuntian saw Lin Yi put the spiritual knowledge fruit to his mouth, and took a big bite. As he ate, he said vaguely, it's crispy, so delicious, why do you care if it's a waste or not? Chu Yuntian almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Fuck, that was a spiritual knowledge fruit, and you just ate it like a rotten apple. Forget about fasting and bathing, you should at least take it seriously, right? After eating it, you will level up, don't you need to go into seclusion? If it were someone else, Chu Yuntian's thoughts would not be wrong, but Lin Yi really ate the spiritual knowledge fruit like it was an apple, and it was fine. The spiritual knowledge fruit's medicinal properties were very gentle to begin with, and it was far from the overbearing tempering effect of the spiritual knowledge grass root. If it were the spiritual knowledge grass root, Lin Yi would not dare to eat it so casually. As for leveling up, there were still 9 cancerous spiritual knowledge tumors in Lin Yi's primordial spirit that had not been removed. Before that, the spiritual knowledge fruit would not allow Lin Yi to level up, so there was no need to go into seclusion. As Lin Yi gnawed on the spiritual knowledge fruit, he called for Bing Wuqing and Chu Tianlu to leave. As for Chu Yuntian and the others, he could not be bothered with them. Bing Wuching was originally as cold as ice, so when Lin Yi acted like this, she followed suit and turned to leave. Chu Tianlu, however, did not dare to do what Lin Yi and the others did. He respectfully bowed to Chu Yuntian and the others one by one, then took his leave. Once the three of them left, Chu Hingding let out a long sigh. He immediately jumped out and fanned the flames. Family head, you can't possibly believe Chu Tianlu just like that, right? There's something strange about this. Chu Hingding, what else do you want? The family head has already said that he'll investigate this matter. Chu Yunting glared at Chu Hingding. Although the development of the situation had exceeded his expectations, it was still a good sign. He didn't want any unforeseen events to occur because of Chu Hingding. Yu 3, Chu Yuntian was suppressing the anger in his heart. He immediately growled, "Don't be noisy. Don't you think this old man is annoying enough?" Chu Hingding understood that Chu Yuntian was extremely dissatisfied with Lin Yi and the others, especially since Lin Yi had eaten the spiritual knowledge fruit he coveted right in front of him. If it weren't for the fact that he was worried about the Blue Cloud sect and Bing Wuching, Chu Yuntian might even have thought of killing Lin Yi. Thus, the situation was still in Chu Hingding's favor. Taking advantage of Chu Yunting's silence after being yelled at, Chu Hingding continued, "Family head, I'm not trying to cause trouble. Chu Tianlu is indeed suspicious. Think about it, if he already knew Bing Wuching and Lin Yi from the Blue Cloud sect, why didn't he mention them before? If he had said that we had these two powerful reinforcements, our Chu family wouldn't have to rely on marriage to obtain the right to enter the 10 small families." Chu Hingding was right. It wasn't just Chu Yuntian, even Chu Yunting couldn't refute him. If the Chu family could use these two to form a connection with the Snow Sword sect and the Blue Cloud sect, it would be many times more effective than the already declining Leaf Spirit sect. If Chu Tianlu hadn't used these connections, it wouldn't have mattered. But after the trial ended, Tianliang went missing, when Shang and Xingping died, and he brought Bing Wuching and Lin Yi back with him. Family head, why don't you tell me what Chu Tianlu is trying to do? Chu Hingding saw that Chu Yuntian had listened to him, so he continued to analyze the situation sincerely. Before Chu Yuntian and Chu Yunting could figure out what Chu Tianlu was trying to do, Chu Hingding raised his voice by an octave and swung his fist fiercely. Chu Tianlu is trying to force the Chu family to abdicate. Don't be fooled by that brat acting like an honest person all this time. You can see now that he's a wolf with wild ambitions. Tianliang is the only one among the younger generation who can be more outstanding than him, so Chu Tianlu is secretly plotting to take advantage of this trial to bring people to harm Tianliang, then use Bing Wuching and Lin Yi's influence to force the family head to acknowledge his position as the Chu family successor. Chapter 5477. Genius 1 second. Remember the web, providing you with wonderful novels to read. After saying this, Chu Hingding felt that he was awesome. He was actually able to deduce the truth so perfectly. If he had been to the secular world, he might have even pretentiously added, "There is only one truth." Chu Yuntian had already believed Chu Hingding's words before. Now, he was even more convinced. Even Chu Yunting was silent. He didn't know how to refute Chu Hingding's words. "Hingding, take good care of the two guests for the next few days. Don't give them any excuse to act up. As for Chu Tianlu, let him move freely for the time being. However, someone must secretly monitor his actions at all times. When the two of them leave the Chu clan, we will settle the score with this unfilial descendant." Chu Yuntian made the decision with a gloomy face. Chu Hingding was naturally overjoyed, and Chu Yunting couldn't raise any objections. After all, the decision was made by the clan master. He couldn't object. Chu Tianlu didn't know that he had been labeled as a traitor by the Chu clan. He was still very happy to thank Lin Yi and Bing Wuching. This time, it's all thanks to Senior Lin and Senior Bing's help. Otherwise, this junior would really be misunderstood by the clan. Lin Yi shook his head inwardly. This poor child was really naive. The group of people led by Chu Hingding had never misunderstood him. When it came to arranging guests, there would naturally be servants. Chu Tianlu was just accompanying them. Under the guidance of the Chu clan's disciples, Lin Yi and Bing Wuqing were arranged to stay in a separate courtyard. The environment was very quiet and elegant. Obviously, it wasn't a place where ordinary guests could stay. Seniors, this is the guest room of the Chu clan for receiving distinguished guests. If you need anything, you can ask the servants to do it at any time. Chu Tianlu and Lin Yi were already quite familiar with each other, but they still maintained enough respect when they spoke. Lin Yi nodded indifferently and said, "This place is not bad. Anyway, we're only staying here for a few days. You don't have to worry about it." After pausing for a moment, Lin Yi took out the crab's niden and handed it to Chu Tianlu. "This niden is for you. Prepare the pill formulas and send them to me. This is what we agreed on before. Is there a problem?" Chu Tianlu was overjoyed. He immediately stretched out his hands and carefully received the core. "Of course, there's no problem. Senior Lin, this is a great help to this junior. With this nascent soul stage sea beast core, this junior's grandfather will have the opportunity to refine a nascent soul golden core and break through his current realm. Perhaps the matter that was targeting this junior will be completely resolved. It's good that there's no problem. Hurry up and get this done." Lin Yi waved his hand, indicating that Chu Tianlu could leave. "Yes, Senior Lin and Senior Bing. Rest well. This junior will take his leave first. The pill formula will be sent over soon." Chu Tianlu held the inner core and bowed respectfully. Then, he happily went to look for the pill formula. After Chu Tianlu left, Bing Wuqing shook her head and said, "Boss, if you want these pill formulas, I can think of a way to get them. After all, in the ancient world, the precious things are the ingredients and alchemists for refining pills. As for these pill formulas, they're not that rare." So you're saying that there's no need for me to give the niden to Chu Tianlu?" Lin Yi turned to look at Bing Wuqing and asked with a smile. A rare smile appeared on Bing Wuqing's expressionless face. "No, what I'm saying is that if boss really wants these pill formulas, I can think of a way to get them. As for Chu Tianlu, let's not hold too much hope. When we were on the island, I still had some hope for Chu Tianlu. But with the current situation, it's not very likely that he'll be able to get the pill formulas. However, this is exactly what I want." Lin Yi shrugged and turned to walk back to his room. "You should rest as well. Let's wait and see what the niden will bring us in the end." "Yes, Boss Lin Yi," Bing Wuqing replied. After a moment of silence, she showed an understanding expression. After Lin Yi entered his room, she walked into the room next to Lin Yi's and began to cultivate cross-legged. After about 20 minutes, Chu Tianlu returned to Lin Yi and Bing Wuqing's small courtyard. He paced back and forth in front of Lin Yi's door, but he didn't go up and knock. Lin Yi already knew that Chu Tianlu was coming, so he didn't make him wait. He opened the door and said, "I'm done. Senior Lin, I'm too useless. I couldn't get the pill formulas you wanted." Chu Tianlu lowered his head and cupped his hands in shame. "It's fine if you couldn't get them. Is it because your family doesn't have the pill formulas?" In reality, Lin Yi already knew this result. With Chu Tianlu's current awkward position in the Chu clan, it would be strange if he could get the pill formulas. Exchanging the niden of a nascent soul stage sea beast for the pill formulas wasn't important for the pill formulas, but for the niden. Lin Yi already knew that with Chu Tianlu's current status, it would be impossible for him to get the pill formulas. However, the Chu clan definitely wouldn't give up on the niden of a nascent soul stage sea beast. Especially when the niden was in Chu Tianlu's hands. As expected, Chu Tianlu's next words confirmed Lin Yi's guess. The pill formulas should be there, but Chu Hingding wasn't willing to give them to me. Not only that, he even snatched your Niden away. He said that his youngest son, Chu Tianhao, bought it and prepared it as a birthday gift for his grandfather. You directly took the Niden to Chu Hingding to get the pill formulas. Lin Yi was completely speechless. He had planned for Chu Tianlu to take out the Niden to attract the attention of the people in the Chu clan. He didn't think that this guy would be so honest and directly go to Chu Hingding to exchange for the Niden. Don't you know that Chu Hingding has already shed all pretense of cordiality with you? Don't talk about accepting the Niden that was sent to him. It's already very kind of Chu Hingding to not accuse you of stealing and kill you. To be honest, if Chu Yintian didn't say that he would temporarily let Chu Tianlu stay to entertain Lin Yi and Chu Wuyo, Chu Hingding might really have taken the opportunity to teach Chu Tianlu a lesson. However, this wasn't something that Lin Yi could have predicted. Chu Tianlu thought about it now and realized that he had indeed done something stupid. After hearing Lin Yi's question, he said shyly, Chu Hingding is in charge of all the finances and resources of the Chu clan. If I want to exchange, I can only go to him. So I just sent myself to him to be snatched away. Lin Yi rubbed his forehead helplessly. Although this was originally his plan, and the results of Chu Tianlu's actions this time were much better than he expected, Lin Yi really didn't know what to say about Chu Tianlu's character. To be continued. Chapter 5478. Genius 1 second. Remember the net, providing you with interesting novels to read. How did this guy grow up under the covetous eyes of Chu Hingding and his son? How did he even participate in the trials alive and well? Senior Lin Yi, although the inner core has been stolen, I will definitely find a way to get the pill formula back for you. If I can't do it, I'd rather die as an apology. Chu Tianlu felt that he really owed Lin Yi too much, so he swore fiercely. Lin Yi waved his hand and said, It's not that serious, it's just an inner core. Didn't you say that Chu Hingding wanted his son to give it to Chu Yunqing as a birthday gift? I'll just get it back then. Since Chu Hingding dared to steal Lin Yi's things, he naturally had a set of excuses. For example, he could say that Lin Yi's inner core was stolen by Chu Tianlu. However, would Lin Yi care about these excuses? After thinking about it, Lin Yi still said a few more words to prevent Chu Tianlu from going into a dead end. You really don't have to worry about it, I'll take care of this matter. Keep a low profile these few days and don't provoke Chu Hingding and his people. Wait until your grandfather's birthday. Chu Tianlu said solemnly, Thank you for your advice, Senior Lin. I understand. After all, Chu Tianlu was just being honest, not stupid. He could still understand Lin Yi's meaning. After feeling the fall of his status and the malice of Chu Hingding's people, he also knew that he had to keep a low profile to protect himself. Everything would be revealed in a few days at Chu Yunqing's birthday. On the day of Chu Yunqian's birthday, the Chu family was decorated with lanterns and streamers. Lin Yi and Bing Wuqing also received an invitation early on. Accompanied by Chu Tianlu, they went to the Chu family's guest hall. At this time, there were already many guests in the guest hall. Before they entered, they could hear Chu Yunqian's hearty laughter. Obviously, he was in a good mood. Let's sit by the door. It'll be quieter. Lin Yi didn't want to join in the fun, so he said lightly. Bing Wuqing completely followed Lin Yi's lead, so she naturally didn't have any objections. Chu Tianlu had been used to keeping a low profile for the past few days, so he didn't think it was inappropriate. So, the three of them entered the room and sat down in an empty corner. From this position, he could have a panoramic view of everything in the hall without attracting attention. For Lin Yi, this was very ideal. Most of the cultivators in the hall were focused on Chu Yuntian. As for the three people in the corner, they didn't care at all. As long as they had some status, they would be invited to sit next to Chu Yuntian. Those who sat in the corner were mostly younger disciples. With the age of Lin Yi and the other two, there wasn't anything out of the ordinary. Your Chu family's face isn't small. There are quite a few sects that have come to congratulate you. Lin Yi casually swept his gaze over them and lightly smiled. Just the nascent soul eccentrics, there are almost 10. I presume your Chu family won't have any problems becoming one of the 10 minor sects this time. Many thanks for Senior Lin's auspicious words. Chu Tianlu hastily cupped his fists and bowed in thanks. For someone like him who was always thinking about the Chu family, there was nothing happier than hearing that the Chu family would prosper. Lin Yi waved his hand and didn't say anything. His gaze fell on the two people beside Chu Yuntian. The Leaf Spirit sect master was Yi Qingqing. As for the melancholy beauty standing beside him, wasn't that Duanmuyu? He hadn't expected Duanmuyu to also come to the Chu family. Lin Yi faintly smiled. Thinking about it, it was normal. Since the Leaf Spirit sect was preparing to have a marriage alliance with the Chu family, then the main character of the marriage alliance, Duanmuyu, had to come to Chu Yuntian's birthday celebration. Lin Yi looked at Duanmuyu and then at Chu Yuntian. This was also good. He would thoroughly resolve this matter today. Bing Wuqing also seemed to see some problems. Lin Yi, Duanmuyu seems a bit off. Do you want to go take a look? Bing Wuqing knew about Lin Yi and Duanmuyu's relationship. So when she saw Duanmuyu, she subconsciously carefully observed her. She found that her eyes were empty, without any expression. It's fine. She's just too worried. Lin Yi didn't mind. There was nothing wrong with Duanmuyu. Otherwise, she wouldn't have such a melancholy aura. Although he knew Duanmuyu was fine, Lin Yi inexplicably felt a bit of heartache when he saw her like this. Bing Wuqing looked at Duanmuyu again and didn't say anything else. As time passed, more or less all the guests had arrived. Those who had come from far away had basically arrived a day or so earlier. So Lin Yi's group of 3 was quickly filled with young cultivators. After Chu Yuntian stood up and said a few words of thanks, the formal banquet began. The delicacies that had been prepared long ago were brought up like flowing water. However, Lin Yi's group of 3 only tasted a little. They chatted idly with the people next to them. After 3 rounds of wine, the Chu clan's juniors began to present their birthday gifts. This was a necessary part of a birthday banquet. The meaning was to let others see the prosperity of a clan. Grandpa Patriarch, I wish you happiness as great as the East Sea and longevity as long as the South Mountain. The first to come out was a 3rd-generation junior from the Chu clan's side branch. In terms of seniority, he could be considered Chu Yuntian's grandson. What this side branch junior presented was a formation diagram hand-drawn by a famous master. Although it was a simple formation diagram, it was still a pretty good item. It barely qualified as the first birthday gift. Chu Yuntian nodded with a smile. It was hard to tell whether he was satisfied or not. Chu Hengding, who was standing beside him, took the formation diagram and put it aside. Lin Yi frowned slightly and said, "Why do I feel that Chu Hengding's aura is a little unstable? Did that old guy break through in the past 2 days?" "I didn't hear that." Chu Tianlu raised his head and looked at Chu Hengding strangely. He shook his head and said, he should have been busy with Grandpa's birthday banquet these past few days. How could he have had time to go into seclusion to break through? With Chu Tianlu's level, whether Chu Hengding had broken through or not, he wouldn't be able to tell. However, what he said made sense. Chu Hengding had been busy preparing for the birthday banquet these past few days. He really shouldn't have had time to go into seclusion to break through, unless he was like Bing Wuqing and had the support of a tycoon like Lin Yi, who gave away pills like candy. Bing Wuqing also looked at Chu Hengding carefully. Then, she shook her head slightly at Lin Yi, indicating that he couldn't see anything strange either. Lin Yi shrugged and said indifferently, "Maybe I saw wrongly." "Forget it, there's no need to pay too much attention to such a small character." Chu Tianlu sweated slightly. Only a ruthless person like Lin Yi could call Chu Hingding, who was at the peak of the middle stage of the Aurous core realm, a small character. In any sect or family, the peak of the middle stage of the Aurous core realm was considered a high-level battle force. To be continued. Chapter 54-79. In the time it took to say a few words, a few more descendants from the side branches presented their gifts. They weren't too valuable, and could only be said to be average. Chu Yuntian maintained his smile. Lin Yi suddenly turned to ask Chu Tianlu, "What gift did you prepare? Although this old man doesn't really like you, he's still your grandfather." Chu Tianlu felt extremely awkward when Lin Yi called his grandfather "old man" to his face. He could only pretend that he didn't hear it. He lowered his head and said, "I originally wanted to use the inner core as a gift, but after Chu Hingding snatched it away, I could only think of other ways. To be honest, the things I've prepared now are only about the same as what my cousins just gave me." With Chu Tianlu's identity as a direct descendant, it was already very degrading for him to give something about the same as a descendant from the side branches. Lin Yi chuckled and said, "Then don't give it to me. Otherwise, your grandfather will be angry at you again." Without waiting for Chu Tianlu to speak, Lin Yi raised his chin in Chu Hingding's direction and said, "You should go and get the inner core back in a while. Since you prepared it, why should that old man benefit from it? Am I right?" Chu Tianlu said solemnly, "Senior Lin is right. Besides, the inner core still belongs to you. Before I give you the pill recipe, the inner core can't be considered mine. Don't worry, Senior Lin. I'm going to throw caution to the wind today. I'll definitely get the inner core back." Lin Yi smiled faintly. He thought, if you can successfully get the inner core back, the sun will definitely rise from the west. No matter what, it was time to retract the clues he'd planted earlier. If everything went smoothly, not only would Chu Tianlu be able to wash away his grievances and regain his rightful position, he could also destroy Duanmuyu's marriage alliance. After a short while, Chu Hingding's youngest son, Chu Tianhao, appeared with an antique purple-red wooden box. He held his head high and chest out. "Grandson Chu Tianhao wishes Grandpa a long and boundless life and eternal happiness. This is a small token grandson has prepared for Grandpa. I hope Grandpa will like it." Chu Tianhao had an obedient look on his face. After he finished speaking, he firmly kowtowed 3 times. This was much more sincere than the branch family members from before. Chu Yuntian immediately laughed and said, "Good, good, good. You really are my good grandson. Hurry up and get up. Next time, don't knock so hard. Did it hurt?" Grandson's childish affection towards grandfather cannot be expressed without a heavy kowtow. I ask grandfather to understand this. Chu Tianhao's face was serious, as if he was speaking the truth. A cultivator at the peak of the late foundation establishment stage kowtowed 3 times and didn't even make a crack on the bricks on the ground. He actually has the nerve to say it's heavy. Duanmuyu, who was at the side, suddenly curled his lips and muttered. It just so happened that she was muttering right after Chu Tianhao finished speaking. Everyone in the hall was silent, waiting to see what Chu Tianhao would give Chu Yuntian. Thus, Duanmuyu's whisper was just loud enough for everyone to hear. After all, they were all cultivators, and having good hearing and sight was a basic quality. Chu Tianhao's pretty face immediately flushed red. He knew Duanmuyu, and as long as he could gain Chu Yuntian's favor, he was completely confident in marrying this beautiful woman. However, he hadn't expected that this woman he had coveted for so long would suddenly say something so sarcastic. It really put him on the spot. Chu Yuntian's smile also froze. Fortunately, Yi Qingqing reacted quickly and immediately scolded, "Duanmuyu, what nonsense are you spouting? Hurry up and apologize to Senior Chu and young Master Tianhao." Duanmuyu snorted softly, her face full of reluctance. With her personality, she wouldn't do anything rude. However, when she thought about the possibility of marrying this pretty boy, Lin Yi's figure suddenly flashed through her mind. Thus, for some reason, she couldn't help but stab Chu Tianhao. With Yi Qingqing's excuse, Chu Yuntian immediately laughed and waved his hand. It's fine, it's fine. Sect Master Yi, don't be too serious. It's normal for young people to like to joke around. As old people, can't we see our descendants playing around in front of us? The implication was that he had already regarded Duan Muyu as his own descendant. As for her rudeness, he wouldn't pursue it any further. Yi Qingqing smiled knowingly. Senior Chu is indeed broad-minded. It's admirable. Oh right, young Master Tianhao's birthday gift seems to be an extremely precious treasure. Hurry up and let us broaden our horizons. These two were both wily old foxes. With just a few words, they smoothed out the sudden situation. Yi Qingqing complimented and then took the opportunity to shift the topic to Chu Tianhao. There was no trace of deliberate intent. Chu Tianhao kindly said, "This little girl dares to not give me face. Wait until I marry her and see how I'll deal with her." Hearing Yi Qingqing mention his gift, Chu Tianhao hurriedly put away the petty thoughts in his heart. Full of energy, he held the purple-red wooden box in a position parallel to his forehead. "Grandpa, this is the inner core of a nascent soul stage sea beast that I've collected with great effort. I hope it can help Grandpa refine a nascent soul golden core and reach a higher level." Chu Tianhao said proudly and slowly opened the purple-red wooden box. A touch of faint blue light rose from the wooden box, and waves of pure spiritual power faintly emitted from the wooden box. There was a sudden gasp in the hall. There were many nascent soul stage old monsters present. This nascent soul stage sea beast's inner core was absolutely attractive to them. Chu Yuntian was also surprised and happy. He was happy that Chu Tianhao was able to find a nascent soul stage sea beast's inner core. Moreover, this inner core was the size of 2 fists. If it was used to refine a nascent soul golden core, it could be divided into at least 3 portions. If he found an alchemist to refine the inner core, 3 portions of materials could basically guarantee a pill. But he was surprised that Chu Tianhao actually took out a nascent soul stage sea beast's inner core. Didn't he know that there were more than 10 nascent soul stage old monsters here? Didn't he know that an ordinary man's wealth would cause him to get into trouble? Didn't he know that he was only the weakest early nascent soul stage? If someone tried to rob him, who would help him keep the inner core? Feeling the greedy gazes of the surrounding nascent soul stage old monsters, Chu Yuntian wished he could immediately put away the inner core. However, under the watchful eyes of so many people, doing so was a bit too unsightly. Moreover, what he wanted to see had already been seen, so there was no point in putting it away. "Grandpa, he's lying. This inner core was prepared by me for Grandpa." Just as Chu Yuntian was struggling between joy and worry in his heart, Chu Tianlu appeared out of nowhere and stood next to Chu Tianhao, glaring at him. To be continued. Chapter 5480. Chu Tianhao was startled, but his old man, Chu Hengding, had already warned him that Chu Tianlu might jump out to fight for it, so he was relatively calm right now. Sweeping a disdainful glance at Chu Tianlu at his side, Chu Tianhao said proudly, "Oh, I was wondering who it was. Isn't this my traitorous cousin? How did he kill my older brother? Now, you still want to steal the inner alchemy I prepared for my grandfather? You're spouting nonsense." The word traitor immediately provoked Chu Tianlu. His face instantly flushed red, and it was obvious just how agitated he was. After all, to someone who wholeheartedly cared about the clan, the reputation of a traitor was far too heavy. "I'm spouting nonsense. Is it me who's spouting nonsense, or is it you who's running amok? You and I both know." Chu Tianhao's face was full of righteousness, which really made others feel that there was something wrong with Chu Tianlu. Only they, the people involved, truly knew who was spouting nonsense. "Grandfather, this Niden really was something I obtained from two seniors. I was going to offer it to you as a birthday gift, but it was stolen by second uncle. Chu Tianlu didn't want to argue with Chu Tianhao, so he knelt straight in front of Chu Yuntian and spoke with a face full of grief and indignation. Lin Yi shook his head in secret. This kid really was stubborn. What was the point of doing this? However, Lin Yi already knew that there was no point in Chu Tianlu going out. He was only stirring up this pretext. Chu Hengding snorted coldly and said, "What a joke. Let's not talk about whether or not I would steal something from a junior like you. Tell me, what did you use to exchange for such a precious nascent soul sea beast Niden? Since you exchanged it, how could it have been stolen by me? Since it was stolen by me, why didn't you complain to the family head earlier? Why do you have to come out now and cause trouble?" It had to be said that Chu Hengding's words were quite incisive. The people around him couldn't help but nod. 8 out of 10 people believed that Chu Tianlu was just pestering them endlessly. There were also 2 people who just wanted to watch the show and didn't want things to get out of hand. They wanted nothing more than for Chu Tianlu to continue retorting. It would be best if the Chu clan directly had internal strife. That would be interesting. Chu Tianlu straightened his neck and said angrily, "Senior Lin handed the inner core to me first so that I could serve as proof and go to your place to exchange for a few pill recipes. In the end, not only did you seize my inner core, you didn't even give me a single pill recipe. Grandfather has been deceived by you these past few days. Even if I went to look for grandfather, it would definitely be obstructed by you. Ridiculous. I can tell that you're lying just by listening to your nonsense." Chu Hengding's face was full of disdain. He retorted mercilessly, "One moment, you said that Senior Lin's inner core was only for you to use as proof, and the next moment, you said that it was yours. You even said that for the sake of a few pill recipes, someone actually used a nascent soul inner core to exchange for pill recipes. And you actually dared to say that the family head was deceived by me. Is the family head really that muddle-headed in your eyes?" Seeing Chu Yuntian's face slowly darken, Chu Hengding was inwardly pleased. He deeply felt that he crushed Chu Tianlu in terms of intelligence. That was absolute power. Chu Tianlu grew anxious and blurted out, "Then what did you use to exchange for the inner core?" Chu Tianhao chuckled and said, "Traitor cousin, don't worry. The things my father and I used to exchange are definitely more valuable than the few pill recipes you spoke of. But you don't need to know about it." "Nonsense. Do you have any proof? This is clearly the inner core that you stole from me. I don't believe that you can find someone to exchange it for." Chu Tianlu felt his blood boil. His words were completely blurted out, and he didn't know whether or not they made sense. Chu Tianlu didn't consider that Chu Hengding was the person who controlled the entire Chu family's finances. How hard could it be to find a merchant association to admit that they sold the inner core to Chu Hengding? As expected, Chu Hengding had already prepared an excuse. With a condescending attitude, he laughed disdainfully and said, "Of course I can prove where the inner core came from. But you, how can you prove everything you've said? Or perhaps, that Senior Lin of yours really did give you an inner core to exchange for something, but in the end, you took it for yourself and then framed us." Lin Yi laughed coldly. Sure enough, Chu Hengding was making a false accusation. He was probably trying to shut Lin Yi up. After all, Lin Yi did have some sort of background. Chu Tianlu was immediately speechless. If he wanted to prove where the inner core came from, he could only ask Lin Yi to step forward. But even if Lin Yi stepped forward, there was no proof that the inner core belonged to him. Since that was the case, dragging Lin Yi into this seemed to be meaningless. Chu Tianlu clenched his teeth and thought to himself, "I might as well take this on by myself." Suddenly, a bundle flew to Chu Tianlu's side. A sharp blade could be seen at the edge of the bundle. Then, Lin Yi sent him a sound transmission. "Use this to prove that the inner core is ours. When these things are placed together with the inner core, there will be a weak resonance. Chu Tianlu was immediately overjoyed. He immediately opened the bundle. It was the materials from the sea crab corpse that he had personally dissected. There was only a claw tip and a small piece of shell in the bundle, but it was enough to prove where the inner core came from. However, Chu Tianlu was a little puzzled. When did Lin Yi bring these things with him? When he returned to the Chu clan that day, these materials were all on Chu Tianlu's flying spirit beast. He did not have time to retrieve them, and they were then locked up. When Chu Tianlu regained his freedom, he went to look for these things again, but they were already nowhere to be found. No one knew where they had gone. All the materials were piled up. After all, it was a small mountain as tall as 2 people. Chu Tianlu even suspected that Chu Hingding had taken it for himself, but he had no way to verify it. In reality, Lin Yi had taken advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention to turn these things into a primordial spirit and store them in the jade pendant space. They were all good materials for refining tools. It would be good to give them to the king of scrap later, lest Chu Hingding take advantage of them. This is the proof. Do you see this? This is a claw tip and a piece of shell from an early nascent soul sea crab. I personally dissected them after the 2 seniors killed the crab. They are of the same origin as the inner core. When placed together, there will be a weak resonance. Do you dare try it? Chu Tianlu suddenly stood up and approached Chu Tianlu with the materials from the sea crab. Chu Tianlu was shocked. He did not know if what Chu Tianlu said was true, but he clearly knew that the inner core truly belonged to Chu Tianlu. That was why he did not dare let Chu Tianlu try it. Chu Hingding's expression was rather unsightly. He did not know that the inner core had been obtained by Lin Yi and the others after they personally killed the sea crab. However, since Chu Tianlu had said this, it should not be wrong. He had already suffered a loss by not trusting an honest person like Chu Tianlu. It was better to trust him now. Chapter 5481. Faced with the suddenly aggressive Chu Tianlu, Chu Hingding and his son fell into a rare silence. Chu Yuntian immediately felt that something was wrong. Although this old man was obstinate and self-opinionated, at the same time, he was also extremely suspicious. When he trusted someone, he might not show anything, but once he became suspicious, everything would be overturned by him and he would list everything as a target of suspicion. Now was the time for Chu Yuntian to become suspicious of Chu Hingding. Chu Yuntian had believed everything Chu Hingding had said, but now, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. Heaven's Road, what exactly is going on? Tell me honestly. Chu Yuntian's expression was cold. He swept his gaze over Chu Hingding and the others, and finally stopped on Chu Tianlu. He ordered in an unquestionable tone. Chu Tianlu immediately said respectfully, "When we left Taishi Island, 2 seniors and I killed a sea crab on a small island. This time, Chu Tianlu was smart. He didn't say that Lin Yi had separated from the other 2 before coming to support them. He told the story of how Lin Yi had fought the sea crab with Bing Wuqing after he arrived. This made people think that the 3 of them had been together the entire time, and that they had encountered the sea crab together. Strictly speaking, Chu Tianlu was telling the truth. There was just a time difference. Whether or not people would misunderstand was not his problem. After Chu Tianlu finished speaking, Chu Yuntian didn't need to verify the resonance between the inner core and the materials to be sure that Chu Tianlu wasn't lying. Then, who was lying about Chu Tianliang? Chu Hingding's expression changed, but surprisingly, he didn't interrupt Chu Tianlu's narration. This surprised Lin Yi. Did Chu Hingding know that the situation was hopeless and gave up on struggling? Chu Yuntian coldly swept his gaze over Chu Hingding, then snorted and said to Chu Tianlu, "Tianlu, tell me again about you and Tianliang." Chu Yunting was taken aback. He hurriedly walked up and said in a low voice, "Family leader, should we discuss this in private later? After all, there are many distinguished guests here." If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't wash his dirty linen in public, Chu Yunting wouldn't have bothered to help Chu Hingding. Although he and Chu Hingding hadn't completely fallen out, they weren't far from it. Chu Yuntian narrowed his eyes and looked around. He forced a smile and said, "Fellow Taoists, Chu Yuntian has some family matters to deal with. Please excuse me if I have been rude." As he spoke, he cupped his hands and bowed. Then, he waved his hand and released a barrier of vital energy that enveloped himself, Chu Hingding, Chu Tianlu, and the others. "It doesn't matter now, Heaven's Road. If you have something to say, just say it," Chu Yuntian said with a gloomy face. No matter what the final result was, he had already lost his face today. Chu Hingding sneered, "Chu Tianlu, since the family head has asked you to speak, then speak. I'd like to see what other lies you can weave. I'll tell you. I, Chu Tianlu, am a man of indomitable spirit. I never lie. Every word I say is the truth. I have a clear conscience," Chu Tianlu said boldly. He immediately recounted everything that had happened in full detail. This time, Chu Hingding didn't interrupt him at all. He allowed Chu Tianlu to recount everything in detail. Even Chu Tianlu was a little surprised. When Chu Tianlu said that Chu Tianliang had used the shape-shifting urn to turn Chu Wenshang into a scapegoat, Chu Yuntian's face darkened. He didn't feel sorry for Chu Wenshang, but for the shape-shifting urn. This was a one-time use treasure that could save his life at a critical moment, yet Chu Tianliang had actually used it in private. As for the person who gave it to Chu Tianliang, it was obvious who it was. When Chu Yuntian heard that Chu Tianliang also had the murderous shadow shield, he immediately exploded. Fortunately, Chu Tianlu had been careful this time and didn't mention the divine sense fruit's core. He only said that he had been ambushed by Chu Tianliang while exploring. Otherwise, Chu Yuntian's attention would have been diverted by the divine sense fruit's core. "Chu Hingding, why don't you tell this old man what's going on? How could the shape-shifting urn and murderous shadow shield from the family's treasury appear in Chu Tianliang's hands?" Chu Yuntian was already on the verge of exploding. He stared at Chu Hingding with bloodshot eyes. This wasn't just because of the two treasures. No matter what, Chu Yuntian was still the head of the Chu family. Although these two consumable treasures were precious, they were not unbearable. What Chu Yuntian was truly angry about was that he had been played like a fool by Chu Hingding and his son. Anyone who was obstinate and self-opinionated was definitely an extremely arrogant existence. How could he tolerate the fact that he had been played like a monkey? Chu Hingding laughed loudly and said, "Family head, are you going to believe whatever Chu Tianlu says now? Are you going to punish me for my crimes just like that? You still dare to quibble?" Chu Yuntian roared. "Do you really think this old man has gone senile? We'll know whether or not Chu Tianlu is lying if we check the amount of shape-shifting urn and murderous shadow shield in the family treasury. Do you think he would tell such a clumsy lie? Or are you going to refuse to admit defeat until you see your coffin? Do you really want me to personally check what treasures are missing from the treasury?" Chu Hingding curled his lips and shrugged. He said nonchalantly, "It doesn't matter. If you have nothing better to do, you can go take a look if you want. However, I'm not afraid to tell you that I was the one who gave these things to Tianliang for him to use to save his life. So what? Tianliang is also your grandson. Can't a dignified young master of the Chu clan use these two disposable items? You actually admitted it. You actually dared to admit it just like that. Good. At least you're somewhat responsible." Chu Yuntian was greatly shocked, but he didn't think too much about it. Just as he said, if he wanted to prove whether or not Chu Tianlu was lying, it would be clear with a simple check. Chu Hingding had no way of denying it. "Men, detain that unfilial son Chu Hingding. After the birthday feast, I'll personally deal with him." Chu Yuntian removed the barrier of true energy and pointed his sword at Chu Hingding. He ordered the Chu family to capture him. Ha 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 ha. Old thing, you really want to capture me? Chu Hengding laughed loudly. He didn't seem to realize that he was a traitor of the Chu family after being exposed. Instead, he arrogantly slapped Chu Yuntian's finger away and said, "Old fool. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? I was giving you face before. If you had cooperated obediently and continued to feign ignorance, I could have let you be the patriarch for a few more days. Now that you want to capture me, we'll just go our separate ways. Either the fish dies or the net splits." Chapter 5482. Chu Yuntian was so angry that he laughed. True chi surged all over his body, revealing the strength of an early-stage nascent soul cultivator. Evil creature. This old man has really raised a son like you for nothing. Come, let this old man see just how strong this net of yours is. It can even kill this old man, a fish, without breaking. Early-stage nascent soul. What's so great about that? Chu Hengding looked at Chu Yuntian with pity and mockery. As if I'm not an early-stage nascent soul cultivator. With that, his aura soared. He was just as strong, just as violent, just as strong, early-stage nascent soul cultivator. How is this possible? Chu Yuntian was shocked, and so was Chu Yunting. A few days ago, Chu Hengding had been at the peak of the mid-stage gold core realm. How could he have suddenly become an early-stage nascent soul cultivator? Could one level up like this? Could one level up a day? Since when did cultivation become as fast as walking upstairs? Chu Yunting suddenly felt like he'd been living like a dog for the past few decades. What's going on? Chu Yunting and Chu Yuntian looked at each other. Unfortunately, the questions were all the same. No one knew the answer. Could it be that Chu Hengding had obtained several spirit knowledge fruits, golden cores, and nascent souls? That didn't make sense. In the entire hall, only Lin Yi had expected this. When he saw Chu Hengding erupt with early-stage nascent soul strength, Lin Yi rubbed his chin thoughtfully. There was indeed something wrong. He hadn't been mistaken. The old man's unstable aura was indeed caused by a breakthrough. But he hadn't expected him to break through to early-stage nascent souls so quickly. Other than Lin Yi himself, there was only one person who could do it, be it the common world, Sky-class island, or this small world of the ancient times. The center. That damned center had already raised its hands to the Chu clan. His movements were really fast. Old thing, you're no longer fit to be the clan master of the Chu clan. You should abdicate as soon as possible. I'm your son, after all. Why don't you let me hold this position for a few years? Chu Hengding chuckled. His original plan was to help his son become the young patriarch. Now that he was the patriarch, wouldn't his son be the young patriarch? Evil creature, I don't know what crooked method you used to raise your level, but you think you can contend against this old man? Today, I'll show you what an experienced early-stage nascent soul cultivator is capable of. How could Chu Yuntian allow Chu Hengding to replace him in such a manner? He was about to attack and take care of this rebellious son. Both of them were at the early stage of the nascent soul realm. Chu Hengding had clearly just broken through, and his aura had not yet stabilized. Chu Yuntian had taken this into consideration and believed that he had an 80% chance of defeating Chu Hengding. Seeing that the two Yuanying stage-old monsters of the Chu clan were having an internal conflict, the guests in the hall had already retreated to make room for them. What a joke. Although it was good to watch the show, it was better to watch the battle between two nascent soul-old monsters from afar. With everyone retreating, most of the tables were empty. Only the table closest to Chu Hengding still had two hooded figures. Previously, Lin Yi hadn't paid much attention to these irrelevant people. Now that he looked closely, he realized that they were old acquaintances. The two of them slowly stood up and arrived next to Chu Hengding in a flash. They removed their hoods to reveal their true appearances, they were Xue Jianfeng and Yu Taizang. From the moment Lin Yi guessed that Chu Hingding's ascension had something to do with the center, he guessed that Chu Hingding still had some tricks up his sleeves. Thus, he wasn't surprised to see these two appear. Xue Jianfeng said arrogantly, "Old thing, you want to show Chu Hingding the foundation of an early-stage nascent soul cultivator? Then let's see if this young master can make your mincemeat sink to the bottom of the sewers." As he spoke, Xue Jianfeng also circulated his own cultivation method. His incomparably tyrannical aura had actually reached the level of a perfected nascent soul cultivator. Chu Yuntian's aura was immediately and thoroughly crushed. He forcibly retracted what he was about to do. Perfected nascent soul cultivator. Chu Yuntian's expression changed drastically. He never imagined that Chu Hingding would have a perfected nascent soul cultivator behind him. That was the pinnacle of combat power in the primordial underworld. Xue Jianfeng was extremely pleased. He didn't expect that he could reach perfected nascent soul so quickly after joining the center. In the current primordial underworld, there weren't many people who could be his match. Even if there were a few veteran perfected nascent soul cultivators, Xue Jianfeng didn't fear them in the slightest. Behind him was the center. By his side, there were mass-produced perfected nascent soul cultivators, such as Yu Taizang. "Elder Yu, come and show off your skills, lest this old thing doesn't know how powerful you are." Seeing Chu Yuntian trembling in fear before him, Xue Jianfeng's vanity was greatly satisfied. Thus, he wanted to drag Yu Taizang along to enjoy this feeling. Yu Taizang joined the center in order to increase his strength. Now that his dream had come true, wouldn't it be like returning home in glory if he didn't show off? Thus, he smiled and nodded, completely releasing his perfected nascent soul aura. Another perfected nascent soul cultivator? Chu Yuntian completely lost his courage. Facing an early nascent soul cultivator, Chu Yuntian still had some confidence in defeating him, but facing a perfected nascent soul cultivator, Xue Jianfeng, Chu Yuntian simply had no intention of resisting. Now that there was an additional Yu Taizang, the fact that he didn't kneel on the spot was already a display of Chu Yuntian's willpower. "Seniors, this is our Chu clan's matter. Why must you forcefully interfere? Although Senior's strength is astonishing, aren't you afraid of giving others the wrong impression?" Chu Yuntian's body didn't dare to resist, but his mouth still made a final struggle. "Give others the wrong impression? I'm so scared. If I give others the wrong impression, won't I be surrounded and attacked? That's too scary. When the time comes, I have to prepare a few more sets of clothes. Otherwise, if I kill too many people and get covered in blood, I won't have enough to change into." Xue Jianfeng first made a fearful expression, then changed the topic and began to laugh wildly. Chu Yuntian was both shocked and furious, but there was nothing he could do. With Xue Jianfeng's perfected nascent soul strength, he could do as he pleased in the ancient martial world. Unless he was surrounded and attacked by cultivators of the same level, ordinary cultivators would die no matter how many came. They simply weren't enough for him to kill. Chapter 5483. Chu Yuntian smiled bitterly and sighed softly. "I understand. From today onwards, I, Chu Yuntian, will abdicate and become the Chu family's supreme elder. Chu Hingding will take over as the family head. Effective immediately." To tell the truth, Chu Yuntian's emotions were complicated. He'd been forced to abdicate by his son and outsiders. He'd been utterly humiliated. However, when he saw Chu Hingding's allies, it was clear that he wasn't wrong. In his hands, the Chu family truly had a chance to rise. Half gratified and half sorrowful, Chu Yuntian glanced at Chu Hingding. This was his own son. Although he was talented, his heart wasn't in the right place, and his actions were too radical. If he could steadily develop the Chu family with him, it wasn't impossible for the Chu family to rise. As for now, it seemed like the Chu family would rise even faster in the short term. However, it was hard to say what would happen in the future. When Chu Hingding heard Chu Yuntian's announcement, he beamed with joy. He'd been waiting for this moment for a long time. Hadn't he been planning for this moment all along? Since I, Chu Hingding, have taken over as the family head, the first thing I'll do is clean up the family. That traitor Chu Tianlu misled the masses with his lies, harmed his brothers, stole the family's treasures, colluded with outsiders, and so on. His crimes are too numerous to count and cannot be forgiven. Drag him out and kill him immediately. Chu Hingding pointed at Chu Tianlu in high spirits and loudly declared his crimes. The descendants of the Chu family didn't dare to object. Even the family head, Chu Yuntian, had been forced to abdicate by Chu Hingding. If they disobeyed Chu Hingding's orders now, they knew what would happen to them. Two early Golden Core Chu family disciples quickly walked towards Chu Tianlu, ready to drag him out and kill him. Chu Hingding suddenly waved his hand. Wait, let him watch from the side. Otherwise, he won't be able to die in peace. After stopping the two Chu family disciples, Chu Hingding smiled at Chu Tianhao and said, Tianhao, let your father arrange a marriage for you. If it weren't for that traitor's mental issues, this marriage would have been his. Chu Tianlu didn't pay any attention to Chu Hingding's smug look. He was thinking about how he could turn defeat into victory. No matter how he thought about it, he didn't think there was any other way besides Lin Yi. As for whether Lin Yi would be able to turn the situation around, it was hard to guarantee. Sect Master Yi Qingqing, shall we settle the marriage we agreed on before? My son, Chu Tian, is a direct descendant of the Chu clan. He'll be the heir to the Chu clan in the future. There shouldn't be any problems with your sect's Duanmiyu, right? With Chu Hingding's current strength, the alliance with the Leaf Spirit sect was no longer important. But no one knew a son better than a father. Chu Hingding was well aware of Chu Tianhao's desire for Duanmiyu, so the marriage had to continue. Yi Qingqing hurriedly pulled Duanmiyu in and said, no problem, no problem. Speaking of which, young Master Tianhao is really talented. Our Xiaoyu is climbing up the social ladder. Since Patriarch Chu doesn't mind our Xiaoyu's clumsy little girl, then let's settle it like this. There's no time like the present. Let's get engaged today. Lin Yi frowned slightly, and sent a telepathic message to Bing Wuqing. Wuqing, go and protect Chu Tianlu first, lest he accidentally dies. Yes. Boss Lin Yi. Bing Wuqing nodded in agreement. She stood up, parted the crowd in front of her, and walked over boldly. Chu Tianlu is someone I, Bing Wuqing, brought back. Kill him. Who dares? Bing Wuqing's body emitted wisps of coldness. With every step she took, frost rapidly spread from the soles of her feet, forming a thin layer of ice on the ground. Although the aura of a peak early nascent soul cultivator wasn't as strong as that of Shui Jianfeng and Yu Taizong, it was more condensed and sharp. It seemed to be able to break through Shui Jianfeng and Yu Taizong's perfected nascent soul aura. Bing Wuqing. Shui Jianfeng was overjoyed. He hadn't heard Chu Hingding mention that Bing Wuqing was here. Otherwise, he would have gone to find trouble with her long ago. All this while, Shui Jianfeng hadn't been able to gain any advantage from Bing Wuqing. Now that Shui Jianfeng was a top-notch nascent soul expert, how could he not seek revenge on Shui Jianfeng? Chu Hingding actually wanted to talk to Shui Jianfeng about Bing Wuqing. After all, Shui Jianfeng and Yu Taizong were both from the Snow Sword faction. He was wondering if the three of them had some sort of connection. However, he had been really busy these few days, and he had to set aside some time for the center to improve his strength. After a while, he didn't have the chance to meet Shui Jianfeng and Yu Taizong, which was why he had been delayed. That's great. I've been looking for you, but I couldn't find you. So you've been hiding here. Shui Jianfeng smiled proudly. Chu Tianlu is one of your men. Then I really can't kill him. I have to torture him and make him wish he was dead. Bing Wuqing glanced at Shui Jianfeng coldly and said indifferently, you can try. I'll try. The corner of Xue Jianfang's mouth curled up. He was about to make a move to torture Chu Tianlu. However, before he could move, he realized that the air around him was filled with countless tiny black ice crystals. The temperature was dropping, and even the air seemed to be freezing. This is the merciless ice style. Xue Jianfang looked at the thin black ice on his body in disbelief. He couldn't understand why the merciless ice style, which was clearly useless, had suddenly become so strange and domineering. Just the evolved version of the merciless ice style was enough to threaten Xue Jianfang's safety. Therefore, Xue Jianfang didn't dare to take any more risks. He hurriedly called out, "Elder Yu, this Bing Wuqing is a little strange. Let's work together and finish her off quickly." Yu Taicang nodded. "All right. You attack from the front, and I'll support from the side." Xue Jianfang almost vomited blood. If he could threaten her with a direct attack, why would he need Yu Taicang's help? But no matter what, there were two nascent soul perfection experts. If they attacked Bing Wuqing at the same time, no matter how powerful his new merciless ice style was, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. All of a sudden, an indifferent voice rang out beside Xue Jianfang. "You've really forgotten the pain now that you've recovered. Why don't you learn from your mistakes? You're really a fool who doesn't learn from your mistakes. Do you want me to continue teaching you a lesson?" Xue Jianfang shuddered subconsciously. This voice was too frightening, and it had practically left a shadow in his heart. He turned around stiffly. Who else could it be but Lin Yi? Chapter 5484. "No, I'm a consummate nascent soul expert, and there's no one more powerful than me in the entire immemorial martial world. What's a mere Lin Yi?" Lin Yi looked at Xue Jianfang mockingly and said, "It's not easy for you to know about a stalker. But Wuqing and I have been living here for a few days, and if we're talking about a stalker, it seems you're the one." Chu Hingding pointed at Lin Yi and said, "This brat isn't any good either, and he's a little strange. Let's attack together and kill both of them." Xue Jianfang subconsciously shrunk his neck. Although he was cheering himself on, his intuition told him that it was better to stay as far away from Chu Hingding as possible when facing Lin Yi, lest he got caught in the crossfire. As expected, Lin Yi didn't even need to do anything. Bing Wuqing had already appeared beside Chu Hingding without batting an eyelid. She reached out and grabbed Chu Hingding's outstretched finger and said, "My boss hates it when people point at him, so I guess you don't need this piece of trash anymore. Then say goodbye to him properly." Before she finished speaking, there were two cracking sounds. Chu Hingding's outstretched finger was completely broken by Bing Wuqing. The fingers were connected to the heart, so Chu Hingding immediately screamed in agony, and the people around him couldn't help but shiver. He was merely an early-stage nascent soul expert who had relied on the central drug to advance, and hadn't even stabilized his strength, so how could he be a match for Bing Wuqing, who was at the peak of the early-stage nascent soul realm? If Lin Yi hadn't given the order, Bing Wuqing could have easily killed him. Chu Hingding's finger was broken and pointed at his own nose. Unable to bear the pain, he fell to his knees and screamed in agony. "Bing Wuqing, how dare you!" Yu Taicang shouted and charged forward. Unlike Xue Jianfang, he hadn't suffered a great loss at Lin Yi's hands. Although he was a little wary of Lin Yi, he had, after all, reached the consummate nascent soul realm that he had dreamed of. Seeing that Chu Hingding was at a disadvantage, he immediately tried to save him. Bing Wuqing snorted coldly. She had no intention of backing down, even if Yu Taicang's abilities were several levels higher than hers. Tiny black ice crystals instantly filled the hall, and the power of the merciless ice force completely erupted. Even the air was filled with the faint sound of ice condensing. Yu Taicang's expression changed slightly, but he still smiled faintly and said, "Made some progress. Truly well deserving of being our snow sword sex genius. However, aren't you being a little rude in front of me, a grand elder?" Before he could finish his sentence, Yu Taizong's right wrist shook, and a ray of white light exploded. Within the light, an almost transparent sword blade pierced toward Bing Wuching like a venomous snake flicking its tongue. The swordsmanship of the Snow Sword sect was definitely not just for show. Especially after Yu Taizong pulled out the Snow Sword sect's ice-shattering sword, its power had increased a few notches. Even the upgraded merciless ice force could only be torn apart by the ice-shattering sword. Bing Wuching's pupils shrank slightly, and black ice spikes appeared out of thin air in both of her palms. The black ice spike in her left hand swept out in front of her with all her might in an attempt to fend off Yu Taizong's ice-shattering sword. However, the black ice spike in her right hand was ruthlessly flung out by Bing Wuching, and it appeared in front of Yu Taizong's chest as if it had teleported. Putting aside the fact that Yu Taizong only had the power of a nascent soul-perfected stage, even if he had broken through to the Mystic Ascension stage, he would definitely be severely injured if Bing Wuching's black ice spike pierced his heart. However, Yu Taizong was after all a nascent soul-perfected stage-old monster who had made a name for himself a long time ago. He was different from Xue Jianfeng, who had forcefully advanced from the Foundation Establishment stage to the nascent soul-perfected stage. After all, he had the foundation of a nascent soul middle stage, and his strength after the advancement was the most stable in comparison. Faced with Bing Wuching's lethal black icicles, Yu Taizong did not even bat an eyelid. The ice-shattering sword merely spun slightly, and a pulling force was generated on the blade, pulling the black icicles that had just brushed past the sword. In this way, the direction of the black ice spike was completely different. Not only did it avoid Yu Taizong's heart, it could not even hit his body. As for the black ice spike that Bing Wuching's left hand had swept horizontally to block, it had missed its target as the ice-shattering sword rotated. A ferocious smile appeared on Yu Taizong's face. To be able to kill a genius with his own hands, especially a genius from his own sect, it felt pretty good. Bing Wuching was still expressionless. Even though the aura of death had completely engulfed him, it did not faze this iceberg-like man in the slightest. The tip of the ice-shattering sword, which was shining with a dazzling light, was almost kissing his throat. Even if Bing Wuching wanted to retreat, there was nowhere for her to do so. Moreover, Lin Yi was behind her. At this moment, the first reaction of Bing Wuching, who had always prided herself on being calm, cold, and rational as ice, was that she could not dodge, or else she would endanger Lin Yi. Bing Wuching's subconscious reaction was to dodge, but she only gave a slight jerk before she firmly stopped. Lin Yi, who was behind her, instantly understood what Bing Wuching was thinking. Regardless of whether Bing Wuching was sincere or just doing it subconsciously, Lin Yi was grateful for her kindness. Besides, she could not really let anything happen to Bing Wuching in front of Lin Yi. At the same time that the ice-shattering sword shone brightly, Lin Yi was actually already prepared to strike. Soul Hook. In the face of Bing Wuching's fatal crisis, Lin Yi did not hesitate to use the Soul Hook instead of the consciousness vortex that he had yet to thoroughly study, because he was worried that Bing Wuching would be at a disadvantage in Yu Taizong's hands. Bing Wuching was almost ready to accept the cold feeling of the ice-shattering sword piercing her throat, but she was not the type to close her eyes and wait for death. Even if she was going to die, she would definitely try her best to drag someone down with her. So in that instant, the black ice spike in her left hand was also flung out. Her target was not Yu Taizong's body, but the other black ice spike that had been diverted by the ice-shattering sword. In just a short moment, the situation had taken a series of twists and turns. From Yu Taizong's strike, to Bing Wuching's counterattack, to Yu Taizong's continuous attacks and almost killing Bing Wuching, to Bing Wuching's dying counterattack, to Lin Yi's intervention, everything had happened almost at the same time. Outside the hall, those below the nascent soul stage did not even have the chance to clearly see the movements of these people. As for the nascent soul experts, they could only roughly see it. Of course, no one could clearly see Lin Yi's soul hook. Only Yu Taizong himself knew exactly what kind of attack he had suffered, but he did not have the chance to say it. Chapter 5485. In a battle between experts, how could there be a single flaw? Bing Wuching would naturally not let go of such an opportunity to turn the tables in a situation that was supposed to be certain death. Although she did not know that it was caused by Lin Yi's soul-reaping hand, Bing Wuching immediately reached out to grab the thin blade of the shattered ice sword and wrapped it in black ice. At the same time, the black icicle that Bing Wuching had counterattacked with before her death cleverly struck the black icicle that had been deviating from its original course. With a soft sound of impact, the two black icicles changed direction slightly. The black icicle from before adjusted its course again, still aiming for Yu Taizong's heart. As for the black icicle behind it, it turned around and flew downwards, aiming directly at Chu Hingding, who was kneeling on the ground and screaming in pain. If it had succeeded, Bing Wuching's final attack would have resulted in a double kill. To be honest, even Bing Wuching herself did not expect that her final attack would have such a precise effect. This was merely the most ideal situation that existed in her heart. Just as Chu Hingding was about to lose his life to the black icicle, another snow-white longsword stabbed diagonally and deflected the lethal black icicle. At the same time, the black icicle sped up again and knocked away the other icicle that had been aimed at Yu Taizong. If Bing Wuching had fallen just like that, and her final attack had been countered in such a manner, surely she would have been extremely dissatisfied. Fortunately, he was completely unscathed, and had even managed to snatch Yu Taizong's shattered ice sword with inexplicable ease. Seeing Yu Taizong fall flat on his back on the ground, and the shattered ice sword in his hand falling into Bing Wuching's hand, everyone was dumbfounded at the sight. Especially Chu Hingding, who had just escaped death. He was still wondering if Yu Taizong had been so frightened by the black icicle that his heart had stopped beating. Otherwise, the icicle would have touched him. Speaking of which, this Bing Wuching was really frightening. She almost scared me to death. Only Xue Jianfeng, who had saved Chu Hingding, looked as if he had eaten shit. He was cursing himself for being an idiot. How could he show off his abilities when Lin Yi was around? Why did he suddenly rush over like an idiot? Yu Taizong's death from falling was obviously due to Lin Yi's secret attack. It was all because of that idiot Yu Taizong. Xue Jianfeng had seen that Yu Taizong was bullying Bing Wuching, so he had wanted to join forces with Yu Taizong to get rid of Bing Wuching before Lin Yi could react. However, he had not expected the situation to change so quickly. He had only been slightly slower, but he did not even have the chance to intervene in the battle. He could only subconsciously save Chu Hingding's life. If possible, Xue Jianfeng felt that he should immediately return the favor of saving his life, lest he offended Lin Yi. The corners of Lin Yi's mouth curled into a playful smile. He clapped his hands lightly and said, "Good sword." "What a good sword." Xue Jianfeng revealed an awkward smile and said, "Boss Lin Yi really has a good eye. This is one of the 3 best swords in the Snow Sword School. If Boss Lin Yi likes it, you can take it and play with it." After he finished speaking, Xue Jianfeng respectfully held the sword with both hands and lowered his head to present it to Lin Yi. "Oh, you heard wrong. I did not say that the sword is good, but that you are a cheap person," Lin Yi said indifferently. He casually took the sword from Xue Jianfeng's hand and lightly flicked the blade. Hearing the crisp sound of the sword, he nodded and said, "Since you are so sincere, and this sword is not bad, I will reluctantly accept it." "What the hell? Don't be like this, okay?" Xue Jianfeng wanted to cry, but no tears came out. "After all this time, you are saying that I am a cheap person. And I even rushed to present the sword to you, so cheap. Speaking of which, can you not force yourself? Why don't you return it to me? Don't think that I will let it go just because you gave me a sword. Were you trying to ruin my business just now?" Lin Yi did not look at Xue Jianfeng, but only stared at the snow-white blade and lightly stroked it as he spoke indifferently. Xue Jianfeng's expression turned serious. With a put-on sound, he instantly knelt on the ground and said in an extremely sincere tone, "Boss Lin Yi, I was wrong this time. This junior has just advanced to the nascent soul paragon stage, and I wanted to try out a move with my cheap hands. I have no evil intentions. Of course, this junior's strength is nothing in senior's eyes. Please don't kill this junior, okay? Lin Yi did not expect Xue Jianfang to be so decisive, directly kneeling down just like that. This immediately made him think of a fellow who had been entangled with him from the secular world all the way to the Heaven Stage Island. After not seeing him for a long time, he was starting to miss Kong Mingming. When he returned to the Heaven Stage Island, he would definitely teach him a good lesson first. Seeing the expectant look in Xue Jianfang's eyes, Lin Yi pinched his chin and looked up at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle. He said, "That choose something just now." He kowtowed so hard, but the green bricks on the ground did not break. Looks like they are quite thick. The quality of these bricks is not bad. I wonder where you bought them. Without saying a word, Xue Jianfang directly kowtowed 3 times. Then, without changing his expression, he said with a smile, "Boss Lin Yi, these green bricks are actually very sturdy. They only broke when I used so much force. If you like them, I can help you buy some." Bing Wuqing glanced at Xue Jianfang and slightly turned her head away expressionlessly, as if she did not know him at all. This was such a disgrace to the Snow Sword School. Unfortunately, Xue Jianfang happened to see Bing Wuqing's expression. This silent disdain from his sworn enemy almost made Xue Jianfang spit out blood. He thought to himself, "Bing Wuqing, just you wait, I finally know you. I don't believe that Lin Yi will always follow you. When you're alone, you'll see how I'll deal with you." Chu Hingding, who was sitting paralyzed on the ground, was completely dumbfounded. He hugged his broken finger and even forgot to cry out in pain. Everything had happened too quickly in such a short period of time. He needed some time to sort it out. 2 nascent soul cultivators at the peak of the early stage and Chu Hingding, who was at the early stage of the nascent soul realm, had to deal with a nascent soul cultivator at the peak of the early stage and a foundation establishment cultivator at the peak of the early stage. Chu Hingding, who was at the early stage of the nascent soul realm, did not do anything, but the 2 nascent soul cultivators at the peak of the early stage were already lying flat on the ground and kneeling down. He, who was at the early stage of the nascent soul realm, was still fine. He did not lie flat on the ground or kneel down. He just sat paralyzed on the ground with a broken finger. What on earth was going on? However, Chu Hingding was not stupid. On the contrary, he was quite intelligent. At least, he could tell that the current situation seemed to be led by Lin Yi. Chapter 5486. As he spoke, Chu Hingding secretly looked at Xue Jianfang in disdain. He thought to himself, "This spineless guy. He's a consummate nascent soul expert, kneeling down so easily. He's not even as good as me. At least I didn't kneel." Lin Yi turned to look at Chu Hingding and said with a faint smile, "Who's meddling in your Chu family's affairs?" "You're obviously meddling in my own affairs. Let's talk about my crab's inner core first." Inner core. Chu Hingding really wanted to slap himself a few times. How could he have forgotten about this? He had always thought that the inner core was his. He had told so many lies that even he himself had believed them. Even though Chu Tianlu had already proven that the inner core wasn't his, he still hadn't changed his mind. After all, he had 2 consummate nascent soul experts and 1 early-stage nascent soul expert. Chu Hingding felt that everything was under his control. How could he still think that something that was in his hands wouldn't be his? If he'd known this would happen, he would have used the elixir recipe to trade for it, and none of this would have happened. Chu Hingding was depressed, but Lin Yi couldn't be bothered with him. The inner core was just an excuse. Who would really care about it? He handed the sword to Bing Wuqing and said, "This sword isn't bad. There's ice soul on it. You can have it." "Thank you, Boss Lin Yi." Xue Jianfang showed a rare smile. The Ice Soul Sword was one of the 3 famous swords of the Snow Sword School, and so was the Shattered Ice Sword. However, the Ice Soul Sword was more suitable for Bing Wuching. By the way, Boss Lin Yi, this Shattered Ice Sword is very suitable for Cold's Shattered Ice physique. Do you want me to bring it back to her, or do you want to give it to her next time? With the Ice Soul Sword, the Ice Shattering Sword was naturally useless. Bing Wuching was also very thoughtful, and immediately thought of Leng Leng's ice-shattering physique. After all, in Bing Wuching's eyes, Leng Leng was not only Lin Yi's woman, but also a member of the Snow Sword faction. Lin Yi waved his hand nonchalantly and said, "If it suits Cold, I'll bring it to her. I don't know when I'll be able to go find her." After that, Lin Yi said to Chu Hingding, "Hey, what do you say?" Chu Hingding braced himself and said, "Yes, the inner core is yours, so you can interfere. But Bing Wuching isn't the owner of the inner core, right? He shouldn't interfere in our Chu clan's affairs, right?" Bing Wuching cast a glance at Yu Taizong and Xue Jianfeng, who were lying and kneeling on the ground, and said coldly, "I'm from the Snow Sword faction." It meant that Yu Taizong and Xue Jianfeng were both from the Snow Sword School. Since they had interfered, as members of the Snow Sword School, they had to get involved to the end. Chu Hingding didn't know what to say. He could tell that Bing Wuching didn't talk much, but when she did, she wasn't easy to deal with either. The phrase, concise and shocking, was used to describe people like Bing Wuching. Chu Yuntian sighed softly. No matter what, today was his birthday, and this was the Chu clan's territory. Chu Hingding's forced abdication was despicable, but Chu Hingding's predicament was equivalent to a slap in the face for the Chu clan. Therefore, as the former clan leader, he had no choice but to step forward and clean up the mess. "Everyone, today is my birthday. It's rare that so many distinguished guests are willing to do me the honor. Why don't you take a seat and continue with the banquet?" Chu Yuntian politely bowed to Lin Yi and Xue Jianfeng, then invited the people outside the hall. As for the mess in the hall caused by the short battle earlier, Chu Yuntian completely ignored it. The people outside the hall immediately said politely, No, we've already eaten our fill. We'll take our leave now." Although they hadn't eaten much of the food, they had seen the grand internal strife within the clan, the drama of the abdication, and the chaotic battle between the nascent soul experts. No matter what, it was worth the price of the ticket. The only question was, how did Yu Taizong end up so suddenly? It was obvious that Bing Wuching was about to be defeated, but suddenly, there was a shocking reversal. Apart from Xue Jianfeng, no one else present could tell what was going on. Now that the other party was obviously going to settle the clan's affairs, were they really not going to be sensible enough to go in and set up the overturned tables and chairs, and continue to pick up the bowls and continue eating? "Please forgive me if I've neglected you." Chu Yuntian forced a smile and greeted them one by one. It was only after he had sent off most of the people that his face darkened. Apart from the Chu clan, the only ones left behind were Lin Yi, Bing Wuching, Xue Jianfeng, Yu Taizong, and Yi Qingqing and Duan Muyu from Yiling's sect. Lin Yi smiled at Duan Muyu and gave her a look, indicating for her to continue watching the show. Then, he turned to Chu Yuntian and said, "All right, I'll hold a meeting for you now to discuss the issue of the Chu clan's traitor." As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Yi suddenly felt that the scene was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Meanwhile, Duan Muyu and Yi Qingqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wasn't this what Lin Yi had said in Yiling's sect last time? It was just that Yiling's sect had changed to Chu clan. Lin Yi felt that it was somewhat familiar. It was probably because Yi Qingqing and Duan Muyu were beside him. "Traitor? Who are you calling a traitor?" Before Chu Yuntian could speak, Chu Hingding immediately jumped up. If there was a traitor, it was naturally him, Chu Hingding. It couldn't be Chu Tianlu, could it? Seeing how forceful Lin Yi was, if his identity as a traitor was confirmed, he didn't need to think to know what would happen. Thus, Chu Hengding had to fight for it. This was also why he had always thought that Yu Taizong had acted on his own. Regardless of whether he had been scared to death or suddenly had an illness, it wasn't Lin Yi who had done it. If Chu Hengding and Xue Jianfang understood this, they probably wouldn't dare to jump out and refute it. Lin Yi laughed coldly and mocked mercilessly. Do you think that apart from you, who has only been the clan head for a few minutes, there's someone else worthy of the glorious title of traitor? You're talking nonsense. I, Chu Hengding, am wholeheartedly working for the Chu clan. I'm upright and have a clear conscience. Chu Hengding was truly a skilled actor. His expression was quite on point. Lin Yi pointed at Xue Jianfang and said, since you've sided with Xue Jianfang, you're naturally a traitor. Are you still going to deny it? Yi Qingqing's expression was strange. He felt as if he had fallen into a memory. Xue Jianfang, why don't you tell us? What's going on with this Chu Hengding? Lin Yi couldn't be bothered to waste words with Chu Hengding. There was a ready-made Xue Jianfang kneeling beside him. It would be a waste not to drag him out. Xue Jianfang's cheeks were streaming with tears. You finally remember that I'm kneeling here. Can't you let me stand up first? Chapter 5487. A genius in 1 second remembers love. This is a wonderful novel for you to read. Boss Lin Yi, this Chu Hengding is my new little brother. He's here to help me control the Chu family. After he becomes the family head, all of the Chu family's resources will be mine to use. Xue Jianfang gritted his teeth, but he could only play along with Lin Yi's questions. He couldn't say the name of the core. Seeing that Lin Yi didn't intend to expose him, Xue Jianfang was quite satisfied. Lin Yi shrugged. Chu Hengding, do you have anything else to say? Or are you prepared to disregard Xue Jianfang as your boss? Chu Hengding's face flushed red. No matter how cunning he was and how thick-skinned he was, he didn't dare to refute Xue Jianfang's words. However, Chu Hengding had long since cursed Xue Jianfang in his heart. He also cursed all of Xue Jianfang's direct female relatives. It's very clear. Chu Hengding is a traitor to the Chu family. No objections. Lin Yi shrugged and looked at Chu Yuntian. Chu Yuntian had nothing to say. Chu Hengding was the one who had forced him to abdicate, but Chu Hengding was still Chu Yuntian's son, and a nascent soul cultivator at that. Together with Chu Yuntian himself, it was enough for the Chu clan to rise again. Lin Yi didn't care what Chu Yuntian was thinking. He pulled Chu Tianlu over. From today onwards, Chu Hengding's position as the head of the house is gone. Old Chu, since you're already the grand elder, you don't have to work too hard. Let Chu Tianlu be the young head of the house, and he'll take over everything. With Chu Tianlu's strength, being the family head wasn't enough to convince everyone. Being the young family head didn't matter. In any case, the authority was in Chu Tianlu's hands. Titles weren't important. Chu Hengding saw that his years of painstaking planning was going to waste. He immediately roared in agitation, I don't agree. Chu Tianlu can't be the young family head. Even if I can't be the family head, there's still Tianhao. Let Tianhao marry Yiling's sex Duanmuyu, and he can be the young family head. Before he could finish, Chu Hengding also collapsed on his back. He was lying shoulder to shoulder with Yu Taizong. Who else disagrees? Lin Yi's cold gaze swept across the Chu clan. Everyone, including Chu Yuntian, could not help but shiver. At this time, if they still could not see that Yu Taizong's death was caused by Lin Yi, then they might as well just die. The only question was that Lin Yi didn't even move his fingers. How did he deal with a master at the peak of the Yuanying stage and an early Yuanying stage? Fear comes from the unknown. Because no one knew what Lin Yi was capable of, they were even more in awe of Lin Yi. In the face of Lin Yi's overbearing question, no one dared to speak. Xue Jianfang secretly rejoiced in his heart. Luckily, he saw the opportunity early. Otherwise, he would have been the one lying on the ground. This brat, Lin Yi, is indeed not an existence that this young master can provoke right now. I can only plot against him in secret, and not confront him head-on. Senior Lin, Junior's strength is too low. Amidst everyone's silence, only Chu Tianlu stammered, "Why don't Junior's grandfather be the family head?" Senior Lin, please take back that Yuanying stage sea crab's inner core. As for our Chu clan's pill recipes, Junior will give them all to Senior Lin. Hearing Chu Tianlu say this, Chu Yuntian's mood suddenly became a bit better. No matter what was said, Chu Tianlu was still his grandson. Regardless of whether Chu Tianlu's words were sincere or not, Chu Yuntian remembered them in his heart. What an honest child. Lin Yi swept his gaze over Chu Tianlu indifferently, then ignored him. He continued speaking to the Chu clan. Chu Tianlu will be the Chu clan's young family head and take charge of the Chu clan's affairs. Who agrees? Who objects? It wasn't a question, but rather a certainty that forced the Chu clan to immediately make a choice. As for how to choose, Chu Hingding, who was lying on the ground, clearly didn't have any allies. Duanmuyu watched as Lin Yi stood so casually in the hall, yet his body was filled with an unquestionable might. He immediately felt that the current Lin Yi, compared to before, was even more outstanding. I agree. Boss Lin Yi's decision is truly too wise. Unexpectedly, as soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, the first to jump out in agreement was actually Shui Jianfeng. Chu Yuntian suspected that this fellow had knelt for too long and was taking the opportunity to jump up and move around a bit. Lin Yi raised his eyebrows and said impatiently, "What does this have to do with you?" "Of course it has to do with me. At such an important moment, how can I not cheer for Boss Lin Yi?" Shui Jianfeng rubbed his hands together and smiled flatteringly. It was rare for him to be so reckless. "Hey, did you not hear Boss Lin Yi's order? Young Master Chu Tianlu is such a suitable candidate. Does your Chu clan have any objections?" Shui Jianfeng turned around. His flattering smile immediately disappeared without a trace, replaced by a fierce and threatening expression. His great circle nascent soul aura also pressed over. This old man agrees. Chu Yuntian sighed softly and nodded in agreement. Then, Chu Yunting, the great elder, also agreed. With the two big shots of the Chu clan agreeing, this matter was settled. In truth, Chu Yuntian wasn't pressured by Shui Jianfeng. Rather, he felt that it wasn't too bad to have Chu Tianlu as young master. At the very least, Chu Tianlu had Lin Yi's support. Putting aside Lin Yi's strength, just the Azure Cloud School behind him was a considerable help. Shui Jianfeng turned around and put on a smiling face. "Boss Lin Yi, look, this is young Master Chu's big day. Leaving two dead people here is too much of a wet blanket. Let me handle them first, then come back to congratulate young Master Chu." Without waiting for Lin Yi's reply, Shui Jianfeng picked up Yu Taizong from the ground and gave Chu Tianhao a meaningful glance, indicating for him to quickly carry his father's corpse. Chu Tianhao had long been scared out of his wits by the series of changes. He didn't know how to react. When he saw Shui Jianfeng's glance, he was originally muddle-headed and didn't know what to do. Suddenly, he had an idea. Imitating Shui Jianfeng, he lowered his head and picked up Chu Hingding, then turned around and walked out. Lin Yi clearly saw through Shui Jianfeng's careful thoughts, but he didn't intend to stop him. Shui Jianfeng wasn't a worry. Leaving him alive would make it easier to deal with the core. At least, with Shui Jianfeng around, Lin Yi wasn't afraid of not being able to find clues about the core. "Boss Lin Yi, do we need to chase after him?" Bing Wuqing asked in a low voice. Although it seemed that Lin Yi was letting Shui Jianfeng go, he didn't say anything after all. Bing Wuqing still had to ask. Chapter 5488. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go. Shuonnet provides you with wonderful novels to read. Yu Taizong and Chu Hingding's primordial spirits were restrained by Lin Yi's soul-hooking hand. If Shui Jianfeng hadn't taken them away, perhaps Lin Yi could have released their primordial spirits. But now, even if Lin Yi released his primordial spirits, without a physical body nearby, it would be useless. Love goes small say Netku without a soul, a physical body would soon truly die. This was different from Lin Yi's main body. He used his soul projection method, which was fundamentally different from forceful imprisonment. Otherwise, Lin Yi's physical body on Heaven's Stage Island would have already died. He turned his head to look at everyone in the Chu family and said, "Since all of you have agreed to let Chu Tianlu be the young patriarch, then everything in the Chu family will be decided by him in the future. Is that all right?" Of course, there was nothing wrong with the Chu clan. Even if there was something wrong with them, they wouldn't dare say it out loud. Even though Lin Yi hadn't revealed any bloody and brutal methods, the pressure he exuded was even stronger than before. By now, even if Chu Tianlu didn't want to, he had no choice. However, as if this one-track-minded guy had suddenly been enlightened, he cupped his fists at Lin Yi and said, "Boss Lin Yi, please accept me as your little brother. Otherwise, I won't dare to take over as the Chu family's young patriarch." Lin Yi raised his eyebrows. "Are you threatening me?" Chu Tianlu immediately jumped in fright. He immediately waved his hand and said, "How is that possible? How would I dare? Since senior feels that this junior is unworthy, then forget it." Lin Yi pondered for a moment and said, "Forget it, it's quite annoying to always listen to seniors and juniors. I'll take you in as my little brother." In any case, Lin Yi had a lot of underlings. It wouldn't make a difference if he lost one. Moreover, Lin Yi didn't dislike Chu Tianlu. Previously, he had thought of accepting this underling. Since Chu Tianlu had brought it up himself, he'd just go with the flow and agree. Chu Tianlu was overjoyed. He cupped his fist again, and said, "Thank you very much, Boss Lin Yi." Chu Yuntian was actually very happy about Chu Tianlu's sudden move. Having Chu Tianlu acknowledge Lin Yi as his boss was clearly in line with the Chu clan's interests. No matter what, it couldn't be considered a bad thing. Lin Yi pointed at Bing Wuqing and said, "Don't call her Senior Bing anymore. Just call her Brother Bing or Brother Wuqing." Chu Tianlu hurriedly called out respectfully, "Brother Wuqing. You have a good eye." Bing Wuqing didn't have a smile on her face. She only spoke coolly and ignored Chu Tianlu. Lin Yi turned to look at Duan Muyu, and said to Chu Tianlu, "That's Duan Muyu from Yiling's sect." Chu Tianlu understood tacitly, and immediately went forward to greet her with a smile. He said, "Sister-in-law, I didn't know about your situation before. Now that I know, the marriage alliance between the Chu clan and Yiling's sect will be annulled. I hope that our Chu clan and Yiling's sect will still be allies in the future." Duan Muyu was stunned at first, and then her face turned slightly red. She stole a glance at Lin Yi. Speaking of Chu Tianlu's big brother, other than this one whom she had just acknowledged, there was no one else, right? Lin Yi thought to himself that this fellow was a little too straightforward, but he actually had some brains. At least he had some sense in handling this matter. Love Go Little Say Neku however, while Duan Muyu understood, Chu Yuntian didn't. He had been wholeheartedly plotting to unite the Chu clan and Yiling's sect through marriage in order to achieve the Chu clan's rise. How could he let Chu Tianlu cancel it just like that? No. I don't agree. Tianlu, what nonsense are you talking about? Sect Master Yi, you mustn't listen to him. The marriage alliance between the Chu clan and Yiling's sect must go through. Chu Yuntian didn't understand. The sister-in-law that Chu Tianlu spoke of was relative to Lin Yi. He was even curious as to where Chu Tianlu, the eldest young master of the Chu clan, had come from. Could it be an illegitimate child of Chu Tianlu's deceased father? It had to be said that this old man Chu Yuntian's imagination was quite wild. Fortunately, Chu Tianlu didn't know what he was thinking. Otherwise, he would really go to his father's grave and kowtow to apologize. This old man had been implicated. Chu Tianlu sternly said, "Grandfather, I'm serious. The marriage alliance between the Chu clan and Yiling sect must be annulled. There's absolutely no possibility of it continuing." Nonsense. This is a great opportunity for our Chu clan to rise. I definitely won't allow you to ruin this opportunity. Chu Yuntian was burning with rage as he loudly berated Chu Tianlu. "Grandfather, I'm in charge of the Chu clan's matters now." Chu Tianlu glanced at Lin Yi. Although he didn't want to contradict Chu Yuntian, he had no choice but to continue acting tough. Chu Yuntian's hair and beard stood on end. He shook his head and said, "No matter what, the marriage alliance cannot be stopped. Although your second uncle's heart isn't in the right place, he was still a nascent soul cultivator of our Chu clan. Yet, he died because of you. Now, you're rejecting the marriage alliance with Yiling sect. Do you really want to destroy the Chu clan and watch as the Chu clan declines?" Chu Tianlu smiled bitterly. He approached Chu Yuntian and said in an extremely low voice, "Grandfather, if I continue the marriage alliance with Yiling sect, I'll really be destroying the Chu clan. Not only the Chu clan, but Yiling sect will probably be doomed as well." Chu Yuntian immediately quivered, and his mind became completely clear. It was very obvious that Chu Tianlu's elder brother was definitely not some damned illegitimate elder brother. Instead, it was Lin Yi, who was standing to the side and looking at Chu Yuntian with a faint smile. When he thought about how Lin Yi had specifically pointed out Yiling sect's Duanmuyu, Chu Yuntian immediately cursed himself in his heart for being muddle-headed. It was such an obvious hint, yet even a silly kid like Tianlu understood it. Why was he the one who was confused instead? After thinking it through, Chu Yuntian immediately said to Chu Tianlu sternly, "Child, why won't you listen? It's imperative that the Chu clan and Yiling sect form an alliance through marriage. However, you're definitely not worthy of a genius like Miss Duanmu. I think only your eldest brother, Senior Lin, is the most suitable candidate." "Ha!" Chu Tianlu was dumbfounded. After all, he was an honest child. He really couldn't understand Chu Yuntian's shamelessness. "But grandfather, eldest brother Lin Yi isn't a member of our Chu clan." Chu Yuntian had been waiting for this sentence. He immediately said righteously, "How is he not a member of our Chu clan? Since you've acknowledged him as your eldest brother, he's naturally the eldest brother of our Chu clan. Isn't it normal for him to represent our Chu clan with full authority? Is that even possible?" Chu Tianlu looked at Chu Yuntian in a daze, then turned to look at Lin Yi, hoping to get some hints from Lin Yi. Lin Yi coughed dryly and said plainly, "I won't interfere in your Chu clan's matters." Chu Yuntian secretly despised him. He thought to himself, "Why didn't you say earlier that you wouldn't interfere in the Chu clan's matters? Now you're putting on an act." But since Lin Yi had put it that way, Chu Yuntian had no choice but to go with the flow. Since Senior Lin doesn't represent House Chu's intentions, then it's a shame that the marriage proposal between House Chu and Yiling's sect is terminated. Chapter 5489. Genius in a second, remember to go. To provide you with exciting novels to read. Yi Qingqing didn't have any objections. When he heard what Chu Yuntian said, he immediately agreed. Our Yiling sect has no objections. Although the Chu family and Yiling sect aren't connected by marriage, the alliance between our two sects won't change. We still need to continue supporting each other in the future. It had to be said that Yi Qingqing's mind worked very quickly, and he saw things very clearly. Since Duanmuyu and Lin Yi had an ambiguous relationship, and Lin Yi was such a powerful existence, Yiling's sect might as well be tied to Lin Yi's chariot instead of being connected by marriage with the Chu family. As for the Chu family, they were the ones who proposed to cancel the marriage anyway. Yiling's sect didn't owe them anything, but it was necessary to continue maintaining their relationship. After all, they were the family of Lin Yi's little brother. With this relationship, the Chu family would rise sooner or later. Sect leader Yi is so righteous. We must get closer from now on. Chu Yuntian laughed loudly. No one knew if he was really that happy. Yi Qingqing and Chu Yuntian flattered each other for a while, and the atmosphere was joyous and harmonious. Only Lin Yi and Bing Wuqing were cold and didn't seem to have any intention of joining in. Slowly, the two of them stopped, feeling a little awkward. After ending the meaningless conversation with Chu Yuntian, Yi Qingqing said in a voice that only Duanmu could hear, "Xiao Yu, why didn't you tell the sect that you and Lin Yi are so close? If we knew that the two of you had such a relationship, why would our Yiling sect need to arrange a marriage with the Chu family? With the support of Lin Yi." "No, Elder Lin, it would be a piece of cake for our Yiling sect to regain our former glory." Duanmu Yu blushed slightly. "No, sect leader, I was just an ordinary friend with Lin Yi in the past. We were like brothers. Perhaps we were closer than brothers, but it's not what you think, that's enough. You're really muddle-headed." Yi Qingqing looked at Duanmu Yu with an exasperated expression, but there was no blame in his tone. Instead, he was like a doting parent. "Since you have such a good relationship with Elder Lin, you should make good use of it. As long as Elder Lin can help you reach nascent soul, the status of our Yiling sect can be preserved. We don't need to talk about other developments in the future." Duanmu Yu didn't respond. She naturally knew how powerful Lin Yi was. What she didn't know was that Lin Yi was so powerful that a top expert at perfected nascent soul stage couldn't even last one move against Lin Yi. The key was that no one could see what was going on with this move. Duanmu Yu was quite clear about what Yi Qingqing said in his plan just now, but she instinctively resisted it. Being able to improve one's strength was the dream of every cultivator. However, Duanmu Yu didn't want to rely on her relationship with Lin Yi to ask Lin Yi to help her improve her strength. This made Duanmu Yu feel that she was using Lin Yi. She felt very uncomfortable no matter how she thought about it. Yi Qingqing didn't know what Duanmu Yu was thinking. He continued to say in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Xiao Yu, you will find an opportunity to follow Lin Yi in the future. With his ability, it will definitely not be a problem to help you improve to the nascent soul stage." "Sect Master, why are you so sure that if I follow Lin Yi, he will definitely help me to improve to the nascent soul stage? Do you think that by following Lin Yi, the speed of cultivation will increase a lot?" Duanmu Yu looked at Yi Qingqing with some confusion. Lin Yi had helped her break through the foundation establishment stage and advance to the gold core stage, but that was only because of the medicinal pills in Lin Yi's hands. Needless to say, the medicinal pills were precious. Duanmu Yu didn't think that Lin Yi had enough medicinal pills to help her break through to the nascent soul stage. Yi Qingqing smiled mysteriously and said, "If it was someone else, they might think the same as you and think that their cultivation speed will be faster by Senior Lin's side. However, I am sure that Senior Lin definitely has a way to quickly improve the strength of others. After the last incident, I specially went to inquire about it." "What did you inquire about? Is it about Lin Yi?" Duanmu Yu wasn't too surprised. After all, Lin Yi had caused quite a commotion in Yiling's sect last time. It wasn't strange for Yi Qingqing to inquire about it afterwards. It's not really asking about Senior Lin. Yi Qingqing glanced at Lin Yi guiltily. If Lin Yi heard that he had asked about him behind his back, who knew what the consequences would be? Fortunately, Lin Yi was talking to the people of the Chu family and didn't seem to notice them. Moreover, Yi Qingqing believed that he and Duanmu Yu's voices were soft enough, so it shouldn't attract Lin Yi's attention. "Actually, I went to inquire about the Snow Sword sect and found some strange things." Yi Qingqing turned around and continued to explain in a low voice, "Because Xue Jianfang wanted to dip his fingers into our Yiling sect, I specially went to investigate the Snow Sword sect. I found that the Snow Sword sect suddenly had 3 nascent soul old monsters. Among them, the strangest one is Shui Jianfeng. Duan Muyu nodded. She was the clearest about Shui Jianfeng's previous strength. After all, they had gone to the secular world together for training. In just a few months, he went from a disciple with potential at the foundation establishment stage to a top-notch expert at the nascent soul perfected stage. In the words of the secular world, this speed was like riding a rocket. Saying that he was strange was already an understatement. I'm not sure what kind of fortuitous encounter Shui Jianfeng had. However, apart from this strange Shui Jianfeng, there was another person who suddenly attained the nascent soul realm, and that was Bing Wuqing. At this point, Yi Qingqing could not help but sneak a glance at Bing Wuqing. His eyes were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Although Bing Wuqing had always been known as a genius, she had always been a genius at the early golden elixir stage. There was still a considerable gap between her and Yi Qingqing. However, Bing Wuqing had now become an expert at the peak of the early nascent soul realm. She had directly become someone that Yi Qingqing had to look up to. The world was truly unpredictable. Let's not talk about Shui Jianfeng. However, I dare to conclude that Bing Wuqing's improvement definitely has something to do with Senior Lin Yi. Otherwise, no matter how much of a genius Bing Wuqing is and how shocking her cultivation speed is, she would at most be at the mid-golden elixir stage. She would not even be able to defeat me, let alone Yu Taizong, who is at the nascent soul perfected stage. That's why I say that if you follow Lin Yi, you will definitely be able to attain the nascent soul realm quickly. Yi Qingqing finally finished explaining. If possible, he would rather follow Lin Yi himself in exchange for a chance to attain the nascent soul realm. Chapter 5490. Unfortunately, Lin Yi obviously didn't like Yi Qingqing, unless he was really a beautiful woman. Moreover, he was clearly too old to be his little brother. He even regretted not using the everlasting face technique to stop his appearance at the moment he broke through to the heaven stage in order to become the head of the sect. Now, if he followed behind Lin Yi and went out saying that he was Lin Yi's little brother, wouldn't it scare people to death? It wouldn't be harmonious either. On the other side, Lin Yi's instructions to Chu Tianlu were more or less complete. Lin Yi didn't take back the crab's inner core, but still gave it to Chu Tianlu, asking him to settle the Chu clan's affairs first. Chu Tianlu couldn't refuse, and could only accept the crab's inner core. He promised to deliver the Chu clan's pill recipe to Lin Yi as soon as possible. Whether it was to complete the transaction of the inner core or as a little brother's filial piety to the boss, these were all necessary. Lin Yi didn't act pretentious. After nodding in agreement, he turned around and walked towards Duan Muyu. Although Yi Qingqing and Duan Muyu spoke softly, with the characteristics of Lin Yi's primordial spirit, as long as he was willing, the entire Chu clan was under the surveillance of his divine sense. Therefore, even if Lin Yi didn't deliberately listen to their conversation, he could still clearly understand every word they said. Duan Muyu, let them handle the matters here. I have something to talk to you about. Lin Yi looked at Duan Muyu with a slightly awkward expression. After all, their relationship hadn't been so obvious before. Duan Muyu didn't expect that Lin Yi would suddenly look for him. He immediately blushed and his heart raced. He lowered his head slightly, thinking of what to do, at a loss. Yi Qingqing was overjoyed. This was a good opportunity. Seeing that Duan Muyu was still a little hesitant, he hurriedly pushed Duan Muyu's arm and said, "Since Senior Lin is looking for you, you should go with him. This place is too messy, and it's not a good place to talk. Young Master Chu, do you think we should arrange a quiet room for Senior Lin and the others to talk?" Yi Qingqing's last sentence was completely directed at Chu Tianlu. He was afraid that this rash young Master Chu wouldn't understand, so he didn't even try to be subtle. He was just short of directly saying that he wanted to send Lin Yi and Duan Muyu to the bridal room. Duan Muyu's face turned redder. She was originally a straightforward woman. Just as she said, she and Lin Yi were like brothers at first, but she didn't know when she didn't want to continue being Lin Yi's brother. Lin Yi was also a little embarrassed, but he didn't show it on his face. He still said calmly, "Thank you for your concern, sect leader Yi. There's no need to trouble Heaven's road. He needs to deal with the things here. Duan Muyu and I will leave first." "Not at all, not at all. Senior Lin, please go ahead. You guys take your time to chat." Seeing that Lin Yi was so polite, Yi Qingqing was extremely happy. He thought that his decision was very wise. It seemed that there was hope for the revival of the Yiling sect. Lin Yi didn't say anything more. He called Duan Muyu out of the hall. Not far from the hall, there was a study used for receiving guests. Although Lin Yi had never been there, he had already identified this place with his divine sense. The two entered the study. They were very satisfied with the elegant and quiet layout. Duan Muyu didn't speak to Lin Yi. She sat down gracefully by the tea table and began to boil water in a familiar manner. She prepared to make tea for Lin Yi. Lin Yi didn't stand on ceremony. He sat down quietly opposite Duan Muyu and admired her smooth and elegant movements. After a while, the water boiled. Duan Muyu washed the tea and poured a cup of water for Lin Yi. She placed it in front of Lin Yi. The faint fragrance of the tea spread out slowly, making Lin Yi feel refreshed. In terms of the tea ceremony, Lin Yi believed that he couldn't compare to Duan Muyu. When Lin Yi picked up the tea and smelled the fragrance, Duan Muyu gathered her long dress, got up, and walked to the side. She sat down in front of the zither table. She raised her arm gently and her fingers danced. The tinkling sound of the zither was like pearls falling on a jade plate, or like a clear spring in a valley, quietly flowing in the study. Although she didn't say a word, Lin Yi naturally knew that this was Duan Muyu's way of expressing her feelings to him again. Unfortunately, Lin Yi really didn't have much research in this area. Such an elegant thing was used on Lin Yi. It was really not wrong to say that she was playing the lute to a cow. Listening to the clear and melodious sound of the zither, Lin Yi was thinking about how to improve Duan Muyu's strength. Now Duan Muyu was only at the peak of the early Jidun stage. If she wanted to reach the Yuanying stage, she needed at least 5 to 6 golden elixirs and 1 Yuanying golden elixirs. Yuanying golden elixirs were not a problem. Lin Yi still had a lot of them, but the golden elixirs were almost used up. Before, Lin Yi also had a lot of golden elixirs in his hands, but the strength level of the ancient small Jianghu was too low, and the consumption of golden elixirs was relatively fast. Lin Yi didn't care about this kind of elixir, so now, it was a little difficult to improve Duan Muyu's strength all at once. On the Heaven Stage Island, the golden elixirs were no longer of much use to Lin Yi. At most, he could refine some for sale, so he already had all the stock with him. If he wanted to refine more, there were auxiliary elixirs, but the main materials might not be found in a short time. With Duan Muyu's strength, if he directly took the Yuanying golden elixirs, he would definitely explode and die, so this matter, Lin Yi still had to think about it carefully. Duan Muyu's zither sound was soothing and melodious, which made people feel relaxed. However, Lin Yi was thinking about improving Duan Muyu's level and could not appreciate the essence of it at all. Without enough golden elixirs, Lin Yi couldn't quickly improve Duan Muyu's level, and not only Duan Muyu, Lin Yi was also extremely worried after seeing the strength of Xue Jianfeng and Yu Taizang. In a short period of time, the center was already able to produce masters of the Yuanying Great Perfection in batches. Even if Xue Jianfeng, who was forcibly promoted to the Yuanying Great Perfection, was weaker than the ordinary Yuanying Great Perfection, but they had many people. In the face of the aggressive development speed of the center, Lin Yi clearly felt the pressure on him, so improving Duan Muyu's strength was only the first step. In the future, he must cultivate enough masters to fight against the increasingly powerful center. If he could go back to the Heaven Stage Island, refining the golden elixirs would not be a problem at all, but it would be meaningless to refine them after going back. What's more, it was uncertain whether he could carry out the second primordial spirit projection in a short time, so he naturally couldn't go back. The only way was to find a way to refine the golden elixirs here. Chapter 5491. Lin Yi, what's wrong with you? Do you think my zither playing is too clumsy? Duan Miyu couldn't help but feel a little nervous. She wanted to show off in front of Lin Yi. It would be bad if she made a fool of herself. Lin Yi smiled and shook his head. How is that possible? Your level of zither playing is quite high. I'm just thinking about something. Duan Miyu's heart moved, and she thought to herself, is he thinking about the matter between us? If this is the case, what does Lin Yi mean by frowning? For a moment, Duan Miyu suddenly became a little worried. She guessed that Lin Yi didn't have any feelings for her. Lin Yi didn't know that Duan Miyu's heart was full of knots at this moment. After thinking for a while, he took out the last 2 golden cores and handed them to Duan Miyu. I only have these 2 golden cores here. If you want to promote to the nascent soul stage, you still need a few more. But it doesn't matter. You can use these 2 to improve your strength first. I will think of a way in the future. It turns out that you are thinking about helping me improve my strength. Duan Miyu felt a little sweet in her heart. She immediately took the 2 golden cores, and she didn't mean to be polite to Lin Yi at all. It was not the first time that Lin Yi helped Duan Miyu improve her strength, and Duan Miyu felt that if she was polite to Lin Yi, it would make the 2 of them estranged. It was good now. You can start now, I will guard you. Before Lin Yi finished speaking, he found that Duan Miyu had already taken a golden core, sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. Lin Yi shook his head with a smile and said nothing more. He also sat down at the tea table, guarding Duan Miyu while refining the spiritual knowledge fruit that he had swallowed before. In the past few days, Lin Yi had eaten 2 spiritual knowledge fruits, so he had a great understanding of the medicinal properties of the spiritual knowledge fruit. Generally speaking, it doesn't matter if you don't deliberately refine the spiritual knowledge fruit, because its gentle medicinal properties could slowly nourish the spirit for a long time, allowing the spirit to gradually improve. Of course, after taking the spiritual knowledge fruit, if you actively refine it, the medicinal effect would take effect faster. Because of this, Lin Yi ate a spiritual knowledge fruit in public without any scruples. The tumor of the spiritual knowledge fruit was also a time bomb for Lin Yi, but after taking the spiritual knowledge fruit, the tumor of the spiritual knowledge fruit could not be removed immediately. Only by completely refining a spiritual knowledge fruit could one completely remove the tumor of the spiritual knowledge fruit. The 2 were not far from each other, and they both entered a state of cultivation. However, while Lin Yi was refining the spiritual knowledge fruit, he still paid close attention to Duan Miyu's situation. Fortunately, Duan Miyu's promotion was quite smooth. After all, Lin Yi's golden core was of the best quality. Not to mention a genius like Duan Miyu, as long as it was someone with a decent aptitude, it would be a matter of course for them to improve their cultivation. After breaking through to the middle stage of the Jidun stage, Duan Miyu did not stop cultivating. He did not even stabilize his strength. He directly took the 2nd golden core and rushed to the peak of the middle stage of the Jidun stage in one go. Lin Yi refined the spiritual knowledge fruit step by step to remove the tumor of the spiritual knowledge fruit. This process was much slower than Duan Miyu's promotion, so Lin Yi was not in a hurry. Anyway, even if the medicinal properties of the spiritual knowledge fruit were not refined in one go, it did not matter much. It was just a matter of time. After dawn the next day, Duan Miyu finally completed his cultivation and stabilized his strength at the peak of the middle stage of the Jidun stage. Lin Yi also suspended the progress of removing the tumor of the spiritual knowledge fruit. Lin Yi, thank you. Duan Miyu got up excitedly. Although he felt that saying thank you would seem a little distant, he still thanked Lin Yi sincerely. Lin Yi waved his hand and said with a smile, "What are you thanking me for? It's just 2 medicinal pills. You were able to break through so smoothly, mostly because of your superior talent. If it were an ordinary person, even with medicinal pills, they may not be able to break through one level without spending 10 days. No way. Duan Liu whispered with a blush on her pretty face. Being able to get Lin Yi's praise seemed to make her happier than advancing 2 levels in a row. Lin Yi was not interested in talking about this topic. Chu Tianlu had arrived outside the study early in the morning, but he did not disturb Lin Yi. Instead, he waited quietly at the door. Obviously, he knew that Lin Yi would know that he appeared at the door. If it was convenient, Lin Yi would let him in. Previously, Duan Liu had not finished cultivating, so Lin Yi asked him to wait outside. Now that everything was fine, he naturally let Chu Tianlu in to talk. Tianlu, come in. Lin Yi greeted him and casually sat on the chair beside the desk. Hearing Lin Yi's call, Chu Tianlu immediately pushed the door open and came in. He first bowed respectfully and said, "Boss Lin Yi, sister-in-law Duan Liu, breakfast is ready. May I know if you want to send it here or go to the dining hall to eat?" Lin Yi waved his hand and said, "Let's go to the dining hall to eat later. There's no need to trouble yourself. You came to deliver the medicinal pills, right?" "Yes, Boss Lin Yi. Here are some medicinal pills collected by our Chu family, as well as Chu Tianliang's alchemy manual. I thought that maybe Boss Lin Yi would be a little interested, so I brought them together." Chu Tianlu took out a stack of parchment paper from his arms and handed it to Lin Yi. There was also a small book on it. It should be Chu Tianliang's alchemy manual. Lin Yi first looked at the medicinal pills. In addition to those medicinal pills such as Recover Pill, there were medicinal pills for Foundation Establishment Pill, Golden Core Pill, and Yuanying Pill, but that was all. There were no medicinal pills such as the Thunder Xian Pill. It was estimated that there might not be a medicinal pill of the Thunder Xian Pill in the entire ancient Jianghu. Otherwise, there would be cultivators of the mysterious ascension stage. As for the Foundation Establishment Pill, Golden Core Pill, and Yuanying Pill, in addition to the main material of the sea beast's Niden, the other auxiliary materials were also very different from the medicinal pills of the Heaven Step Island. Under Lin Yi's research, he suddenly felt his eyes lit up. The combination of this medicinal pill was completely a new idea. Lin Yi had never thought of it before. Of course, because Lin Yi had never thought that the sea beast's Niden could be used to refine a golden pill, he naturally would not have the idea of matching medicinal materials according to the sea beast's Niden. Although the medicinal materials of the medicinal pill were different, Lin Yi's current medicinal materials reserve was already quite rich, so he did not need to worry about the problem of these auxiliary materials. The only thing he needed to do was to capture the sea beast of the gold core stage. Chapter 5492. Lin Yi put away the pill recipe and opened Chu Tianliang's alchemy manual. However, as soon as he saw it, he immediately frowned. Divine Sense Condensing Pill Fire. How could it be like this? Whether it was the common world or the sky-class island, Lin Yi had never heard of a spirit that could condense a refinement fire. He had always used pure qi to condense the refinement fire, but now, all of his knowledge was completely overturned. "Boss, is there a problem?" Chu Tianlu had been paying attention to Lin Yi. Seeing Lin Yi frown, he thought that there was a problem with Chu Tianliang's alchemy manual, so he immediately asked. Lin Yi waved his hand and said, "It's nothing. It's just that the things mentioned in this alchemy manual are a little different from what I've seen before, so I have some doubts." Chu Tianlu scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "If that's the case, I really can't help you with anything. I really don't know anything about alchemy." "I know." Lin Yi laughed and shook his head. He thought to himself, "I knew you don't know alchemy, and I didn't expect you to be able to help me with alchemy." However, what was the difference between condensing pill fire with divine sense and condensing pill fire with qi? Lin Yi really couldn't figure it out. If there was a method to condense pill fire with divine sense in this alchemy manual, Lin Yi wouldn't mind giving it a try and then comparing it with qi to pill fire to understand. Unfortunately, there was no method to condense pill fire with divine sense in this manual, and it was only briefly mentioned. Chu Tianlu suddenly clapped his hands and said, "That's right. Boss Lin Yi, after my grandfather obtained the crab's core last night, he immediately contacted an alchemist to refine the core into a nascent soul golden core. I know that the alchemist isn't far from our Chu family. If he comes quickly, he might already be at our Chu family." "Oh. Your grandfather moves quite quickly. He has already found an alchemist who can refine nascent soul golden core." It should be known that an alchemist who could refine a nascent soul golden pill was in existence above the 6th grade. Even on the Heaven Stage Island, it was not easy to find one. This Chu family could actually invite such a person in one night. It seemed that their network was really good. "Boss Lin Yi, why don't we go and take a look? If this alchemist is already here, we should be able to consult him if we have any questions. Or we can just watch him concoct pills. Who knows, he might be able to answer your doubts," Chu Tianlu suggested rather excitedly. Being able to do something for Lin Yi made Chu Tianlu extremely happy. Otherwise, he would feel that he owed Lin Yi too much. Lin Yi was very tempted after hearing this. This was really a good suggestion. If he could directly watch the high-level alchemists of the ancient small world concoct pills on the spot, it would be quite beneficial whether it was in terms of divine sense condensing alchemy fire or controlling this kind of alchemy fire to concoct pills. Since that's the case, let's go take a look. As Lin Yi spoke, he stood up and suddenly asked, "When this alchemist is concocting pills, can others directly watch?" When Lin Yi was concocting pills, he would never let others watch from the side, unless it was someone that Lin Yi was very close and trusted. After all, the automatic alchemy furnace, such a heaven-defying artifact, could not be casually exposed in front of others. Putting himself in others' shoes, other alchemists might not be willing to let irrelevant people watch from the side when they were concocting pills. If they were careless and made a mistake in concocting pills, leading to the final failure of concocting pills, who would be responsible for this? After being asked by Lin Yi, Chu Tianlu also said with some hesitation, "I'm not very clear. I originally thought that there should be no problem, but boss, after what you said, I also feel that it doesn't seem that easy. But it doesn't matter. Even if we can't watch the concoction, at least we can ask some questions about concocting pills. These are all trivial matters. I think he will give face to our Chu family." "You're right, then let's go." Lin Yi shrugged and was about to follow Chu Tianlu to see this alchemist, but after seeing that Duanmuyu had already brewed a pot of tea, he changed his mind and said, "This matter is not very urgent. Tianlu, come and taste the tea made by Duanmuyu. It is definitely not ordinary." Duanmuyu smiled slightly and said, "Young Master Chu, don't listen to Lin Yi's nonsense. I'm just casually playing with it. Originally, it is not suitable to drink tea like this early in the morning, but we are all cultivators, so we don't have so many scruples. Sister-in-law, you are too polite. Just call me Tianlu, don't call me young Master Chu. It makes people feel uncomfortable," Chu Tianlu said with a smile. He picked up the teacup in front of him, blew on the hot air, then raised his head and drank it in one gulp. Then he praised loudly, "Good tea. It's really good tea. Sister-in-law's craftsmanship is really good." Duanmuyu's pretty face was slightly red, but she did not refute Chu Tianlu's addressing her as sister-in-law. Duanmuyu was not only used to being addressed like this, but also enjoyed it. Lin Yi said with a smile, "I see that you are also a person who doesn't understand the tea ceremony. What can you taste if you gulp it down like a whale? Forget it, let's go and see if the alchemist is here." After speaking, Lin Yi also picked up his own teacup and drank the clear tea inside. It was not a waste of Duanmuyu's effort. Duanmuyu was secretly amused. Lin Yi obviously did not have a deep understanding of the tea ceremony. He and Chu Tianlu were almost the same. They were indeed the boss and the little brother. After a simple cleaning up, the three of them walked towards the hall. The mess caused last night had been cleaned up overnight. Now the hall was restored to its previous tidiness. Even the blue bricks that had been broken by Shui Jianfeng's kowtow had been replaced. There was no trace of it left. Lin Yi had not arrived yet, but his divine sense had already scanned the hall. In the hall, Chu Yuntian was respectfully talking to an old man. This old man sat arrogantly in the seat of honor. Obviously, his status was quite high. He should be the alchemist invited by Chu Yuntian. It was not surprising that an alchemist who could refine nascent soul and golden elixirs had such a status. This was the case on the Heaven Stage Island. A high-level alchemist was enough to be on an equal footing with the higher-ups of the major sections. As soon as the three of them entered the hall, before Chu Tianlu had time to introduce the alchemist to Lin Yi, he heard Chu Yuntian say with a smile, "Master Qin, can you discuss this matter again? Our Chu family can use other things to exchange, not necessarily elixirs, right?" Chapter 5493. Chu Yuntian's face was full of bitterness, but he also understood that Master Qin was a man of his word. He probably wouldn't change no matter how much he begged. Lin Yi was surprised. He really didn't expect that the conditions given by this guy surnamed Qin would be so overbearing. He provided the materials and the alchemy fee, but in the end, he couldn't even get one pill. He could only give it to the old man surnamed Qin. Wasn't this completely making a wedding dress for the old man Qin? Although there was nothing wrong with an alchemist receiving elixir as a reward, and the Heaven Stage Island also had such a rule, the Heaven Stage Island would at least guarantee that in the case of one pill, the employer would be given priority. After all, it was the employer who collected the materials and spent a lot of money on alchemy. If the alchemist could only make one pill, there was no reason to continue to collect elixir after receiving the alchemy fee. At this moment, Chu Yuntian's heart was in a dilemma. Speaking of alchemists who could refine nascent soul golden pills, old man Qin wouldn't be the only one in the entire immemorial martial world. However, Chu Yuntian could only invite him. Therefore, other than him, he really couldn't find anyone else to refine nascent soul golden pills. However, the conditions given by this old man Qin were really too harsh. One had to know that the success rate of this old man Qin's alchemy was never more than 30%. With such a low success rate, it was simply impossible to guarantee 2 pills. With a success rate of 30%, if he wanted to make one pill, he would have to bear a great risk. Now that he finally made one pill, he had to give it to old man Qin. No matter how Chu Yuntian thought about it, he felt that he would end up losing everything. Chu Yuntian, what are you thinking about? Hurry up and give me a straightforward answer. Old man Qin's face was full of impatience. He didn't put Chu Yuntian, a nascent soul old monster, in his eyes at all. However, it was no wonder that the Chu family was originally a small family. Chu Yuntian, a nascent soul old monster, was only the weakest nascent soul early stage. Old man Qin was an alchemist from the small archaic underworld 5-element sect. The status of the two could be said to be like heaven and earth. In front of old man Qin, Chu Yuntian really didn't have much confidence. Because of this, after Chu Yuntian was urged, he could only continue to smile apologetically. Master Qin, this condition is really a bit harsh. Can you let me think about it again? Old man Qin said angrily, consider. What was there to consider? Could it be that there is an alchemist more powerful than this seat? Chu Yuntian hurriedly shook his head and said, No, in the entire ancient underworld, there aren't many who can compare to you, Master Qin, let alone those who are stronger than you. When old man Qin heard this, his expression became slightly better. He snorted coldly and said, Since that's the case, what else do you have to consider? Apart from me, who else can turn these materials into pills? Chu Yuntian thought to himself, even if no one can refine it, at least these things belong to our Chu family. If we sell them, we can get back a lot of spiritual jades. But if we let you refine them, with your level, it would be difficult for you to even form a single pill. But if a single pill is formed, it will belong to you. Our Chu family's things will be completely wasted. No, even if he were to throw something into the water, he would at least be able to hear a sound. If he were to refine pills, he wouldn't even be able to hear a sound. However, Chu Yuntian could only say these words in his heart. He didn't dare to say any of them out loud. Old Man Chen's status was there, and Chu Yuntian really couldn't afford to offend him. Chu Yuntian didn't dare to open his mouth, but Chu Tianlu, who was frank and straightforward, immediately walked over and cupped his fists. He said, "Master Qin, with all due respect, the entire ancient underworld knows that your success rate in alchemy is around 30% at most. If we follow your conditions, our Chu family will basically lose everything. In the end, there is a 99% chance that we won't get anything. So, can you let our Chu family use other things to exchange for one pill?" Old Man Chen's expression was as gloomy as water. He said with a sneer, "Where did you come from, Junior? Is this where you have the right to speak? Can't you see that this seat is talking to your family's elder? Why are you interrupting?" Chu Tianlu said boldly, "I am the young patriarch of the Chu family. Right now, I am in charge of all the matters of the Chu family. The same goes for alchemy. Master Qin, do you think that I have the right to speak?" According to normal circumstances, Chu Tianlu should at least address himself as a junior. However, he was now Lin Yi's little brother. If he addressed himself as a junior in front of Old Man Qin, it was tantamount to making Lin Yi the same generation as Old Man Qin, or even a junior. This made Chu Tianlu, who worshipped Lin Yi like a god, unable to accept it. So, his tone of speech was a bit harsh. Old Man Qin said furiously, "This seat doesn't care if you are the young patriarch or the old patriarch. To put it bluntly, who does your Chu family think you are? How dare you speak to this seat like this? Master Qin, calm down. Let's talk this out." Chu Yuntian hurriedly smiled apologetically and appeased Chu Tianlu. If it was before, he would definitely give Chu Tianlu a good scolding. However, now, he didn't dare to do so. Didn't he see that Lin Yi was standing beside Chu Tianlu? If he offended Old Man Qin, at most, he wouldn't be able to perform alchemy. However, if he offended Lin Yi, he would definitely die. Talk. What kind of talk? Is this how your Chu family asks me to perform alchemy? Do you really think that our 5-element sect can be bullied by just anyone? Old Man Qin didn't intend to talk nicely at all. In his opinion, for a grassroots family like the Chu family, he had condescended to perform alchemy for them, which was already giving them face. Not only did they not know how to be grateful, but they even wanted to bargain. "I dare not, I dare not. Master Qin, you are too serious." Chu Yuntian's forehead was about to break out in cold sweat. If he had known this would happen, he would not have performed alchemy. Today, this seat will leave my words here. Whether you want to or not, you have to do it. Otherwise, if word of this gets out, where will I put my face? Old Man Qin narrowed his slender eyes, which flickered with a cold light. He looked at Chu Yuntian and made him feel cold. However, what he said next made Chu Yuntian feel completely cold. "If you don't agree, then the Chu family will be blacklisted by our 5-element sect." As soon as these words came out, both Chu Yuntian and Chu Tianlu were completely dumbfounded. What did it mean to be blacklisted by the 5-element sect? Lin Yi might not know, but they were clearly aware of it. In the small Jianghu of ancient times, few sects that offended the 5-element sect could come out unscathed. Even if there were, it would definitely not be a grassroots family like the Chu family, which had not even entered the top 10 small sects. Chapter 5494. Old Man Qin glanced at Lin Yi contemptuously. He was too lazy to even get angry. He sneered directly and said, "Where did this junior come from? Your Chu family's upbringing is really good. Fine, if you don't ask me to refine pills today, then don't expect me to help you in the future. At the same time, you have to be mentally prepared for the consequences of offending the Five Elements sect." Lin Yi said disdainfully, "If your alchemy level is as high as your ability to scare people, it's not that I can't refine pills for you. Let's not talk about whether you can represent the Five Elements sect. With your alchemy level, there's really nothing to be proud of. Isn't it just alchemy? I can also refine pills. Is it that great?" "Bullshit." Old Man Chin almost jumped up. He was most proud of his identity as an alchemist. Now that he was despised by Lin Yi, how could he not be angry? He immediately roared, "Ignorant kid, do you think alchemy is so easy? You also say you can refine pills? This seat has never heard of such a character like you among the alchemists. You can't be so unreliable even if you're boasting, right?" Lin Yi shrugged and said, "Whether I'm boasting or not, we'll know once we try. If you don't believe me, I'll refine the pills. What do you think I should do?" "Impossible." Old Man Chin subconsciously roared and retorted, "Just tell me what to do." Lin Yi was too lazy to talk nonsense with him and pressed him step by step. Old Man Chin said with a ferocious look, "Fine. I'll see what tricks you can play. As long as you can refine pills, I'll refine pills for your Chu family for free." Lin Yi looked at Old Man Chin with an expression as if he was looking at an idiot and said, "Are you stupid? I've already refined pills. Why do I need you to refine pills for free? Do I need your mediocre alchemy level?" Old Man Chin almost spat blood. Besides the time when he'd just started learning pill refinement, it was really the first time in so many years that he'd been called mediocre in pill refinement. No matter what, he was the top alchemist in the tiny world of the primeval times, and it was truly intolerable. "Junior, you're going too far. Tell me what to do. I really don't believe it today." Old Man Chin really didn't believe that Lin Yi could successfully refine the elixir. He immediately let Lin Yi draw the line. Lin Yi said coolly, "Then let's do it this way. If I can refine it successfully, you can stop refining pills from now on." "All right." Old Man Chen was about to go mad from anger. He agreed without hesitation, and then asked, "What if you can't refine it? What do you want to say?" Lin Yi looked at Old Man Chen mockingly. Lin Yi was simply bullying him. Before it even started, Old Man Chen was destined to lose. Hence, no matter what he said, Lin Yi would not object. "It's very simple. You failed, and your Chu clan has to apologize to me. At the same time, pay me 10 times the amount of spirit jades as compensation. Do you have them? If you do, I'll play with you." Old Man Chen forced himself to calm down and said, thinking that victory was in his grasp. Chu Yuntian was shocked when he heard that. To refine this elixir, the Chu clan needed to pay an additional 500 spirit jades to Old Man Chen. Now, he asked for 10 times the compensation, which was 5,000 spirit jades. To the Chu clan, this was a huge sum of money. It was impossible for them to take it out right now. However, Chu Yuntian did not expect that Lin Yi could really refine elixirs. After all, it was true that Lin Yi's strength was powerful, but alchemy and strength did not necessarily have any relation. Chu Yuntian really didn't want to get involved. Old Man Chen secretly sneered. He completely saw Chu Yuntian's expression. Clearly, the Chu clan couldn't take out this amount of spirit jades. Although Old Man Chen was certain that Lin Yi would fail, to be able to gain a little upper hand at this time still made him very happy. "How is it? Do you have 5,000 spirit jades? If you do, take it out and let me see. Otherwise, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Hurry up and give me the materials and compensation." Old Man Chen was proud in his heart and felt that he was really quick-witted. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi said calmly, "It's merely 5,000 spirit jades. What's the big deal? You wait." After saying that, Lin Yi turned around and left the hall. 5,000 spirit jades was not something that could be stored in a small bag. It was impossible for Lin Yi to directly take it out from the space in the jade pendant. He could only first find a place to hide from the eyes and ears. Soon, Lin Yi came back carrying a big bag of spirit jades. He threw it in front of Old Man Chen and said, "If you're interested, count it and see if it's enough." Pure spiritual power fluctuations were emitted from the open bags. It was obvious that the quality of the spiritual jades inside was rather good. When Old Man Chen saw the bag full of spiritual jades, he was completely dumbfounded. Even Chu Yuntian and Chu Tianlu were dumbfounded by the sight. Old Man Chen was only surprised that the Chu clan could take out 5,000 spirit jades so easily. However, Chu Yuntian and Chu Tianlu were surprised at where these 5,000 spirit jades came from. Lin Yi obviously didn't bring any big luggage. These 5,000 spirit jades were not something that could be casually carried in one's pocket. Could it be that the entire Chu clan was blind? "Old man, the spirit jades are here. If you don't count them, then I'll take it as you've tacitly agreed." Lin Yi was naturally not interested in explaining the origin of these spirit jades to them. He looked at Old Man Chen indifferently and said, "Ah. Ah." Old Man Chen was still in shock. He only unconsciously agreed. Then, he reacted and said, "Okay. I'll kindly accept these 5,000 spirit jades. Since you, a junior, want to try, then go. Anyway, these materials belong to your Chu clan. Even if you fail, it has nothing to do with me." To be able to earn 5,000 spirit jades, Old Man Chen felt that it wasn't a bad thing. After all, it wasn't easy to refine a nascent soul golden pill. Even if he really succeeded, he couldn't guarantee the quality. Maybe even if he succeeded, he wouldn't be able to directly advance to the nascent soul stage. Lin Yi laughed and said, "These spirit jades are just for you to look at to satisfy your craving. Do you really think that you can take them away? Let's cut the crap. Since you've agreed, then I'll start refining the pill. If you're interested, why don't you just casually refine a pill here, lest you lose the bet and can no longer refine pills?" Old Man Chen snorted disdainfully and said, "Ignorant child. Seeing that you're going to give me so many spirit jades, I'll kindly remind you that refining pills isn't something that just anyone can play with. Admit defeat as soon as possible, lest you hurt yourself later. These words are quite suitable for you." After Lin Yi ridiculed him, he no longer paid attention to Old Man Chen. He turned around and said to Chu Tianlu, "Tianlu, prepare a secret room for me. I'm going to start refining pills." Chapter 5495. However, Chu Tianlu would never doubt Lin Yi's words. Since Lin Yi said he wanted to refine pills in a secret chamber, Chu Tianlu immediately thought about whether there was a suitable place. "Oh, right." Bing Wuqing, who was standing at the side of the hall, suddenly asked, "Boss Lin Yi, do you need me to protect you?" Lin Yi smiled and shook his head. "No need, just stay here and watch, in case someone runs away with the spiritual jades." Bing Wuqing hadn't left the hall since yesterday. Since Lin Yi wanted to talk to Duan Muyu, she had been waiting here. Because she hadn't spoken much, and her body was as cold as an iceberg, everyone in the Chu family subconsciously wanted to ignore her. Old Man Chen's face darkened. The person Lin Yi was referring to was naturally him. However, what surprised him the most was that both Bing Wuqing and Chu Tianlu called this junior boss. Who on earth was this junior? Could he really be an alchemist? Chu Tianlu, the young master of the Chu family, could be ignored. But who was Bing Wuqing? She was not a simple person. 3 nascent soul old monsters had appeared in the Snow Sword sect. With the resources of the 5 Elements sect, they naturally knew about it. As a senior member of the 5 Elements sect, it would be unreasonable for Old Man Chin not to know Bing Wuching. In his heart, this was the only possibility he could think of. After all, Lin Yi's strength was only at the foundation establishment stage. He could only be a boss in the field of alchemy. After all, although Old Man Chin was also a nascent soul old monster, he was only at the early stage. But those at the late stage or even the peak of the nascent soul realm would also respectfully call him Master Chin or Senior Chin. Old Man Chin could not help but feel a little nervous because of Bing Wuching's words. Unfortunately, even if he wanted to go back on his word and cancel the bet, Lin Yi would never agree. "Boss, I've thought of a suitable place. It's not far from here. Please come with me." Chu Tianlu only thought for a moment, then said and led Lin Yi to the secret chamber. Lin Yi smiled faintly at Bing Wuching and Duan Miyu, gesturing with his eyes for them to wait for him here. Then, he followed Chu Tianlu out of the hall. That secret chamber was indeed not far from the hall. To be precise, it was under the study that Lin Yi and Duan Miyu stayed in yesterday. It was originally intended to be used to store some less precious books and other items, but this study was not used much, so there were not many things stored in the underground secret chamber. Lin Yi nodded. Last night, he discovered that there was a space below, but he didn't know it was a secret room. He thought it was just an ordinary storage room. "Boss, this secret chamber isn't used by anyone, but it has good ventilation, and there are people who clean it, so it's quite clean. If you're not satisfied, we can change to another place." Chu Tianlu opened the entrance to the secret chamber, and said respectfully, "This place is not bad, let's do it here." Lin Yi said indifferently. He just didn't want to be seen when he was concocting pills. In fact, it was the same even if the doors and windows of the study were closed. However, since there was a more suitable place, Lin Yi wouldn't object. "Then you can go down, boss. Do you need me to stand guard here? I don't want anyone to disturb you while you're concocting pills." Chu Tianlu gave way to the entrance, and at the same time applied to stand guard for Lin Yi. Lin Yi nodded and said, "That's fine too. Then wait for me up here." "Yes, boss." Chu Tianlu's face lit up, and he hurriedly cupped his fists and agreed. Lin Yi went down the stairs to the secret chamber. As Chu Tianlu had said, the ventilation was good, and the place was very clean. There was no problem in concocting pills here. After taking out the automatic alchemy furnace, Lin Yi wasted no time, and immediately began to concoct pills. However, when Lin Yi chose the nascent soul golden pill on the panel, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. The ingredients and pill recipes were different, so the nascent soul golden pill recipe that was stored in the alchemy artifact was naturally useless. "I can only input a new recipe." Fortunately, the Heavenly Road sent the recipe for the sea beast's inner core just now. Lin Yi shook his head and muttered with a smile. Then, he took out the nascent soul golden pill recipe that Chu Tianlu had given him, and quickly input it. After inputting the recipe, the process of automatically analyzing the recipe began. Lin Yi was not in a hurry. After all, it was not impossible for ordinary people to spend 10 days to half a month to concoct pills. As long as the recipe was analyzed, with the speed of the automatic alchemy furnace, the pills would be formed in a short while. Half an hour later, Lin Yi looked at the words, "Analysis failed," on the panel, and could not help but slap his forehead. Only then did he remember that there was no information about the sea beast's inner core on the Heaven Stage Island. Moreover, the pill recipes here were all concocted using the alchemy fire condensed by divine sense, which was completely different from the setup of the alchemy artifact. After all, the computer was not the human brain. It could only execute the preset program. Han Jingjing, the creator, did not know about alchemy using the divine sense alchemy fire. Naturally, it was impossible to take this situation into account in advance, so it was normal that the new recipe could not be recognized. This matter could only wait for Lin Yi to return to the Heaven Stage Island and find Han Jingjing to study it and see if there could be a solution. However, in this way, even if he had the inner core of the sea beast in the gold core stage, there was no way to successfully refine the gold core golden pill. This was the thing that gave Lin Yi a headache. What a headache! Since there was no way to try alchemy with the inner core, then now he could only use the nascent soul golden pill that was refined on the Heaven Stage Island. Although the materials were different, the final effect was the same. After the elixir was formed, it was definitely not a simple matter to analyze the composition of the elixir. It was estimated that only a local tyrant like Lin Yi would not care about it. Others would only waste the nascent soul golden pill to analyze the composition. He took out the 2 nascent soul golden pills and looked at them. Due to the preservation ability of the space of the jade pendant, these 2 elixirs were still maintained in the state when they were just taken out of the furnace. There was no problem at all in using them to fish in troubled waters. However, after Lin Yi thought about it, he still put these 2 nascent soul golden pills back. It was too early to go out now. It seemed to be too shocking. He might as well refine another batch of nascent soul golden pills. Anyway, he had to use them. There was a lot of nascent ginseng, and there were enough auxiliary elixirs. With the idea that he was idle, Lin Yi chose the previous nascent soul golden pill recipe. He put a piece of nascent ginseng and other auxiliary materials into the alchemy artifact and began to refine the elixir step by step. This time, Lin Yi only put in 4 sets of materials. In the end, there were 7 elixirs, which was quite good. After putting 5 of them into the space of the jade pendant, Lin Yi put the remaining 2 in a small box and went out. Chapter 5496. Lin Yi was slightly startled. What do you mean it doesn't matter if I fail? I've already refined the pill. Oh, you've refined the pill. What? You've refined the pill. Chu Tianlu didn't react at first. Then, he jumped up abruptly and stammered, Boss. Did you say, you succeeded? It wasn't anything difficult. What's there to be surprised about? Lin Yi smiled faintly and gestured to Chu Tianlu. Let's go. Let's go and see the grand occasion of Old Man Chen washing his hands in a golden basin. Chu Tianlu made an oh sound and followed Lin Yi to the hall in a daze. He hadn't recovered from the shock of Lin Yi successfully refining the nascent soul golden pill. It wasn't that Chu Tianlu didn't have confidence in Lin Yi. The key was how long had passed. Who didn't spend a few days refining pills? A few days was fast. What about Lin Yi? Did he go in for 4 hours? When Chu Tianlu saw Lin Yi, he instinctively thought that Lin Yi had ruined the pill as soon as he started refining. The 2 of them entered the hall one after the other. When Old Man Chen saw Lin Yi, he immediately revealed a mocking smile. Yo! Isn't this our genius alchemist? Why did you come out so quickly? Oh my, I thought you could at least persevere for a day or 2. I didn't expect you to be finished just like that. Why do you need a day or 2? Didn't you come out when you're done? Lin Yi curled his lips and chuckled. Isn't it just refining a nascent soul golden pill? Only a 3-legged cat like you would need a few days. Don't tell me you've already refined the nascent soul golden pill. Old Man Chen looked like he was watching a joke. He wouldn't believe such a thing even if he was beaten to death. This was a nascent soul golden pill, not a low-level pill like the recover pill or the recover pill. How could it be refined so quickly? Brag, continue to brag, but I don't have time to play with you. I'll accept these spiritual jades. Lin Yi raised his hand and took out the small box. You can forget about the spiritual jades. However, before you stop refining pills, I can let you see what true alchemy is. Old Man Chen felt very uneasy in his heart. Lin Yi's performance really didn't look like someone who failed in alchemy. Could it be that he really refined a nascent soul golden core? Old Man Chen really wouldn't believe such a thing even if he was beaten to death. But after Lin Yi opened the lid, Old Man Chen felt that it was better for someone to quickly beat him to death. In that inconspicuous little box, there were actually 2 nascent soul golden pills, and they were not ordinary nascent soul golden pills. Judging from the halos circulating on them, they were definitely top-grade nascent soul golden pills. To be honest, as a top alchemist in the small archaic underworld, Old Man Chen had never seen a top-grade nascent soul golden pill. It was almost something that only existed in legends. Now, it actually appeared in front of him abruptly, and it wasn't just 1, but 2. Not only was Old Man Chen shocked, but even Chu Yuntian was pleasantly surprised. Even Chu Tianlu, who already knew that Lin Yi had succeeded in refining pills, was a little dumbfounded. Chu Tianlu only knew that Lin Yi had succeeded in concocting a pill, but he'd always thought that Lin Yi had only barely managed to concoct 1 pill. However, Lin Yi had once again refreshed his image in Chu Tianlu's heart. Impossible. This must have been prepared a long time ago. Old Man Chen suddenly shouted. This matter really broke his understanding. In a moment of desperation, he could only think of such a reason, and he instantly believed in his own analysis. Lin Yi's mouth was full of mockery, and he said lightly, "Can't you see whether it was prepared a long time ago or not?" Old Man Chen leaped over with a swoosh. He didn't care whether Lin Yi agreed or not, and he reached out to grab the nascent soul golden pill in the small box. Lin Yi withdrew his hand, and Old Man Chen grabbed the empty air. Immediately, he became angry out of humiliation and said, "If you don't let me see, how do I know whether it was prepared a long time ago? Could it be that you're guilty? You can only look, but you're not allowed to move. I'm afraid that your hands will be dirty." Lin Yi's face was indifferent, but it was this expression, combined with his words, that made Old Man Chen's old face instantly turn red. "I'm afraid that your hands will be dirty." Old Man Chen was really going crazy. For so many years, as a dignified alchemist, he was respected and sought after everywhere he went. When had he ever been humiliated like this? However, Lin Yi didn't have the slightest consciousness of humiliating him. In his opinion, since you like to be arrogant and despotic, then don't blame me, who specializes in dealing with arrogant and despotic people, for being rude to you. Good. Nice to meet you. Old Man Chen really wanted to fly into a rage, but after seeing the unfriendly expression on Bing Wuqing's face, he desperately suppressed his anger. "Junior, I'll remember you. Bring it over and let me see it clearly." As long as he could prove that these 2 nascent soul golden pills had been refined a long time ago, then everything could be reversed. Therefore, after Old Man Chen suppressed his anger, he focused his attention on the small box in Lin Yi's hand. Those 2 supreme-grade nascent soul golden pills, in the eyes of Old Man Chen, were really perfect works. If these perfect works were refined by himself, then it would be even more perfect. Unfortunately, this possibility was almost non-existent. With his talent, he had long reached the peak of alchemy, and it was impossible for him to have any further breakthroughs. A faint greed flashed in Old Man Chen's eyes. Faced with 2 supreme-grade nascent soul golden pills, it was impossible for him not to be tempted. However, although Old Man Chen wasn't weak, he had absolutely no chance of winning against nascent soul old monsters like Bing Wuqing or Chu Yuntian. After all, alchemists had always been weaker in terms of their abilities, so he could only observe the pills carefully. Old Man Chen was even calculating in his heart. If he could prove that these 2 nascent soul golden pills had been prepared a long time ago, then he wouldn't even want his 5,000 spirit jade. These supreme-grade nascent soul golden pills had to be in his hands. Unfortunately, no matter how good Old Man Chen's plans were, it was useless in the end. Because no matter how he looked at it, these two nascent soul golden cores were in a state that had just been refined, and it was even to the extent that the temperature on the surface of the pill hadn't completely dissipated. If he approached it, he would be able to feel the strand of hot air that was wrapped in a lingering pill fragrance slowly rising up. Lin Yi looked at Old Man Chen mockingly and smiled indifferently. Have you seen enough? Are you going to lie through your teeth and say that these two nascent soul golden pills have been prepared a long time ago? Old Man Chen's face turned red and then green. He straightened his back, but he couldn't say anything. If he could, he really wanted to say that Lin Yi had prepared them a long time ago, but the fact was that these were indeed nascent soul golden pills that had just been refined. If Lin Yi could refine two supreme-grade nascent soul golden pills in such a short time, then Lin Yi's alchemy skills had long gone beyond Old Man Chen's imagination. Chapter 5497. Even the entire Five Elements sect would not dare to offend such a person, let alone Old Man Chen, who was only an alchemist of the Five Elements sect. As an alchemist, he naturally knew that a person with such alchemy skills could gather a terrifying force if he wanted to. It's just been refined. No matter how unwilling he was, Old Man Chen could only grit his teeth and nod his head to admit it. It was not only because he feared Lin Yi, but also because of Bing Wuqing, who was looking at him coldly from the side. Lin Yi nodded. This old man was quite sensible and did not intend to fight to the end. Lin Yi immediately closed the lid of the box and said, "Since you admit that this is a golden pill of nascent soul that has just been refined, you also admit to this bet. So, I win. You win." Old Man Chen clenched his teeth and stamped his feet. After saying this, he immediately lowered his head and walked out dejectedly. Lin Yi did not stop him. As for the bet that Old Man Chen could not refine pills in the future, Lin Yi did not care much. Unless Old Man Chen's divine sense was destroyed on the spot, he could only rely on Old Man Chen to restrain himself. Lin Yi estimated that this old man would not keep his promise. After Old Man Chen left, Chu Yuntian rushed to Lin Yi's side, bowed slightly, and said with a smile, "Senior Lin." No, it's Master Lin. I didn't expect Master Lin to be so hidden. Not only is his strength outstanding, but he is also the best in alchemy. In such a short time, you can refine two golden pills of nascent soul. It would be an insult to Master Lin to say that you are a genius. Ahem. Lin Yi could not help coughing a few times. Such mushy flattery, coming from the mouth of an old man like Chu Yuntian, really made Lin Yi a little uncomfortable. Chu Tianlu was much more honest. He just praised loudly, "Big brother is the big brother. I, Chu Tianlu, am so lucky to be able to meet a big brother like you. I'm afraid there is no other person like you in the entire ancient underworld. Brother Wuqing, our foresight is really good to the max." Alright, even Lin Yi found the flattery of an honest person a little hard to accept. Who would have thought that after hearing Chu Tianlu's praise, Bing Wuqing, with her ice-cold face, would actually nod with a serious expression, expressing her agreement. Yi Qingqing's face was full of envy as he watched the scene unfold. He wanted to say something to flatter Lin Yi, but realized that he couldn't get a word in. Now that he thought about it, he really regretted it. Back when Lin Yi first came to Yiling's sect, if he had decisively made Duanwu Yu and Lin Yi get on good terms, wouldn't Yiling's sect have been reborn? Glancing at Duanwu Yu, who was quietly smiling at the side, Yi Qingqing thought to himself, "Fortunately, it's not too late to realize this. With Duanwu Yu around, Lin Yi will never abandon Yiling's sect." As for the Chu clan, Yi Qingqing thought that their rise seemed to be foreseeable. Especially this time, Yi Qingqing saw with his own eyes that the Chu clan's foundation was quite deep. Previously, the Chu clan released news to the public, claiming that there were only 2 or 3 gold cores in the Chu clan, but the truth was that there were at least 10 gold cores in the Chu clan. Coupled with Chu Yuntian, who had a supreme-grade gold core, the Chu clan's strength was enough to establish a firm foothold among the 10 small sects and families. While Yi Qingqing was calculating in his heart, Lin Yi took out a gold core of nascent soul and handed it to Chu Yuntian. This is the one I promised to give you. I'll make the decision to give the other one to Yi Qingqing. You don't have any objections, do you? No, no. Master Lin, you're too polite. This should have been Master Lin's. I'm deeply grateful that you gave me one. How dare I have any objections to Master Lin's things? Chu Yuntian shook his head like a rattle drum, for fear of causing Lin Yi to misunderstand. It should be known that Chu Yuntian had been prepared to not get a single gold core before. Now that he could get one, and it was a supreme-grade gold core of nascent soul at that, he was already overjoyed. It was like a dream. How could he have any objections? Besides, according to the rules, the medicinal pills refined by Lin Yi should belong to Lin Yi. Whether Lin Yi kept it for himself or gave it away, or even fed it to a dog, it had nothing to do with Chu Yuntian. Yi Qingqing was also overjoyed. He was thinking of continuing to deepen the friendship and connection with the Chu family. Suddenly, when he heard that Lin Yi would give him a gold core of nascent soul, he even wanted to kneel down and hug Lin Yi's thigh. Fortunately, he knew how to restrain himself and barely suppressed this shameful thought. He pointed at himself with a trembling finger and asked incredulously, Master Lin, you said, you're going to give me one gold core of nascent soul. Supreme grade. Lin Yi closed the lid indifferently and threw it to Yi Qingqing. There's only one supreme grade. I can't give you anything else. Yi Qingqing caught the small box in a flurry. This was a treasure that contained a supreme-grade gold core of nascent soul. If he dropped it, he would die of heartache. Until he got the small box, Yi Qingqing still felt like he was dreaming. All of this was too unreal. Was he going to advance to the nascent soul realm? Was Yi Ling's sect going to have another nascent soul old monster? Master Lin, you've really hidden your strength well. Not only are you outstanding, but you're also the best in alchemy. In such a short time, you were able to refine 2 supreme-grade gold cores of nascent soul realm. It's an insult to you, Master Lin, to say that you're a genius. Yi Qingqing suddenly complimented Lin Yi. However, this line sounded very familiar to Lin Yi. Chu Yuntian glanced at Yi Qingqing disdainfully. Not only did this guy give me a gold core of nascent soul realm, but he also copied my compliments to Master Lin. He even used them in front of the original without changing a single word. Did he have any sense of morality? Lin Yi coughed dryly. Lin Yi was really ashamed of their compliments. At this moment, he could only smile bitterly in his heart. He really wasn't a genius. Moreover, after trying this time, he knew that it was impossible for Han Jingjing to refine the elixir recipe of the primordial underworld with this godly alchemy artifact before she leveled up. If he wanted to improve Duan Muyu's strength, he could only use the gold core of nascent soul realm. However, he couldn't refine the godly alchemy artifact. Even if Lin Yi went to capture many gold core realm sea beasts and obtain their inner cores, it would be useless. He couldn't refine a large number of elixirs that could improve his strength. In the face of the increasingly powerful core, Lin Yi only felt great pressure. He could easily kill a nascent soul realm cultivator, but the people around him couldn't. Bing Wuqing was a genius and could challenge a nascent soul realm cultivator with a higher level, but the chances of her winning were 50-50 at most. If it were someone else, it would be even worse. Chapter 5498. If the center started to target Lin Yi, they would inevitably start with the people around him. At that time, these people who were at a disadvantage obviously couldn't resist. No matter how powerful Lin Yi was, he was only one person. Facing a large number of experts in the center, it was absolutely impossible to defend. Moreover, Lin Yi had to go back to the Heavenly Stage Island eventually. It was impossible to stay in the ancient Jianghu. This was an unsolvable problem. Yi Qingqing happily held the nascent soul golden pill in his hand. Duanmuyu on the side was also quite surprised. She didn't expect Lin Yi to be so generous and directly give a nascent soul golden pill to Yi Qingqing. Of course, Duanmuyu also knew that Lin Yi did this for her sake, so she couldn't help but feel a little sweet in her heart. This feeling was like a husband giving a gift to his wife's family. Thinking about it made her blush a little. Lin Yi didn't know Duanmuyu's little thoughts, but he did give a nascent soul golden pill to Yi Qingqing for Duanmuyu's sake. Anyway, he still had nascent soul golden pills. If it wasn't enough, he could refine more. It didn't matter if it was 1 or 2. Tianlu, do you know who Chu Tianliang learned alchemy from? Is there any alchemy mental cultivation method or something? Lin Yi thought about it. He still had to solve it from the alchemy method of the ancient Jianghu. In any case, he had to at least figure out how to use his divine sense to condense the alchemy fire. Chu Yuntian immediately answered, if it's alchemy mental cultivation method, there should be. Tianlu, quickly go and find it for Master Lin, be quick. Chu Tianlu nodded, then turned to Lin Yi and said, Boss, Chu Tianliang's alchemy mental cultivation method seems to be there. I seem to have seen it when I was looking for alchemy manual before. But boss, you are already so good at alchemy, why do you still need to look at Chu Tianliang's alchemy mental cultivation method? He is just a low-level alchemist, and the alchemy mental cultivation method is at most some basic methods. Lin Yi thought to himself that the basic methods were right. If you gave me a profound one, I might not be able to understand it. I just want to take a look and confirm some of my thoughts, Lin Yi said casually. Chu Yuntian said unhappily, why are you so insensible, child? Master Lin is your boss. What are you being so long-winded about your boss's orders? Hurry up and get it. How can a junior like you fathom Master Lin's thoughts? Chu Tianlu shrunk his neck. After responding, he quickly ran out. Although he was already the young master of the Chu clan who held great power, he was still somewhat afraid in front of Chu Yuntian. Lin Yi casually chatted with a few people, and then Chu Tianlu hurriedly ran back, holding a book in his hand. It was precisely Chu Tianliang's pill concoction mental technique. Boss, I've brought the item. See if it's what you need. Chu Tianlu ran in front of Lin Yi and handed over the book with both hands. Lin Yi casually thanked him, took it, and flipped through a few pages. This was indeed Chu Tianliang's pill concoction mental technique. It contained the most basic method of condensing the alchemy fire with the divine sense. Lin Yi was secretly delighted. As long as he could condense the alchemy fire with his divine sense, even if he couldn't use it for automatic alchemy, he could at least try to refine it himself. After putting away the pill concoction mental technique, Lin Yi continued to say a few words to the crowd, and then he left alone to return to his room, preparing to study this pill concoction mental technique. With the strength of Lin Yi's divine sense, it would not be a problem to say that it was the strongest in the ancient small world. At the beginning, the condensation was still smooth. Lin Yi quickly used his divine sense to form the alchemy fire, which was a good start. However, then Lin Yi discovered a problem. A good start was not equal to half the success. No matter how Lin Yi tried, there was no way to control the intensity and temperature of the alchemy fire. What the hell, why is it like this again? It was obviously carried out according to this pill concoction mental technique. Lin Yi muttered helplessly, but he was still at his wits' end. Speaking of which, Lin Yi's cultivation could be said to be smooth sailing, but on the path of alchemy, there was no progress. It was the same when he was in the secular world. Although he could successfully generate the alchemy fire, there was no way to control the intensity and temperature of the alchemy fire. However, at that time, because of the incomplete attributes, he could not become an alchemist. Later, his attributes were complete, but he still couldn't refine alchemy by himself. If it wasn't for the automatic alchemy artifact invented by Han Jingjing, Lin Yi's progress would never be so fast. Maybe he would have been finished somewhere. There's no reason. The alchemy fire condensed by true chi is like this. How can the alchemy fire condensed by divine sense be like this? It should be possible. Why is it the same? Lin Yi kept looking at the pill concoction mental technique, and his mouth continued to mutter, hoping to find the reason why he kept failing. After a while, Lin Yi seemed to have figured something out, and he shook his head with a wry smile. Perhaps it was because Lin Yi was now a soul, and controlling the intensity and temperature of the alchemy fire had to rely on his physical hand to control it. But now, Lin Yi was not a physical body. Although he could use divine sense to condense alchemy fire, he couldn't control it. Of course, whether this was the case or not, Lin Yi also couldn't verify it. After all, this was only his guess. In any case, Lin Yi could be said to be useless in the path of alchemy. Even the most powerful cultivation genius had shortcomings. Fortunately, Han Jingjing could make up for this shortcoming with science, so it wouldn't affect Lin Yi too much. Thinking about this, Lin Yi completely gave up the idea of using the sea beast's Niden for alchemy in the ancient small world. In this way, Lin Yi must find another way, otherwise, his advantage would be lost. Lin Yi suddenly missed Han Jingjing very much. If this genius girl was here, she would definitely be able to solve this problem easily. Unfortunately, before he returned to Heaven Stage Island, it would be impossible to see Han Jingjing. Since condensing alchemy fire was useless, Lin Yi no longer forced himself. Instead, he continued to refine the residual medicinal power of the divine sense fruit. It was also quite important to remove the tumor of divine sense as soon as possible. The next day, Yi Qingqing came to the small courtyard with Duanmuyu early in the morning, ready to visit Lin Yi. Originally, Duanmuyu felt that there was no need to be so careful. When looking for Lin Yi, he could directly knock on the door, but Yi Qingqing didn't dare to be so negligent, even if Duanmuyu might become Lin Yi's woman. "Master Yi, why are you looking for me so early? Come in and talk." Fortunately, Lin Yi's divine sense was always monitoring the small courtyard. After discovering Yi Qingqing and Duanmuyu's arrival, he immediately opened the door and invited them in. Yi Qingqing hurried forward and saluted respectfully, "Master Lin, I'm really sorry to disturb you so early." "It doesn't matter." Lin Yi smiled faintly, and nodded gently to Duanmuyu as a greeting, "Master Yi, what's the matter for you to come so early?" Chapter 5499. "Yes, I have something to ask of you." Yi Qingqing didn't look like a sect master at all at this time. His face was full of a humble smile. It couldn't be helped. Whether it was Lin Yi's strength or Lin Yi's alchemy ability, Yi Qingqing couldn't catch up to them. Therefore, Yi Qingqing didn't feel wronged by this humble attitude at all. Lin Yi asked the two of them to enter the room and sit down. Then he said lightly, "What's the matter, Sect Master Yi?" Yi Qingqing didn't dare to be careless. He stood up again, bowed slightly, and cupped his fists. "Junior Yi Qingqing thanks Master Lin for bestowing the elixir to me yesterday. Today, I would like to ask Master Lin to continue to help and protect me." "Protect?" Lin Yi was slightly stunned. He thought it was something important. So it was to protect him. Although it would waste some time, with Duanmuyu's face, it didn't seem to be a big deal. Duanmuyu smiled at Lin Yi. "Our Yi Ling sect hasn't had a nascent soul realm cultivator for a long time, and the Grand Supreme Elder has been in seclusion recently. Therefore, the sect master has some concerns about breaking through to the nascent soul realm. He wants to ask you to protect him because he's afraid that something will go wrong." "I see." Lin Yi nodded. In fact, with the supreme grade nascent soul and the golden pill, and Yi Qingqing was a veteran in the exceptional gold core realm, breaking through to the nascent soul realm was absolutely a matter of course. However, Lin Yi could understand his concerns, so he immediately said, "No problem. Since you want me to protect you, I will protect you. Anyway, I'm not going to leave the Chu family these days." Yi Qingqing was immediately surprised and said, "Thank you, Master Lin. In this way, this junior has full confidence. After that, Enchanting didn't delay and immediately said goodbye, Master Lin, then I will go and prepare. You can chat with Xiao Yu first. When you are free, we will start to break through to the nascent soul realm. Duanmuyu's pretty face was slightly red. She lowered her head and didn't speak. She really wanted to chat with Lin Yi, but after hearing Enchanting's words, she felt a little shy. Alright, go ahead. Inform me when you're ready. Lin Yi waved his hand, indicating that Enchanting could leave. In fact, Lin Yi was prepared to leave today, but since there was such a thing, he would have to wait a few more days. After all, not everyone was like him and the people around him who treated breaking through to the next realm as an ordinary cultivation. Enchanting didn't say much, and very perceptively retreated. Lin Yi was just about to say something to Duanmuyu, when his divine sense discovered that Chu Yuntian had brought Chu Tianlu over. It's really lively today. Lin Yi shook his head slightly and said to Duanmuyu with a smile. He raised his voice and said, Tianlu, come in with your grandfather. Don't wait at the door. Boss, you have guests here. Let's come back later. As soon as Chu Tianlu entered the courtyard, he vaguely saw Duanmuyu in Lin Yi's room. He suddenly felt a little awkward. This was disturbing the boss's good time. In fact, when they came over just now, they had already seen Enchanting leave in a hurry, but they didn't care. They didn't expect that Duanmuyu would stay with Lin Yi. Before Lin Yi could speak, Duanmuyu said in a low voice with a red face, Lin Yi, I'm going to help Uncle Sect Leader to make some preparations to break through to the nascent soul realm. We'll talk about it when you're free. After saying that, she directly lowered her head and walked out quickly, leaving Lin Yi to watch her leave, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. She was clearly a valiant and cheerful girl, but why did she become so shy now? Chu Yuntian, who came in behind Chu Tianlu, was also a little embarrassed. After Duanmuyu went out, he coughed twice and said, Master Lin, did we come at the wrong time? Lin Yi thought to himself, do you still think you came at the right time? However, seeing that Chu Tianlu was a little nervous, Lin Yi didn't bother to argue. He waved them into the room, sat down, and asked, what are you two up to this early in the morning? Chu Yuntian glanced at Chu Tianlu, thought for a moment, and said, it's like this, Master Lin, I'm going to take the nascent soul golden pill. It's just that I haven't taken the best nascent soul golden pill before, so I don't have a concept of its efficacy. If Master Lin is free, can you help me take care of me while I'm taking the pill? Hearing Chu Yuntian talk to him as a junior, Lin Yi felt a little uncomfortable. After all, he was Chu Tianlu's grandfather. Although cultivators respected strength, it was still a little awkward. Since he had promised Enchanting, he naturally didn't need Chu Yuntian. Lin Yi simply nodded and said, no problem, come and find me when you're ready. Chu Yuntian was immediately overjoyed. He didn't expect Lin Yi to agree to protect him so readily. After all, he was already at the early nascent soul stage. If he took the nascent soul golden pill to increase his strength, there would be no problem. He dragged Chu Tianlu over to ask for Lin Yi's help, just to get closer to Lin Yi. Now it seemed that Lin Yi really thought highly of the Chu family. In the future, as long as he held on to Lin Yi's thick thigh, the Chu family's rise would be unstoppable. Just as he was about to say a few more words to worm his way into Lin Yi's good graces, Lin Yi seemed a little uninterested. Chu Yuntian immediately took his leave and took Chu Tianlu with him, lest he wandered around in front of Lin Yi and made Lin Yi unhappy. A few days later, under Lin Yi's protection, Enchanting successfully reached the nascent soul stage and became the second nascent soul stage old monster of the Yiling sect. He could finally stabilize the Yiling sect's position, and Chu Yuntian successfully advanced by a small level. The whole process was quite easy. Lin Yi's protection really just watched from the side. After everything here was settled, Lin Yi was ready to leave. He gathered them together and said goodbye. Tianlu, the matter of your Chu family has come to an end here. I have to go back to the Blue Cloud sect in the North Island. Wuqing, Xiaoyu, you two go back to your sects. Big brother Lin Yi, why don't I accompany you back to the Blue Cloud sect in the North Island first? Bing Wuqing's face was still cold, but her tone was not as stiff as before. Lin Yi smiled faintly and waved his hand. No need. You have to go back to the Snow Sword sect to prepare. Yu Taizong is done for, and Shui Jianfang is also unreliable. Your Snow Sword sect has 3 nascent soul stage experts, and in the end, only you can bear the responsibility. Let's meet at the distant ancient grand meeting. Hearing what Lin Yi said, Bing Wuqing hesitated a little, but did not insist. Anyway, in Bing Wuqing's mind, Lin Yi's strength was far superior to his. If Lin Yi could not handle the situation, it would not make much difference whether he was there or not. Chapter 5500. Boss Lin Yi, then I won't hold you back. I need to discuss the matters of the Chu clan with my grandfather. In any case, it won't be long before the opening of the Arcane Grand Meeting. We'll be able to meet again very soon. Chu Tianlu was as straightforward as always, without the slightest hesitation. Lin Yi patted him on the shoulder and said, the Chu family has just experienced some turmoil. You need to spend more time sorting it out. See you at the Archaeozoic Grand Meeting. The Archaeozoic Grand Meeting was about to be held. It was a grand meeting about the re-ranking of the 4 major sects and families and the 10 minor sects and families. As the name suggested, it was a grand meeting of the entire Jianghu in the Archaeozoic small world. All the sects and families would participate in this grand meeting. Those who were ambitious would try their best to show their strength in the grand meeting, striving to be ranked among the 4 major and 10 minor families and sections. The Blue Cloud sect in the North Island was also one of the 10 minor sects and families, so Lin Yi had to go back and lead the team to participate. After saying that, Lin Yi looked back at Duanmuyu and said with a smile, Xiaoyu, do you want to go back to the Blue Cloud sect with me? Anyway, the Archaeozoic Grand Meeting will be handled by your uncle master. You don't need to do anything. Duanmuyu was a little tempted by Lin Yi's invitation. If she wanted to go, Yi Qingqing would probably agree wholeheartedly. Wasn't the opportunity to follow Lin Yi what Yi Qingqing had always wanted Duanmuyu to do? However, Duanmuyu only thought about it for a moment and said apologetically, I'm sorry, Lin Yi. I can't go to the Blue Cloud sect with you this time because my strength has improved. I have to go back to the sect to see my master. Anyway, we'll meet again soon. Let's meet at the Archaeozoic Grand Meeting. Okay. Take care of yourself. Although Lin Yi felt a little regretful, he didn't care too much. As they said, the Archaeozoic Grand Meeting was just around the corner. Today was a temporary separation, but they would meet again soon. After saying a few more words to them, Lin Yi directly stepped on the flying spirit beast and flew to the Blue Cloud sect in the North Island. After Lin Yi left, Bing Wuqing immediately left the Chu clan as well. She returned to the Snow Sword faction to prepare for the immemorial meeting. Duanmuyu, on the other hand, was a little late. He left together with Yi Qingqing. The Blue Cloud sect of the North Island was originally in the top 10 small family sects, and it was ranked in the middle. Lin Yi's goal this time was not only to keep this ranking, but also to make the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island fight for the ranking of the 4 major sects if possible. Originally, this kind of ranking did not mean much to Lin Yi, but on account of his relationship with the Jadian sect, it was only right for him to help out a little. The only thing he needed to worry about was how many puppets the central force of the primordial underworld had secretly developed, and how many clans and sects had they secretly controlled. If the central force chose to make trouble at the immemorial meeting, with the force that Lin Yi had established now, he might not be a match for the central force. After all, the number of experts on Lin Yi's side was too small. Without the enhancement of Gold Core and Golden Core, Even if Lin Yi had a lot of gold core, he could not create a batch of nascent soul-old monsters that could fight against the central force. Fortunately, when Lin Yi returned to the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island, the first thing he received was good news. That was, Xanejia had successfully reached the nascent soul realm, which completely stabilized his position in the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island. This guy was a good person, and he firmly stood on Lin Yi's side. Finally, it was time for a big harvest. Granduncle, you're back. Hearing the news of Lin Yi's return, Xanejia immediately brought Hong Zijuan to welcome Lin Yi, and they maintained their usual respect. Not bad. Not only did you succeed in reaching the nascent soul realm, but you've also completely stabilized your strength. It seems that you're quite talented. Even if you're not as talented as Bing Wuqing, you should be above average. Lin Yi nodded and praised him with a smile. Xanejia immediately thanked him. It's all thanks to Granduncle's help. Otherwise, I would still be a small figure in the early stage of Gold Core. How could I advance so quickly? Rather than saying that I'm talented, it's better to say that Granduncle has completely reborn me. So, I'll always remember Granduncle's kindness in my heart. You don't have to say that. You've earned all this yourself. No matter what it is, you deserve it. What Lin Yi said was the truth. He had never been a good person. Even if the elixirs were moldy, he would not give them to those who had nothing to do with him. Xanejia was able to get Lin Yi's approval because he had earned everything himself. The Archean Grand Meeting is about to begin. How's the North Island's Blue Cloud sect's preparation this time? Lin Yi and Xanejia asked casually as they walked into the sect. In fact, there was no need for Lin Yi to ask Xanejia. With his divine sense, it was enough to scan the entire sect. Lin Yi already knew what the North Island's Blue Cloud sect was like. Thanks to Granduncle, the disciples of the North Island's Blue Cloud sect have made great progress in strength recently. If we don't make further progress in this Archean Grand Meeting, the North Island's Blue Cloud sect will definitely occupy a place among the 4 sects and families in the next Archean Grand Meeting. Speaking of the North Island's Blue Cloud sect's current situation and future, Xanejia was immediately full of confidence. You've done well. The North Island's Blue Cloud sect will definitely flourish in your hands. Lin Yi was really satisfied with Xanejia. Today's North Island's Blue Cloud sect was completely thriving. As long as it kept going, it would definitely be one of the 4 sections. Of course, the premise was that there was no troublemaker like the center to stir up trouble. Thank you for your compliment, Granduncle. For the North Island's Blue Cloud sect, I'll definitely do my best. Xanejia was interrupted by Lin Yi surprised, before he could finish his sentence. Granduncle, what's wrong? Xanejia looked at Lin Yi strangely, but found that Lin Yi turned his head to look at the distant sky outside the sect. There seemed to be a small black dot approaching quickly. Nothing, it seems that a guest is coming. Lin Yi said faintly. He turned back and stood there lazily, waiting for the black dot to come. Xanejia and Hong Zijuan were secretly surprised. At such a long distance, it was hard for them to identify what the black dot was even with their best eyesight. How could Lin Yi be sure that it was a guest? Although they didn't know what kind of guest it was, such insight was enough to amaze them. After a short while, the black dot enlarged rapidly. It was a rare flying spiritual beast, the 4-winged black eagle. On the back of the 4-winged black eagle sat a gloomy old man with fluttering beard and hair. Chapter 5501. They don't look friendly. Looks like an evil guest is here. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow as he looked at the undisguised murderous aura in the air. They'd have to be blind to have come with good intentions if they said they were here with good intentions. Xanejia's expression changed slightly. 4-winged black eagle is a flying spiritual beast of the evil warding sect. Other sects don't have such a rare flying spiritual beast. That old man, is he the supreme elder of the evil warding sect, Enchanting? Evil warding sect? Why did he come to our green cloud sect so aggressively? Lin Yi found the name familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had heard of this small sect. Xanejia whispered, Grand Master, Enchanting is a peak late nascent soul cultivator. He's only one step away from the peak nascent soul cultivator. Because of the evil warding sect's evil techniques, they specialize in devouring primordial spirits to cultivate. Very few people dare to mess with them. Devouring primordial spirit. Lin Yi had a strange expression. Should I tell you that I devoured the heaven-devouring crocodile's primordial spirit? But after listening to Xanejia's words, Lin Yi recalled that when his primordial spirit was just projected into the mortal world, he was chased by someone from the sect of warding off evil. After he failed, another one came. Could it be that these two people were exposed? Thinking about it, Lin Yi didn't really care. So what if he was exposed? Lin Yi wouldn't be afraid. It was just a warding off evil sect, doing all sorts of evil things all the time. Lin Yi didn't really care about them. In just a few words, the four-winged black eagle flew above Lin Yi's head. It flapped its wings and hovered for a while. Then, the old man who looked like Enchanting jumped down easily. As the leader of the Green Cloud sect, Xanejia immediately cupped his fists and said, I am the new leader of the Green Cloud sect. Are you Senior Enchanting from the evil warding sect? I am Enchanting. Who are you? How dare you call yourself the leader? Where is Qinzhou? Enchanting had no intention of hiding his identity, but from his words, it seemed that he was completely unaware of the recent changes in Jadian sect. Otherwise, he would not have asked Qinzhou. The former Supreme Elder Qinzhou betrayed the sect and has already. Xanejia was about to answer but was shocked by a sudden shout. Junior! Hand over your life! Enchanting suddenly yelled and interrupted Xanejia. At the same time, he attacked Lin Yi. After all, he was an expert at the peak of the late nascent soul realm. Xanejia and Hong Zijuan did not have any time to react to his sudden attack. If Enchanting's target was the two of them, they would not even be able to take one hit. However, Lin Yi wasn't Xanejia, nor was he someone Hong Zijuan could compare to. When he thought about how this old man Enchanting was related to the two kids who were after him in the common world, Lin Yi raised his guard. Enchanting's attack was indeed fast, but Lin Yi's reaction was even faster. With a thought, 3 consciousness whirlpools appeared around Enchanting in a triangular formation, surrounding him. Lin Yi's consciousness whirlpool had already surpassed the Tai Shi primordial spirit in terms of power. It had just formed, and it had a huge tearing effect on Enchanting's primordial spirit. Ah! Enchanting was caught off guard and suffered a huge loss. As he screamed, his body shook violently. His attack just now had completely missed. Xanejia and Hong Zijuan broke out in a cold sweat. They instinctively wanted to stand in front of Lin Yi to protect him. However, Lin Yi did not even blink and easily resolved Enchanting's attack. The two were amazed. The reason why Lin Yi didn't use the soul hook hand was because he wanted to find out what was going on. Why did this Enchanting think he was Lin Yi and attack him the moment he saw him? Don't be nervous. He's just a cultivator at the peak of the late nascent soul realm. It's no big deal. Lin Yi smiled faintly and said to Xanejia and Hong Zijuan nonchalantly. The consciousness whirlpool was a continuous attack that directly affected the primordial spirit. Lin Yi estimated that in a few breaths' time, Enchanting would completely lose the ability to resist. His primordial spirit would also weaken. As for Lin Yi's questioning, his ability to resist would naturally be at its lowest. However, what surprised Lin Yi was that Enchanting only screamed at the beginning. Then, there was a black light that flashed across his body, and the 3 consciousness whirlpools that Lin Yi sent out disappeared. Junior, you really have some skills. No wonder my good grandson died in your hands. Enchanting panted heavily a few times, then stared coldly at Lin Yi and said. From the alertness in his eyes, it could be seen that Enchanting was quite fearful of Lin Yi's methods. However, Enchanting didn't expect that Lin Yi was also very shocked. Although the consciousness whirlpool was only a small trick, it was the first time that Lin Yi used it after completely mastering it. How could it fail just like that? Previously, when he was only at the small success level, he could already use it to easily suppress the sea crab. In particular, the black light that flashed across Enchanting's body made Lin Yi even more fearful. This was because even Lin Yi's consciousness could not capture the shape of that black light. If he forcefully approached it, he felt like his consciousness was being melted. This made Lin Yi suspect that if he used the soul hook palm, would it be the same? Old man, who's your grandson? If he's some nameless person, then there's no need to say anything. Lin Yi said calmly. Even though he was fearful, he would never let this old man know. Enchanting snorted and said, do you still want to quibble? No matter what you say, this old man's grandson died in your hands. That is definitely not wrong. Hee, there are too many trash that have died in my hands. Who knows which pile of trash your grandson is? Lin Yi casually said, but in his heart, he was analyzing the meaning behind Enchanting's words. It seemed like this evil warding sect had some kind of evil method to know who their disciples died to. As expected, Enchanting immediately answered Lin Yi's question. Junior, don't you know our evil warding sect's blood soul mark? Since you dared to kill this old man's grandson, even if you run to the ends of the earth, you will not be able to escape the blood soul mark. If this old man didn't just come out of seclusion, you wouldn't be able to live for so long. Lin Yi suddenly understood. So this was what was going on. It seemed like this blood soul curse would leave a blood soul mark on the killer when the evil warding sect's disciple died. This would lead the sect to the killer. However, this method should only be used by a small number of disciples. Otherwise, Enchanting would not only say that Lin Yi killed his grandson.